ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 and the first annual Taiwan Tech Summit. My name is Rick Shen, and I will be the moderator for the first session. Before we go to the moderation, it's really my pleasure here to introduce everybody to California, and especially to the Bay Area. So I know there's some people that are flying from different cities and different countries. Some friends in Taiwan are also here today. We're also live streaming this event, so for those who are online, welcome. And so please get seated. We still have a lot of seats to the left and to the right of the auditorium. And please, again, mute or put your phone on vibrate. Okay? So before we get started, I'd like to introduce someone that's really important, actually the conference chair of today's Taiwan Tech Summit. I want to introduce the founder of Silicon Valley Influence Foundation, and also a serial entrepreneur herself and a venture investor. So I want to introduce Katie, who's also a famous social media influencer. So she's got over $1 million followers on various social media platforms. So she has this vision of creating a cross-industry, cross-border tech summit to really get a lot of the Taiwanese and Taiwanese American entrepreneurs and high-tech professionals here in the US to connect with the rest of the world. So during today's forum, there will be various panel and discussions. And so without further ado, I want to hand over the mic to Katie, and hope everybody can give her a very warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you, our moderator, Rex. Okay. Hi. Wait a minute. I have a draft here. Okay. Sorry. Hi, my name is Katie. So wait a minute, I have a technical issue. So it's offline. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much, everyone. And a comment for the Taiwanese Tech Summit event. I really appreciate. Yeah. So wait a minute, because I have a long list to appreciate. So I need the draft. Okay. So yeah. That don't work. Yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Katie Xian. I'm the chair of the 2022 Taiwan Tech Summit and the founder of Silicon Valley Influence Foundation. And thanks, Rex, the introduction. And the Silicon Valley Foundation is a nonprofit organization to connect the Taiwanese talents between the US and Taiwan. I'm also an entrepreneur, angel investor, and I co-founded the tech media Silicon Valley Insights, and with my partner, IC. The goal of the Taiwan Tech Summit is to build an ecosystem to connect Taiwanese professionals across industries, multi-generations, and the world. And then we want to unite all of the Taiwanese in the US and Taiwan, and we built a very strong network and a database to support each other. I appreciate the organizers, Meet Global 创业小聚, and the Taiwan Global Angels, TGA, and our co-organizers, North America Taiwanese Engineering and the Science Association, NATIA. Where is NATIA? In the Bay Area, Taiwanese. Yeah. And Bay Area Taiwanese Biotech Association, BayBa. Where is BayBa? Yay! And the Data Science Meetup, data team, and the Taiwan USD Gallery. And our awesome team realized the spirit of digital democracy, and each organization was in charge of one forum or a keynote speaker. They really did amazing jobs for the summit. And a special thanks to our key sponsors, Startup Island Taiwan and BNest, Business Next 数位时代. Also, I want to thank Mr. Ming-Chi Lai, the Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in San Francisco. Thank you for coming. And several government directors attending the summit. Thank you. I appreciate all of the alliance partners. We have over 30 organizations and media joining the summit together from the Bay Area. Oh, wow. So from Los Angeles, Seattle, New York, Boston, and Texas, I'm so touched that we can get very strong support from every partner. And thanks again today, and we will have 2 keynote speakers and 5 innovation forums, including AI and data science, hardware, biotech, Web3, and venture capital. And we invite many influential leaders to share their insights about the future. And during a recession at the moment, and we have to prepare ourselves for more challenges and look forward to a new horizon. Thanks everyone for coming, and we appreciate your great support for this Taiwanese event. So please join the Taiwan influence. Okay, next. So, okay, slides. The next, and please join the Taiwan influence LinkedIn group. And you will connect more Taiwanese talents, including our speakers and organization professionals. Enjoy the summit today, and thank you. Thank you.
We actually had 2 video preparation, but I think due to some technical difficulty, we wouldn't be playing them right now because I think there's some audio issue. But we do want to. Oh, okay. We got it working.
Dear friends of technology and innovation circle from around the world. Good afternoon. This is John Wang, Editor-in-Chief of Business Next Media from Taiwan. I'm happy to hear familiar names of participants from governments, the private sector, and major groups at the Taiwan Tech Summit today. On behalf of the organizers, Business Next Media, and Me Global, we'd like to express our warmest welcome to you all. It's our great pleasure to have the opportunity to co-host the 2022 Taiwan Tech Summit. Through this grand event, we hope to bring the connection of Taiwan-US startups, communities, and partners all closer together. Special thanks to Chairman Katie for bringing us all together, and appreciation for the collaboration of all organizations that have been involved in this project, including the Silicon Valley Influence Foundation, Taiwan Global Angels, NATIA, Data Science Meetup, Bay Area Taiwanese Biotech Association, and Taiwan USC Gathering. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Startup Island Taiwan and the National Development Council for their support all the way. I wish you an open-hearted, productive summit, and hope to see you all soon, whether in Silicon Valley, Taiwan, or anywhere in the world, to further exchange our views. Thank you.
And then the second video is from the National Development Council. I believe Minister Kong will actually give a few opening remarks. So we'll watch this video.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of technology and the innovation from around the world, I'm happy to welcome you to the Taiwan Tech Summit. As we know, Taiwan has a very complex manufacturing supply chain. and have been one foremost innovative countries, as stated in the World Economic Forum report. With great innovation power, Taiwan has been collaborating with other countries to provide our solutions and expand partnerships. Earlier this summer in June, I had the opportunity to visit Silicon Valley and Washington, D.C., and I have also attended Select USA, an event in which Taiwanese company has a strong representation. Here, Taiwanese company won the top 3 award, and a total of 14 companies were listed in the top 10. Through this trade, I learned that Taiwanese companies are able to show their tech and innovation powers confidently. This thing combined gave me a strong feeling of the amazing opportunities for Taiwan and the U.S. work together going forward. Today, the summit discusses the latest development in hardware, AI, biotech, venture capital, and Web3, especially in the time of the pandemic and the capital downturn. Science, technology, and innovation are the key to recovery from this crisis. I am confident that you will find new ideas, fresh energy, and novel partnerships. I wish you all a very successful summer.
Okay, I think let's give Minister Kohn a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think with that too, we'll go ahead with the first keynote. It's going to be a fireside chat, so we're going to have the staff here to set up the format.
Dear
So I think for this first keynote, we thought it would be more casual. We do it in a more fireside chat format. And again, welcome everybody to this first annual Taiwan Tech Summit. So as we get started, I actually want to introduce you to someone that's really special. Michelle Zhang, she's the current managing partner at Impact Science Ventures, a VC firm here in the Bay Area. Michelle actually has a really broad and vast experience. She's actually founded 3 companies, sold these companies off. Also, she was a corporate executive at TDK and Neo Photonics. So she's also have this kind of large company experience working in the corporate world. But I think probably she's really had this entrepreneurial heart. So after those experiences, Michelle was actually a venture partner at E3 ITIC at one point, and now actually has her own VC firm. So without ado, let's give Michelle a round of applause.
Thank you.
So I think for this format, we're going to do some discussion, and Michelle is actually going to walk us through some of the slides from her experience, talking about her story, and actually talking about some of the things that technology-wise that US and Taiwan can work together. So we'd love to hear what she has to say for today's event. So if you can move to the next slide. I think one more. Yeah, so this is her background. Oh, I didn't mention, She's a bachelor's degree from National Taiwan University. I know we have a lot of people from NTU here. Also a master's and PhD in electrical engineering at UC Berkeley. So really have her roots here in the Bay Area for a long time. I think without ado, I want to actually kick off with the kind of first question I have for her. So that we know that Taiwan is a global leader in semiconductor industry. We've seen that through the rise of TSMC and the whole semi ecosystem. However, we also know that semiconductor takes a lot of energy and a lot of water, right? There's always this talk about lack of water, lack of energy. And so I think I wanted to ask her about some of the innovations in this area, whether it's water preservation, material compound, carbon neutral, and what are some of the things that next generation technology density should innovate for Taiwan and for the world. So if you can go to the next slide.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rex. So hi, everyone. So happy to talk about the question. Sorry. The question that Rex has just posed, but I thought I would spend a little time just to give you a little bit more background about what I've done in the past, just to give you a little bit of context. So as Rex mentioned, I've started 3 sort of hard tech company in the past and had some successful exit. Also work in large corporation in between, and then eventually move to venture capital. So the way I started was really my first company was. Started shortly after I graduated from UC Berkeley. I worked on, throughout my PhD thesis, from pretty physicsy, topic to, toward the end, that's really more, really attracted to more applied, things that can have more immediate impact to the society. So I worked on a project that's, that turned into the first startup. So I started the first company shortly after I graduated, and it's in the what's called silicon photonic switching space. So basically building photonic-based switches. And then the idea is this ad of a company that made at that time. The idea is that it's back in early 2000, but fiber optics is started getting deployed. We're seeing the traffic. Lots of traffic going through this, central offices, and then now the data centers. So there's the expectation that as people have, just an unlimited interest and thirst for information and want to use a lot of data, driving through it. So how do we best utilize those deployed infrastructure without having to keep on digging out the trenches and put more fiber? So the idea is that we want to pack more data into fibers, and then also allowing these information that's going through these information highways being switched at a very efficient way. So instead of going through this optical to electronic transition, it's just always staying in the optical lane and getting switched, redirected in the optical format. So that's really kind of the early ideas of what's now turned optical circuit switches. It took 20 years, but recently Google has just published some paper talking about the mass scale deployment of these type of switches in their data center. So, as I said, 2000, we didn't know, or maybe we knew there was going to be YouTube getting started. 5 years later, TikTok started yet another 10 years. People will be watching videos on their phone all the time, and that's driving through all the traffic through the data center. But so we knew it was a big problem that we need to address. So we started a company and did that. It took quite a while to get deployed at scale over time, because these are hard tech, but eventually it did happen, and having a great impact. So that's my first company. And next company, next slides, please, Pink Solutions. Next slide. Thank you. So it's, again, the idea of we're seeing. Well, actually, I started out was giving advice to some companies about looking at using sensors to get data of tracking things, tracking motions. But then eventually, we, after a lot of interaction with customers, we identified this application of using distributed sensing, placing sensors on supply chain assets, and being able to track the location of these assets in real time. And then so that's using a distributed sensor, IoT sensor with big data, and then layering on top of it a SaaS layer to help the supply chain asset owner to be able to have real-time visibility, being able to manage their supply chain better, more efficiently. So it's, again, really early on in terms of digital transformation of the supply chain. We thought, essentially using sensor automation to replace a lot of pen and paper manual processes. The company started 15 years ago, and then was acquired, or really became top of mind, being very aware by everybody, especially over the recent supply chain disruption over COVID. So now the product is deployed everywhere, and then it's touching lots of every product that's going through the shipping centers now. So that's my second company. And then the third company, next slide please, was a UC Berkeley spinoff. It was building ultrasound sensors using this advanced semiconductor technology called MEMS to miniaturize these the ultrasound sensor that's already being used in automotive, like the backup sensors, or in hospital, medical. That's what the common use. But the vision is that if you can build these sensors, so the typical ultra sensor is this size, but the vision is that if you can build them with advanced semiconductor technology, making them super small, really low power, very low cost, then it can go everywhere. And then it can be an always-on sensors embedded in everything in the environment, and then so that it can make everything smart. So ubiquitous sensing, so for a smart everything, revolution. That's our vision. So now so this took a shorter time as I perhaps learn from the experience. Took shorter time to get the product to the market, much less capital, and then the company was also sold a lot faster. But now it's in all these products that's surrounding everybody in the home these days. So that's kind of my startup experience. And then as we mentioned, I went to a big company in between, working mostly in the strategic planning, corporate development role. Because I was interested in both learning about how things are done at big companies, as well as wanting to stay close to innovation and being able to work with the startups. So kind of sitting on the other side of the table, looking at how big corporation can leverage innovation from the outside and help the company to grow. So that was my operating experience. So, but after selling or after Cherpo was acquired by TDK, I stayed with TDK for a couple more years because I was committed to really stay there and make sure the products are up and shipped to the market in mass production. But as I was contemplating on what I should do next, I thought, how can I do something that's more impactful? Other than, starting a company, creating a lot of jobs, and also product that everybody's using is very impactful, absolutely. But on the other hand, I do feel that there are some things that I wish I could spend more time to do and haven't been able to do, and that's about climate change, sustainability, and also some of the social related areas that I would like to have a bigger impact, as well as being able to do something that's more connected to Taiwan. So that's how I first started doing investments with E-Tree, venture capital on ITIC. and then eventually decided to launch my own funds, Impact Science Venture, because to look at investing in early stage science-based innovation, because we really believe that it's only through that we can really make fundamental changes and make really large impacts at scale, in proportional to the problem that we're seeing today, in terms of climate and sustainability. And that's what leads me to next slides, or next step. So as we know, there are lots of grand challenges in different areas, but in climate, there are basically 5 identified grand challenges just in terms of the major sources of greenhouse gas emission. So these are kind of the numbers that are published, kind of well understood in these areas, in terms of the electricity, energy generation, transportation, manufacturing, building, and agriculture. So as I said, we really believe that these grand challenges really need to have innovations that in these areas to really science-based, really hardcore technology innovation can solve the problem again, fast enough and at scale. And that's why essentially how the thesis of Impact Science Venture was born, and these are sort of 6 areas of investment that's listed. So in terms of rest questions about Taiwan, so yeah, absolutely, it is a big issue, right? So the semiconductor industry is super power hungry. It takes a lot of energy and electricity. If we can go to the next slide. So this is just published in the Bloomberg Business Week recently about the chip makers, literally chip on fire, right? Because these are these semiconductor foundries are using enormous amount of energy, as well as clean water, etc., and generating a fair amount of waste that we also would impact the environment. So obviously the industry is very aware of it. TSMC is now using 6% of Taiwan's overall energy consumption, believed to be equal to the entire country of Sri Lanka would need in terms of electricity needs. And then as they're expanding their business, they're going to the advanced node. They're using those equipment that's more and more power hungry. So it's expected their power consumption is going to double, more than double by 2025. So at some point, Taiwan is basically going to run out of power, available power. So how, what do we do now? And also, in addition to, so besides just building more electric generation plants, which in Taiwan right now is very much fossil fuel based, and therefore, if we can go to the next slide, so if you look at the 5 grand challenges, the initial chart I showed was the global average, and then but obviously for each country the breakdown is different. But if you look at Taiwan, over 50% of the emission is coming from electricity, and it's because of our dependence on coal and other fossil fuel base. So basically, Taiwan is really have this existential crisis of, on the one hand, we absolutely want to grow the economy, want to grow the semiconductor industry, and also need more power. So we want to generate more power. But on the other hand, the government, and rightly so, has a commitment to go to net zero in 2050. So and meanwhile, right, if we just increase the energy generation in the same way as before, obviously we're never going to get there. So what does that mean? The answer is obvious. The next slide. So on the one hand, so Taiwan needs to increase the electricity output and yet achieve energy independence, as well as reducing CO2 emission through just renewable, deploying more and more renewable energy, to solve the problem. Besides the traditional solar and wind, offshore wind, obviously very important, readily available, need to be looked at. So we should think about other type of power sources, dispatchable power sources that would allow you to have renewable energy 24/7. So because wind and solar is depending on the time of the day, also seasonal. So thermal energy or geothermal energy, like the company Fervo, that's like one of our portfolio company produce, or maybe wave energy, using the oceans. Since Taiwan is surrounded by, can also provide that constant power. And then in addition to that, how do you store this excess energy that's coming out from the wind that's generated by sun and wind while it's going, and use that at night. So low cost, grid scale storage, such as those provided by, again, our portfolio company and Quora Energy is super important. So these are the areas that are I'm looking at, we're investing, but also I believe really an area that Taiwan can look at, not only for solving Taiwan's energy crisis, but also, or upcoming energy crisis, but as well as an opportunity to see how can we look at these new type of industries and startups, looking for ways for Taiwan to participate not only as a user, but as a producer or innovator, a supplier of these technology solutions.
That's great. So I think I want to follow up with the second question, which is, we've seen that decoupling of technology globally brings some things more onshore. We've seen the supply chain issues globally with this pandemic. But we also know that US and Taiwan have been great allies in many areas. And since we're here in Silicon Valley, I want to my next question would be, in terms of the collaboration between US and Taiwan, we know there's a lot of fabless chip design companies here, like Intel and NVIDIA and AMD and Qualcomm, but outside of the semi industry, if you can share with us broadly, kind of forward-looking, what are some of those technology areas that US and Taiwan can really work together and help each other with those problems that you mentioned, and also really expand into the global markets? If you can comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, I sort of alluded to it with the current slides on, but also there are other companies that we invest in and look at are also kind of similar in that vein. Meaning this is hard tech. We're looking at science-based innovation and hard tech. Meaning it's not pure digital. It's not just software. It's about making things. And I think that's really one thing the Taiwanese people, the country is particularly good at. It's just that we're really good at making things with high quality and at affordable price or a reasonable price, or we can help people to drive down the cost of that. So a lot of the companies that we invest in, currently we're a little bit more focused on the U.S. just because our partners are based here. We see more deals here, but it's always a company that have manufacturing needs that they need to address beyond the initial prototype stage. Yes, there are definitely a lot of talks in the US and also government investment now about bringing or onshoring some of the manufacturing back in the US, but on the other hand, it's not going to happen overnight or everywhere. So I think lots of these technology and companies have a lot of needs to have manufacturing partnership with Taiwan that we can tap into, not only just about being a supplier and grow growth industry, but also, potentially we can also look at, utilizing this company solution, to solve some of Taiwan's problem as well as perhaps expanding outside of what's traditionally considered, semiconductor, and into some other area. Still very much based on material innovation. A lot of time, also semiconductor is also involved because, let's face it, right? The chip is in everything, everywhere. So lots of innovations in the space. I think that are worth looking at in Taiwan. So this particular company, just quickly, is a company called 12. They have this technology. It's called industrial photosynthesis. So basically, they can turn carbon dioxide in water plus some energy into useful product. So next, please. So they have demonstrated already that they can use carbon dioxide. If we can go to the next slides, use carbon dioxide to produce jet fuels. They call e-jet. What a novel concept of actually instead of just burning fuel to produce carbon dioxide, you can turn it around and make that into jet fuel again. And also as well as using that to make many different type of plastic products that we're using today. So they have already demonstrated the technology, even though quite early stage company, only a few years into their life. They've done all this demonstration, but then recently announced a deal with Alaska Airlines actually going to be using the fuels produced, not from the drilling, but produced from CO2, that's captured into making fuels. Super exciting technology. They need to build big machines to make that happen. Is there opportunity for Taiwan to participate in that in some way? Possibly. Certainly, it's also a great opportunity for Taiwan when it comes to thinking about how do we decarbonize, in addition to every other thing, this being one of the solutions. And then another example, maybe a couple more slides quickly, that we're very interested in is the idea of plant-based meat or meat alternative, and then in particular, using seaweed as a protein source. So we all know we're kind of running out of land to grow more food to feed the growing world population. So that's why aquaculture is becoming an area that everybody's looking at. And certainly, again, Taiwan being an island surrounded by ocean, so aquaculture, so one thing we are very good at and can be even better at. So cultivation of seaweed and using seaweed extraction as a protein source to make meat alternative and other products seems like a great opportunity. So next slide. So this is a Berkeley startup founded by two awesome, badass female CEO and CTO that we were able to invest really early on. And again, early stage company, but they're already having seaweed-based bacon being sold across the country right now in restaurants. And then the hope is that it could become, you can get into many more other different type of food. Seaweed is natural in the Asian diets, and obviously we all eat a lot of that, especially in Taiwan. So again, another opportunity that I thought, just in terms of in the meat, alternative areas, out meat areas, and then again thinking back about the grand challenge, agriculture, being about almost 20% of CO2 emissions. So moving into this type of direction, so really will have a huge impact. Even though Taiwan itself, agriculture is not a major contributor, right? But we should really think about solving the big problem of the world, but not just of the problem of Taiwan, because that's how you're going to grow a big industry like TSMC. I'm sure they didn't. Maurice Chen didn't start the company thinking because all the Taiwanese people is going to use these chips in the future. So So looking for opportunity that's really at scales, and then also combine that with Taiwan's strength, I think is really a direction to go.
That's great. If we can move to the last slide, I think in the interest of time, this is something, one before this? Yes. Because we have about 3 minutes here. It's actually really rare for someone who's female, who's been an entrepreneur, an executive, and now an investor. And I think there's also we have a lot of diversity people here in the room. So my last question that I want to ask Michelle is, how did you overcome some of these stigmas, right, in your career, being a female in technology, right, and being an entrepreneur in technology, being a female investor, as we can see in this graph. I think that numbers are very, very low. If you can give some tips or advice to a lot of our audience here in the group, what that journey was and what tips you would give our young professionals today.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a topic that's dear and near to my heart, and that's also in part the reason why I decided to go into venture capital. In part, just through my personal experience. So, obviously, I studied electrical engineering, so I was very used to being one of the few females in the room, classrooms and otherwise. But I guess maybe it shouldn't be a surprise, but just kind of throughout the career, I've always been very much used to, not as I'm happy with, but just used to this situation where I was the only female in the room, whether it's in the boardrooms, pitching to the investors, meeting with company executives, et cetera, et cetera. So, I'm showing you stats here, right? The female founders, even though there were half of the population is female, but female founders receive much fewer, much less venture funding from males, and which didn't make sense, right? But that's just the situation. That's how it is. So I think that I was able to have some success in my career, partially just because I just try to push myself to do things that's not necessarily to my nature, including sitting here to give a speech. But on the other hand, I also very much appreciate all the help that I've gotten throughout my career. So it's super important to have a support group, as a female, either founder, executive, to have the support. People talk about mentorship, but really, what's important is sponsorship. You might have heard about. It's really, people are willing to give you a chance, and then to promote you in the organizations or let you try new things. And then, so I guess my advice is that when that happens, even though you may not like it or want it, but just try to push yourself and grab that technology. Try to grab that opportunity. But there's, having said that, I'm definitely not like promoting this idea about lean in. I'm definitely the anti-lean in person, because I definitely believe that it's not because females are being funded last or being promoted last because we're not willing to take the opportunity, but it's just oftentimes not given. So. So again, sort of build your support group, take the opportunity while it's there, but also like do something yourself. So like for me, we do know that female VC tend to be 4 times, according to some study, 4 times more likely to fund female founders, and also it just makes a difference when there's a female presence, right? So just in terms of giving the founders the comfort of who they are talking to, and that's why I decided to get into venture capitals, and it's hopefully be a change agent for change in some way.
That's great. I think it's a great model. So for those of you who are female, don't be afraid to take those risks, right? whether you're portraying entrepreneurship or in technology, or in this case, investments. I think we're seeing that the success of these companies a lot of times is based on the formation of the team, right? And having more diversity and having more difference of opinion can a lot of times make a difference between make or break of a company. So without that, I want to thank Michelle for your time, and let's give her a very warm round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Do we have a quick photo up here? And then we'll lead to the next session shortly. Okay, I think maybe we can get off. Yeah, we can go. Oh, right here. Michelle's right here.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rex and Michelle, for sharing your experience and journey. Very impressive, becoming from academic to now investors. And please be seated. And we're the next panel that focuses on AI and DS. And before we kick off, can we give each other a round of applause for being here on a Saturday, beautiful September Saturday afternoon? Thank you for being here, learning and connecting in our Taiwanese tech community. And really thank you for the organizer for hosting this, especially Katie and IC. I'm Nina. I currently am working at Affirm as a lead. I lead the marketing analytics team. And I'm also the co-founder of Taiwanese Data Science Meetup. And on behalf of our team, and also along with our chair of Qi here, we really want to thank the organizer of inviting us to be here this afternoon. So without further ado, I'm going to kick off our first panel discussion. So today we're going to focus on AI and data science. As you can know, AI and data science has been critical components in companies to leveraging big data to extract insights and also to identify opportunities, and also integrating our AI techniques in growing business as well as developing a lot of products. So today, joining me, I'm really honored to be here, and joining me on the stage, can I go to the next slide? We have Jichen Xie. He is the Chief Data Officer at Etsy, the largest in the world of platform for market maker and sellers. And we also have Qi Guan, VP of Data at TaskRabbit, the marketplace for people to find tasks, to find things, to help you do things and errands that you don't want to do on a daily basis. And we also have Qifeng CF Su. He is the VP of Machine Learning at Hyperscience. And today we're going to talk about AI, everything about AI and data science, talk about the trends, and also providing some of the advice for people who are in this area or aspiring AI DS practitioner. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the microphone to Jichen, and we're going to have everybody introduce themselves and also talk about the first question of today. What are some of the biggest trends that you've seen in your industry?
Thank you, Nina, for the intro. My name is Jichen, and Chinese in Jichen. I come from Etsy, which is perfect timing for you guys shopping for the holidays. The I come from a background that in machine learning. When I was in PhD, I was study search engine, and so I was in the e-commerce area. Before joining Etsy, I was in Amazon leading their Alexa voice recognition, and I'm also sitting in the Google's advisory board for their AI development and data strategy. So kind of when I get invited today talking about the future, I think one thing which I think in the future will be huge is I call it the large or complex language modeling. And what does that mean is that I think in the past, the machine learning is mostly based on statistics. And these few years, the neural network has been developed a lot, and we see a lot of application. But what people start to see, like the keynote talking about, is it's very energy consuming when you want to train a very large scale language models. And this language model today is powering everything, like when you talk to a device to understand human language, for Tesla to understand drivings. And I think this large language model require a lot of energy to train, even just for building the foundation. So I think the future is very similar, like most of the company won't train their own model. Instead, they will download this like a pre-built embedding or model, and then on top of that, try to fine-tuning and make an application for themselves. So that's kind of my point of view.
Wow, this is great. Hey, I'm Chi. Nice to meet everyone here. As Nina intro, I'm currently the VP of Data at the TestRabbit, and also the co-founder of the Taiwanese Data Science Meetup. Super excited to be here. The Taiwanese Data Science Meetup is founded in 2017 in the Silicon Valley. The size of the team right now, we're about 25,000 members on Facebook. So please feel free to join us. You'll be excited to see everyone there to exchange more how we level up the data science opportunity for everyone. I think I want to follow up like kind of the Michelle's keynote there. It's very, very amazing here. But really from the digital transformation, smart supply chain or smart everything here, definitely down the road 5 years of what it's going to see. In the last 15 years, we keep seeing a lot of change on the Silicon Valley, especially innovation happening in the Silicon Valley. And that's kind of the beauty of the way we all in the Silicon Valley. Being in the Silicon Valley 25 years, we see the innovation on data science, AI, moving from the B2C, moving to the B2B, almost moving to all the industry you are dealing with right now. So definitely the trend is really from the children talking about application focus there, but really it's coming down everywhere. I think as people maybe remember, data is everything. Data is new asset, data is new oil, same as AI or data science there. But really a lot of people may be confused. AI really talking about deep learning something, but I think this AI really talk about application. How can you have a better application help you do a better job? How can you have an application helping save the energy? How can your application do a lot of different things which we don't have before? Because the data is more data available, computation power is more powerful there. So that's why we can realize a lot of opportunity there. So excited in the next 30 minutes we can share with people more about what can that be down the road in the next few sessions. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is CF Su. I'm currently the VP Machine Learning at Hyperscience. The company Hyperscience is an enterprise software as a service provider that we develop and promote machine learning-based product in the area around intelligent document processing and also the business workflow automations. Before Hyperscience, a little bit intro myself. Before Hyperscience, I have been working with different company in Silicon Valley for almost 20 years. A large company, small company, had more than 10,000 people, tech company, or very early stage, 10 people startup. So my area of expertise is around ML application, around search engine, around online digital advertisement, e-commerce, and content recommendation system. So back to Nina's question about what would be the trend I'm observing, I want to share with you my personal perspective. I think in the past 10 years, we have seen tremendous progress on ML or AI applications. And I call it a perfect storm for two factors. One is the availability of the data, right? So let me backtrack a little bit. I think the first one is the technology development. So about 10 years ago, we start seeing the widely adopted neural network. For example, the CNN, convolutional neural network. Neural network is a breakthrough for image processing. And most recently, starting about 2 or 3 years ago, we start seeing this large language model that Zhu Jian just mentioned about. Is another breakthrough for text processing. So it's very exciting. And then parallel to that, we also see a huge progress on the business side. There's a long list of tech companies in Silicon Valley have seen a lot of success and make tons of money thanks to machine learning. The list include Google, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, or you name it. A lot of companies benefit from it. And why is that? Because I see it's a perfect storm because this company provides service, provide application to end user, to end customer. So some of the companies have hundreds of millions or even billions of users on it. So they have access to data. They can observe their behavior on their platform. And second to that is this company, this app, provide, they call it user engagement service. Right? So look at the search result, look at ads, look at your Facebook newsfeed. All this is powered by machine learning, and they have one objective in mind, is to optimize user engagement. And what does it mean? Well, under the hood, it just means that they optimize for click. Right? So if you are an engineer in this group, in the audience, now you have a well-formulated machine learning problem. Right? So objective function is very clear. It's a binary, click or not click. And you have tons of data you can train on. Right? So that's the reason why in the past 10 years, a lot of business benefit a lot from the machine learning. But if you start looking outside the Silicon Valley bubble, or if you look outside of this consumer social network bubble, you start seeing that in many industries, such as public sector, government, insurance company, healthcare, bank, they have been underserved by technology in general, or underserved by machine learning in particular, because of there's a mismatch in application, there's a mismatch in the availability to data. But it's changing. They start recognizing it now, and it's catching up now. So I would say the trend I'm observing is very important, is that I think you're going to see a lot of adoption outside of more traditional tech company. And that's my view on that. I can share with you some example. I want you to think about outside of this like shiny machine learning application project, like self-driving car or robots in the Amazon warehouse. There's something called invisible robot. It's happening in the business today. It's helping, adopting machine learning to help in the business solve it. An important problem is, I call it human readable content. How to process and understand the human readable content and make the business more productive, more efficient. And I could go into a more detail later with some application in mind. But I will stop here. I will pass it to Nina.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I think that we can circle back. I think we do have a questions there. But I think that's a really great segue, as we talked about, where the trends that we've seen in the past 5-10 years. And then we talked about data being the new oil in the world, talked about the new techniques and AI, machine learning, and NLP. And then I think CF, you also mentioned a really critical, really important things, which is, yes, with all these trends coming up, sometimes that could be just a fancy words that people are throwing around. And some people or companies might actually don't know what is that what does DS, what does AI mean, what does ML, what does that actually entail? So I'm curious to hear from your experience, what has been some of the biggest challenge or surprises that you've seen in company or in your career or elsewhere that you've seen in adopting DS or AI? Who wants to go first?
I could go first. So as I said earlier, my company, we develop a machine learning solution and try to sell to enterprise, to business, right? So it's in our business to sell a product to them. And we heard a lot of feedback all the time about why they couldn't adopt it, right? And I could summarize into maybe a few categories. And usually the first one is about talent, right? So the feedback from my customer, they always say they don't have the right person with the right skill set, or they couldn't hire the right people to kick off a machine learning project or to supervise the execution of machine learning project. So usually that's the top reason. And the second reason I heard is about lack of data or data quality issues. Data is everywhere in a company, in business, but they are not necessarily in the right place, in the right format. They require cleaning, they require transformation, and sometimes it becomes an impedance to adopt AI. And the third reason is about try to find the right use case for AI. AI is very unique. It's not always, well, AI is a buzzword now, right? Everyone wants to jump on the bandwagon, but doesn't mean that you have the right use case in your company to adopt AI. You have to find the right one. And the fourth reason I keep hearing from the prospect or the customer is about their mindset. The company culture or the company organization structure is not ready to recognize the value or requirement for AI yet. So that's the typical kind of obstacle I have observed based on the feedback from my customer.
Yeah, I can try something here. I think coming to two group area there. One is coming from the hype. So excited about the AI, so excited about data science. Definitely thank you for all the venture support there, right? Create a lot of idea about how can AI data science helping everyone's job or everybody's life there. But the point here, a lot of people have a lot of misunderstanding there. They spend a lot of money, spend IT spending, cloud solution. Then I see the AI impact right away. After $1 million spending, they will come to me and say, "Gee, how come I don't see any value of data there?" So I think this is a hype there. People really too promising how to leverage data science or AI, and even they don't really get a domain expert try to help understand what's their problem try to solve. I think that is very, very important as a challenging how is deep people to adopt into data science and AI. The different part, the second one is on the other side, is fair. A lot of people actually against data science AI. I have people working in the consulting area or the accounting area or a little bit the customer service area or even marketing area. They are really open-minded to accept or take our advice and say, hey, I can help you to do a better job. I can empower your daily job into a more meaningful way. But they worry. They worry I will take over their job to run the things for them. Then they will lose the job. So you can see there's two things here. One is from top. Really the leader of the company really keeps thinking about how can I get AI for my company and how can we leverage AI be more innovation as a company to transform down the road. But there's the other side of the population is people worry about I'm losing the job. If I don't learn something, I will get figure out in the down the road all the industry innovation here. So I think this is the top two things I see. It's kind of the challenge in all the company I'm seeing and even all the talent people I'm talking to. But I think the bottom line is kind of how can we embrace AI. I think that would be very important. I think if we have a more open-minded there, because AI is just help you do a better job. Actually, it's still helping you. So it means you is still the key folks who will get the benefit there. So if we could, from that perspective, definitely will be more AI data science in a better way for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. What about Ju-Chen? Do you have any thoughts there?
I think I'll probably give an example, like both for people who, like, if you're an engineer and also for executive, like who run the company. The first thing is that most people who run company today, they come from product, finance, business, or traditional engineering kind of background. So AI to some of executive are actually something very new. So what I think the first challenge I'm facing is that a lot of people see AI machine learning like the rainbow sprinkles you put on ice cream. So they will build a product and say, come to me and Chu-Chen, let's do AI. I say, you already built a product. How can I do AI on top of that? Because they say, yeah, make AI, make more profit. I mean, this is, of course, sometimes like too late to start thinking. So I think the current way or the current trend in Silicon Valley is, in traditional, we talk about product design and engineering. And today we even say there should be a fourth leg, which is machine learning, even in early stage when you design a solution. So I think this is what I see on the top, on the executive, that they start to embrace this kind of mindset. But when we talk about startup or engineer, I think the problem is exactly the reverse. They build a lot of cool solution without knowing what the problem they want to solve. So they bring very cool technology. But eventually it's more about you building something that you don't know where is your customer. So that's why I say eventually the right is to find a compromise, not come from solution, but kind of start with the problem and just see machine learning AI as a new way of doing software. Because under the hood, it's just using data to generate business logic. In the old day, we write the code. Today, we write the code to read the data to generate the code. So that's how I see the biggest challenge.
Yeah, I think that actually echoes what CF mentioned earlier, which is finding the right use cases and then coming up with the right technology versus first. Because a lot of time we all work with product people and technology people that a lot of times just want to build really cool technology, but not necessarily knowing who is the person who's going to use it, what is the team. And then when we talk about people, it also resonates back to what Chi mentioned before is fear or people like helping people understand how to adopt these technology, what exactly is the use cases and how can that benefit your partners, your stakeholders to really use that. I think it's definitely a challenge that we see a lot. So myself sometimes also tell my team or upcoming talents that sometimes it's not about the technology that you need to understand. You don't have to be like you can't just be a strong IC, but you also need to understand people because you're actually selling them to adopt and use the technology that you're building for them. Great discussions. And then I think that goes to segue into the next questions is that, so we talked about some of the challenges that we've seen. What do you see, and then those challenges are usually stem from people not understanding what's the value of data. AI, ML, these buzzwords. So what do you think are actually the value of data science, of AI, of machine learning, and what do you recommend companies or organizations to work on to close the gaps?
I can start. Really coming to, especially on data science area or AI area, really want to see from the folks just mentioned we solve from the problem. And in solving the problem, definitely you will see the impact there, right? So these are three different area impact in general we are talking about. One is the metric mover impact. What's the metric mover impact? Helping the company making more revenue, reduce the cost, right? That's really on the metric mover. Or helping the company earn more market share or improve the speed go to market. The third area is improve the company-wise overall risk, fraud risk, account takeover risk, or even the people churn risk. This is all the high level about metric mover. But also there's other way can help in the company is listen to the customer feedback, right? Listen to customer chain point there and build a better product, really from the prospect perspective. The third area is that kind of a lot of, especially in Silicon Valley, always like to build an innovation product. Apple doing great. Always, every time when you open your box of the gift, the iPhone or new release there, you're, wow, this is cool, right? That is really data science AI can help your product become more competitive, help your product be innovation, helping as an assistant there. I think that would be the street of the area. Actually, I every time advise a lot of companies looking now want to understand the impact we are delivering. Yeah.
I think the best value for AI is to trying to make something impossible in the past possible in the futures. I think, especially in America, all of you today here, a lot of people in Silicon Valley, you know that the human labor is getting more and more expensive, right? And if you try to reach out to, support lines, waiting time is so long. And I think the real value is to thinking about how can we actually remove all these things no human want to do, and then kind of letting the machine and AI to do the job so people can focus on those things really creative, interesting, and fun.
Okay, I want to echo Ju-Chen's example about try to help the people, help human beings be more productive. I mentioned earlier some of the trend I observe is this so-called invisible robot, because we have lots of human readable content is a communication medium between human to human, communication medium between customer to business, or even within business. For example, you might call up or send an email to a customer, to Amazon, you complain about certain product, or you apply for a mortgage, apply for a loan. There are tons of documents flying around, and right now they're all being processed by a human being. And actually, they can benefit a lot from AI and machine learning. Let me quote you 3 examples. I hope that will resonate with you. The first one is, some of you probably in this audience applied for passport or renewal recently, or in the middle of pandemic. Before the pandemic, the average processing time is about 4 weeks. But in the middle of the pandemic, the processing time is 4 months. Because now all of a sudden, the whole world is opened up, right? Everyone wants to get a passport so they can travel back to Taiwan, travel to Europe. But they just couldn't hire enough people to process the application. And that application is actually processed by human right now. Another example is IRS. You probably see some of the picture of the cafeteria in the IRS building. And in that picture, the cafeteria is fully occupied by tons of boxes, right? Inside the boxes, all the tax return need to be processed by human being. And IRS say they will plan to hire 10,000 people this year, extra 10,000 people to process the backlog for year 2022. And another example, I think most of us are Taiwanese, and maybe some of you have a connection to Taiwan. So let me call you a specific example in Taiwan. Last year in 2021, you know, there's an insurance company in Taiwan. I don't know its English name. It's Taiwan 产物保险. This company is very creative. They issued a very innovative COVID insurance. And you read the news, right? So it became so popular, it's an overnight success, right? So over 7 days, just a week, they received roughly 4 million applications, right? So Taiwan is only roughly 20 million population, right? So it's 1 in 5 people went out to buy their insurance. And of course, they cannot process it, right? They could not even count how many applications they received. So they end up hiring lots of interns, like they call it 工读生, and they go out buy computers. No, it's going to help because they have to process it. And this is where machine learning and AI can jump in to help. They end up adopting AI to help them processing this application. So this application is really the key, as Chu-Shen mentions. And I think that's very important, to recognize and find the right use case. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for sharing those examples. And we talked about some of the values, such as making company more efficient or driving more efficiency, and also talked about the match mover impact and how to scale companies' impact and drive growth and business really profitability faster, as well as making impossible things possible. So we talked about those values. What would you recommend, even from individual or the way to government or even company? What are some aspects they can do to help close the gap so they can achieve those goals, the values, really develop on the values that data science, machine learning can help organizations to develop?
Okay, I will start this time. So I think when it comes to the mindset about machine learning, I want to kind of use an example, using the software as an example, right? So software automate a lot of tasks, and the software engineer, they automate those tasks that can be written or described by explicit business rule, business logic, or algorithm, right? So if you can write down the rule, write down the description, if X, then Y, then engineer can write it out as a software. So that's what happened before AI, right? And we, as a society, we get a huge productivity boost because of software. Now, after AI, the software starts to automate the task that cannot be described easily as an explicit rule. For example, you do image recognition, you want to detect this is a cat or dog. How can you describe a dog? And can you write down a paragraph to describe a dog? Oh, there's a furry, there's long ears. It's not going to help you. So instead, what we do is that we don't write down the rule anymore. We feed them example. We give a lot of training data, right? We tell them this is a picture of a dog, this is a picture of a cat. And over, the system, the model will learn. The machine learning model is not magic. It's just a condensed data structure with lots of parameters in it. And then once you feed in the example, the parameter inside the condensed data structure will start learning and start settling down, and then recognize the pattern. So that's the first important thing to remember when you adopt machine learning is that you want to identify a right use case. If the use case can be easily described by business rule, business logic, or algorithm, you don't need the AI. You hire an engineer and write down, implement it. But there will be lots of use cases that is difficult to describe with the explicit rule. Then AI will good match for that. The second thing to consider is data. You need data to train the model, right? So if you don't have access to high quality data, that should be your first priority. Don't go out and just hire a machine learning engineer right away. Try to fix the data problem first. And I will pass it to Ji.
I think always start with a problem, right? Like Michelle talking about in the keynote, look at so many innovation going on, but really come with the starting the point, the problem we try to solve. A lot of companies actually, they skip the problem, but they jump into the solution. They hire a machine learning engineer before they have the data available, right? And then ask a machine learning engineer to figure out where's the data. I think there's a lot of sequences of the problem there for sure, but my advice is always to start with the problem. And the problem, as I said, it can be the efficiency, right? How you cross the chasm, help the company to transform to the next level. Used to be only can process 1,000 application, now can process by the 50,000 application or 1 million application. And that's really the skill set and the opportunity we come into here. The second thing I want to echo is the data is really everything. When we talk about the data science, the AI component there is really about the digital transformation. It's based on the layer of the data. A lot of people actually, when we talk about data science, AI, they don't really focus on the or attention or investment needed on the data piece there. I think the bottom line, that is not the right way. It's very interesting when they come into the software development development cycle there. They always treat, because this is a rigorous process there. Look at the software development in the almost the last 30, 40 years already. So it has been standardized away. Data science AI is really the new industry here. So there's no really standardized way how you process, how you approach the problem. And that's why we have so challenging. A lot of people from outside see for us, like, you guys are amazing. You guys are very good. But really, we form our practice in a sequence way, how we solve the problem. I think that is very important. Start with your business problem, start your data, and start your approach to go from there. And another thing I want to highlight is start simple. A lot of people jump into the complicated solution right away without understanding the fundamental simple model. I think that would be another advice. Start with simple model, and then you see the ROI, and you keep iterate to see the more value there. And that's kind of the way you see a lot of Silicon Valley, how they be successful from the MVP, phase 1, phase 2, and the full launch process there. I think that could be the great journey, like kind of how you see build the better and application on the data science and AI area.
I think the bad thing of going the less is that basically they cover all the solutions. So I can just talk to something else.
Yeah.
I think I would like to say, one thing people probably thinking this way: software is roughly for people who are, if you are above 40s, you probably see software actually developed for about 25 to 30 years. So today we have Linux, we have version control. We know how to do software to some extent. We still figure out a better way to do software. But data and AI, I would say probably 5 years. So it's still like just a toddler. It's still in very early stage. There are so many issues today. I run into a few friends doing stuff today, and I'll give you some example. There is no easy way to do data versioning. How you do data labeling? There are tons of obstacles or actually opportunities. No matter you are venture capital investing in the area or you are a student, just go to this space. The good news is that there are tons of struggling you are going to face, and all of them are opportunity. I mean, probably it's very hard to create another Linux today because there's already Linux, right? It's very hard to start another Google today because there's already the search engine. But I think in AI space, there are still so many, I would say, like a gray area that are waiting for you to explore. I'm actually very excited about the next 10 to 15 years. I'm pretty sure that we will see so many startups and new application or new way of doing data and AI. And that's what I feel like every year, like I feel there's a new application, new way of doing things. So I think the best way or to add value is to just pay attention to understand the future and then actually see these obstacles as opportunity to improve.
So you talked about seeing next opportunities, and then because there's so many different current obstacles, but in the future could be opportunity. And you talk about data processing, data labeling, assuming that's one of the kind of next trends that you're excited about. Anything else that also makes you excited about, or that you want to advise people here today to focus on the next decade in terms of AI, DS applications, a new coming up technology, or any of the other sectors? What are you excited for? What do you think is going to be the next opportunities?
I think whatever you feel the most pain point, that's the opportunity, right? I think the healthcare in here is, I think there are lots of room you can improve the building and everything. And also we rely on doctor to diagnose this like a kind of disease. But theoretically, like machine or AI can read tons of thousands of documents simultaneously. But I think on top of that, the people start to seeing there are actually two trends I would say in the future will become very, very critical. One is like the problem with AI is that they learn the general trend, right? So take Etsy, for example. We have 90% people coming to Etsy are female, and 79% of our sellers are like female, right? So the problem is that if you create a machine learning model, you're actually learning a female shopping pattern, and this is not going to help the male shopper, right? So I think the same bias appears everywhere.
But female, us, we're buying for the male shoppers.
We want both everyone to buy, yeah, that's probably true. But I think the point here is that it's really depends on your objective function. If your goal is to, like for me to shop in a website, is to attract me, then you probably need to find someone like me to build a model. So I think this kind of fairness, like or figure out a way to building a model that is personalized to each segment of user. I think all those are tons of opportunity. And also like people are starting to, just like we're talking about the female founder is the minority at the first talk, we're also thinking about, there are a lot of underrepresented group like who using website. And I think if you train model blindly and without thinking of them, then the model will just ignore them. This is just most AI model are created is learning the general trend. So how you find the right balance, right? How you using the right features and how you design all these solutions. I don't have a perfect solution, but I would say these are all the trends in the future to create a fairness AI and for everyone.
Thank you. G, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so I think this is when we look at the last 3 years, a lot of people like kind of worry about, hey, this is a pandemic, but I'm always a positive thinking. Look at the last 3 years, how they bring the changes to our life. And suddenly in Taiwan, the payment process suddenly work out. So I've been to Taiwan almost every year. Always I need to bring the cash with me. And they say, why you need to payment online? Yeah, we pay so convenient with the cash. Now in the night market, you don't need to bring cash anymore, right? But this is really innovation come to life. I think that is a great opportunity when we see how we open up the opportunity, let people see digital transformation, how everyone can do a better job. And this is exactly example there. How can you embrace the AI data science to provide you the opportunity to make your life easier? That's one way. As my company is a TaskRabbit, we're really helping you not worry about the handyman, cleaning, or the snow removal, work. I think that's also come with the transformation here. Like, and how can we able to help you to find the best tasker, help you do the handyman work? But in the meantime, when we stay at home so long, I think we need to install a lot of smart, like Ring, Lean, or like TV mounting. I think that's all the technology coming here as well. So I strongly believe, I think the opportunity really is see about, first one, everybody believe this is coming. And in the old day, in the last few years, it's hard to ask people to believe that one because everybody I want to see it first. And because we are not innovator like a lot of famous guys, and that's why we always very bad on the belief. Today, I think most people start believing digital transformation, they definitely this is the obvious, it's a fact. It's not a trend anymore, or it's a hype. So that's why we can see more innovation coming to the data science AI. And I strongly believe you will see more and more, almost every industry on your everyday you are seeing, you are interacting, even you are driving, you will come into naturally more happening for sure. Yeah.
Chris, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I like to just like add on a little bit on a particular technology I'm very excited about. And I think Zhiqian mentioned it in passing earlier. This is a so-called large language model, LLM. You can Google it. So as I mentioned earlier, machine learning model is just a condensed data structure with tons of parameters in it, lots of numbers in it. And this large language model is so large, it has more than 100 billion, with a B, capital B, 100 billion parameters in it. It takes tens of thousands of machines and train for multiple months. Right? I read a report just for the electricity alone running for the training, it costs more than $1 million to train a model electricity. So it's so large, but it's also so powerful. It's going to lead to a breakthrough in the way we process text and even the image today. So you probably heard some news like 1 or 2 months ago, a Google engineer played with this language model so much, he got confused. He felt like the machine have a sentient, they have an emotion now. And he complained to Google, and Google doesn't believe in it, right? And then he complained to, I think it's the mainstream journal, newspaper, right? Another example is just 2 weeks ago, there's a art or painting competition somewhere in US, and the winner, actually they use the AI platform to generate the picture, the painting. So it got to a lot of debate about what's the definition of art going forward, right? So that's what I mentioned earlier. A lot of communication, this human readable data or content is going to change in a major way. So we already use conversational AI when you call a bank or when you use the night chat to communicate with the business. On the other side of the chat might not be a real human being, it might be a machine now, right? And also, you can see some example, you type in a paragraph, a sentence, you describe a thing. I'm in a conference with 1,000 people, and they can generate a picture automatically for you, or even generate a video for you, right? So it's going to change how we communicate between human beings, how we communicate between customer and the business, or even we inside the business. So I'm very excited about this particular technology that can empower and open up tons of new applications.
Thank you. And so far we talked about the value of DS and AI. We talked about the upcoming trends. It's everything very positive. What about, I want to throw some kind of spicy questions to you. What about some kind of unpopular opinions that you have towards DS and AI applications? What do you think that's actually like hype and you don't really think it's promising? Or what are some of your personal opinions that you can share with our teams, our audience today? Anyone? Too spicy?
Because we are in Silicon Valley, right? So people kicking about, tomorrow should you pay the 15,000 grand for the auto driving feature? Nah. I say, dude, I should pay 5,000 a few years back now. Every other quarter keep increase the price. But in reality, this is really, it's little bit the hype there, right? Because the bottom line, we still need to train the car and train the machine how you be more ethical about the human versus the algorithm, right? I think the very popular conversation I was with our machine learning team before, right? You see the fire in front of you, I think you will stop your car. But the machine learning never trained, that is a fire. It just goes through, right? But that's the reality, how you keep as human in the data science AI here. Again, AI is trained by the model, trained by the data. If your data can be not comprehensive enough to cover all the cases there, my advice is you be careful when you drive a self-driving car there, right? Because when you run into the new outlier data, sorry, the model really cannot really predict what is going on there. That's kind of something I want to share. Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to share some like unpopular thought. I offer some suggestion for assuming you are a business owner or you are in a position inside your company, you want to kick off a machine learning project or try to think about how to adopt UI to make your team more productive. Right, so I mentioned earlier, data is important. Data is the key to any machine learning project. So you want to think about data first. Over the years, I hire summer interns into my team every year. Right? And then at the end of the summer internship, I have a chat with them, and they always share with me their surprise when they are working in my team. The biggest surprise, in the school, the professor, right now, every computer science department in the US, they teach machine learning now because it's so popular, so hot. Right? And so in the courses, the professor wants to prepare students to focus on learning the theory and why certain things happen and the mathematics behind it. So they package the data nicely, in a very clean way. And so the student can focus on just learning the theory and not worry about cleaning the data, right? And when they join the workforce, like join the company, they're quite surprised because the whole thing got flipped. The data is never clean. And the reality is that the entry barrier for machine learning is getting lower and lower every day. You can find open source library, open source model for the problem you try to solve. But you cannot find open source data for yourself, right? Because you have your own business to take care of, so you have to work on your data first. So my typical advice, if you want to build up a team, build up a staff to work on a project, you don't necessarily have to go out to hire a machine learning PhD right away, right? Instead, you want to focus on maybe a machine learning practitioner or a software engineer with a good data sense that would give you a lot of mileage out of this, right? My apology to the audience who have a PhD degree in the room. I have my PhD. I have PhD too, so it's not a statement based on sour grade, but that's based on my real experience.
Yeah, I love to go the last, so to some extent I can also kind of somehow steal their answer. But I think, the CF mentioned something which is I think my unpopular opinion is that most companies should never do AI, especially if you are very small, if you are a startup. And why I said that I want to be careful is that I want to talk about a very important mindset called build versus buy, right? A lot of people think about I do AI, I have to build. When I say if you're a small company, you should not do AI, I'm not saying you cannot have AI, but a lot of things are available to buy or to rent. And there's really no need to hire someone to build something from scratch. And I think that the mindset change is actually very difficult. Even like if you talk to, especially if you're an engineer, I was an engineer myself, so I know that urge, I call it not invented here symptom, is that if I don't feel that I know every inch of the solution, I just don't feel comfortable. I love to control everything. But I think the reality, given the speed of innovation and giving the resource, I think it really careful, like if you can rent or buy, don't build, which kind of to some extent apply to almost company below 100 people. Like investing in AI machine learning is way more expensive than you thought.
All right, well, thank you for those spicy answers as well. We're almost time, and then we're actually going to turn into a Q&A session. We actually have polled and surveyed our Taiwanese data science community for a few questions I'm going to ask you. And if next time you want to ask your questions, don't forget to join our Taiwanese data science meetup. You can search for it on Facebook group. So here's the first question, which actually CF has answered a little bit, which is for people who want to pursue the career in DS, machine learning, AI, what is your recommendations for them? Is it necessary to get a PhD, or is there some other route that they can take? And those people who are already in PhD or have PhD, please cover your ear.
Yeah, I always start. By the way, I also have a PhD, so I think this sounds dangerous if we don't have a PhD to answer this question. But here's the things. A mentor once told me that most people who get a PhD they want to become a professor, including myself. So, but I just changed my mind after I get my PhD. In reality, PhD is one type of credential. You can get all type of credential. There's a KDD Cup. You can write the paper. You don't need to be a PhD, right? You can join this Kaggle competition. So my point here is that it's not about PhD or not. If you are new to the field, you need to get some credential to get your first interview for people to give you some opportunity. But over years, when you build your credentials through your job output, then no one will really challenge someone who is, like I say, Jeff Ding, for example, one of the best engineers in Google. Like who will argue he don't have a PhD? Who cares, right? So it's all about credentials. So will PhD get you an interview easier for being a data science career? Probably. But it also depends on whether you have something else to replace that credential. So it's just one type of credential.
I think my answer won't be surprise everyone. I think the first day definitely join the Taiwanese data science meetup, right? So I think that's the first one you get engaged, right? You can acquire the knowledge and network from all the experts here. Coming to this one, I think I totally agree. It's about the skill set, not really about the PhD degree or not. Of course, this world still needs very strong PhD folks really focus on the top 1% of the problem. for sure, right? I think that would be the core area if you need a PhD degree there. If that is a PhD you are thinking of, go ahead to keep doing well there. However, there's a 99 problem there. Probably you don't really need a PhD degree to really doing well. You can have the right skill set to handle the problem and grow from there. In the last few years, really do a thousand interview. I think same as Juchen and the CF for sure. A lot of people I interview with PhD background. The reason they come into the data science AI area is because I cannot find a job in my field. That's why they start changing the field. And right now, if you go to LinkedIn, if you search data scientist position, I can guarantee you can find more than 200,000 opening there. This is probably the #1 opening in the Korea here, and that's why everybody jump into here, regardless of what kind of PhD you get. Because if you have the quantitative background, this is the field for you to get a job in the United States here. I think that is really important. If you really think about PhD or you are in the student right now school, I think it's you can get more engaged, understand why is the job interested about you, what kind of problem you want to solve for, and be started earlier, understand how you want to get involved in the career. My advice, don't wait for graduation to understand how to looking for a job. You should start with the internship, like CF mentioned before. Get used to be our industry language. How is the skill set needed to meet the industry demand there? I think that's my advice. Yeah.
Well, Chi gave us such a great answer. I don't really have anything else to add, so I will rest my cases.
All right, thank you. Well, and then I would add, I think networking, again, coming to the summit today, again, thank you, Katie and IC, for hosting this event. It's also another way of getting in the career or continue advancing your career in this field. And I think that's actually all concluded our today's sessions. And thank you so much for everyone joining us today. And then give ourselves, our speakers, a round of applause. Thank you. And also a little PSA, I think we don't have break times between sessions, so if you need to go take a bio break and just go ahead and or during the sessions, and then we're gonna turn into the next hardware forums very quickly.
You will need the mic here. We'll take a photo together. Yeah. Hey, CF.
Our topic today is innovation from lab to market. We have 3 distinguished speakers with us: Michelle Jiang, Emerson Hsiao, and Louis Hong. Michelle is the co-founder and managing partner of Impact Science Ventures. Previously, she was a venture partner at ITIC, ITRI's VC arm. Before turning to venture capital, she was a 3-time founder and CEO, CCO, CMO of hard tech startups with successful exits. In addition to having been a founder of 3 startups, Michelle was also an executive in corporate development and strategic planning for large public companies. Dr. Jiang earned her PhD degree in electrical engineering with minors in physics and material sciences from UC Berkeley, and her Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from National Taiwan University. Emerson Hsiao is the COO of Andes Technology USA. Dr. Hsiao has an extensive background in the ASIC and IP industry. Prior to joining Andes, he worked at Kilopath Technology as a VP of Marketing. He had also been the General Manager of Faraday Technology USA, where he spent several years in field application in various locations, including Taiwan, Japan, and United States. Prior to joining the industry, Dr. Hsiao was a visiting scholar at UC Santa Barbara and has received his PhD degree in electrical engineering from National Taiwan University. Louis Hong is currently the founding partner of FP Solutions. Louis has an experienced operations leader and entrepreneur. He previously held positions as Senior Manufacturing Manager at SpaceX, Director of Operations at Romeo Power, co-founder of Bento King, and was also the principal at OLE Consulting and Production Leadership at Epson. Louis received a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Stanford and an MBA from Oxford University. Now to start, let's discuss bringing hardware companies from 0 to 1. And one of the important questions is, what are the key ingredients of success for hardware companies, and how do these make up different from their software counterparts? Michelle, why don't we start with you?
All right. Hi, everyone. I think maybe you thought I was done with the stage, but here I am. Hello. Well, I think my first comment, actually, this is not necessarily hardware specific, but just startup in general. It's really, just when you are thinking about starting a company or investors, looking at investing in company as three things, right? It's about technology, team, and market. Oftentimes, or actually, when you start a company, really perhaps it's the reverse. You really want to think about, meaning market, right? It's really, is there a problem that big enough that's worth starting a company for, to solve? Because it's the one thing about technology founders, it may be to a degree hardware company. So oftentimes it's like technology driven. So it's you have a hammer and you're looking for nails, and then at some point everything looks like a nail. But really, what you want to do is really the reverse, right? Finding out, are there big problems that's missing solutions, and then from there, matching that. Hopefully, of course, likely you're going to start with technology areas or space that you're familiar with, and then find a team to build around that to bring a solution to market. So unique challenges, I guess I kind of mentioned, right? Just finding the market, and then finding that and figuring out the first kind of product market fit. It's being one particularly challenging for hardware, because it's so much easier to bring like an MVP in software, with like limited funding and maybe like small team, and you can like just write some software and get the code released quickly, and then maybe like giving it out for free as well, to get some trials and users. But hardware does require usually a lot more capital, and then development time, resources, etc. So that's kind of a unique challenge for hardware.
Thank you, Michelle. Louis, do you have anything to add?
Well, let me take a quick poll first, okay? And let's understand our audience. So, who's an entrepreneur here? Raise your hand. All right, great. Keep those hands up. All right, great. Who's a hardware entrepreneur? Oh, okay. Better than I imagined. Okay, maybe this is Taiwan, Silicon Foreigners. I was expecting no hands. Now, not to diss kind of software kind of entrepreneurs out there, because after all, we are in Silicon Valley. But hey, when your app doesn't work, you might go, oh shit, right, this piece of crap, right? But when your hardware doesn't work, you may become a piece of crap. Okay, so I think beyond, like for software startups and hardware startup, I think the additional complexity, like Michelle mentions, really understanding and have a defined problem map, make sure you have a very clear product market fit, I think there's also additional kind of complexities, when it comes to hardware that deals with supply chain, the way that industry dynamics, how it really plays out, as well as, kind of IPs and all that on top and regulations, for safeties. I'll give you kind of a perfect example. We came across recently kind of a deck that was forwarded to us, kind of by a top tier kind of VC. This company is doing sustainable primers. Okay, so they're targeting the $1 trillion per year primer market. Now, in the VC's eye, okay, perfect. Everyone's drilling. Oops. Everyone's drilling over kind of this possibilities, right? The tech is a CMU professor's 20 years kind of worth of research. The tech stands, and there's a clear product and there's a clear need, and they want to go out there. They want to revolutionize the way that primer is being applied, kind of in automotive industries. Okay, so all in all, on the surface, makes sense. There's a problem. It's big enough. There's solutions. It seems to fix the problem. Now, what is the issue here? Now, most people may think that primer companies are technology companies, but what indeed, coming from the industries, all the paints and primers, really, you're a service industry. Okay, the companies, if you understand the paint process, this is a 5-layer processes. Okay, by solving the primer itself, okay, nobody's really going to adopt and invent kind of the R&D to just substitute a primer and gone through that entire qualifications. Now, furthermore, companies like of Tesla's, these days don't really do any of these paint kind of inventions themselves. They completely outsource it, to these huge kind of paint companies, conglomerates out there, and that's why we have almost like a virtual monopoly kind of out there. So this is kind of the super in-depth, I would say, understanding of industry, product market fit that entrepreneurs need to understand, beyond, just obviously gauging kind of the problem scales, and other stuff kind of for product market fits.
Thank you, Louis. I think both Michelle and Louis touched on some of the unique challenges and opportunities in hardware company. I would like to ask Emerson to comment on how do hardware companies overcome these challenges?
Yeah, so before I say anything, I kind of want to redefine hardware, okay? It's called hardware because it's hard, right? So I think there's a major difference between hardware and software business. Well, on top of all the things that Michelle and Louis talk about, right? You want to find the right application, the right problem to tackle, right? But hardware business is also you also have to focus on executions. So you look at the hardware business, right? Let's say I'm primarily in chip business, and then particular chip business is very difficult to do because that let's say you make a mistake, right? In the software, and then you probably fix that in days, if not hours, right? But if you make a mistake before a tape out, right? So what you see is a crap that Louis just mentioned, right? At the end. And what happened to that? That means that you have to wait maybe another year to get a silicon again, and that will probably waste you millions of dollars, right? And then you probably 1 year late from time to market, right? So it's very challenging business. And then the execution I mentioned, right, pose challenges across the board, right? It's a challenge to VC company when they decide to invest in hardware business, right? And then it's challenging to those people that work in the hardware business, right? Because you do need to have perfect executions. And all of that, right, are really challenge for hardware business, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Emerson. So given those challenges, how can VC or even the government help? Michelle and Louis?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I think, well, first of all, so in terms of VCs, so obviously, VC will invest in the space only if they are interested in, even though it's not necessarily area they are they're actually knowledgeable of. So in a way, when as an entrepreneur, when you are fundraising, talking to investors, actually you should really consider this as a kind of mutual selection process where the VC is looking at you, evaluating your business plan, whether it's a team that they want to invest in, and likewise, as a founder, you should really look at the investors that you are talking to, understanding what's their value, value add to you. Obviously, capital is great, so like all money is green, but really, the best investors for you are people who can bring additional value to the table. Things like having hands-on operation experience or domain expertise that can maybe help you navigate some of the issues that you either as a first-time founder or even experienced founder, but maybe in new space or face new questions. Perhaps the VCs can help you with either their direct knowledge or through their network to help you. And in terms of government, obviously more funding in the space. So yeah, for example, like the U.S. government recently passed a number of acts in the space, right? The CHIP Acts and then the Inflation Reduction Acts to support the development of new innovation, bringing the technology to market. So I'm actually not super familiar with how much funding that the Taiwanese government is providing to innovation startups, but certainly hope that if we really want to promote innovation, especially in the hardware space, where sometimes the risk capital early on is a little harder to get. So bridging this lab to market with the non-dilutive grant funding from the government is actually super critical. It's like partly like in our investment thesis, we want to try to leverage that, and then there's plenty of that in the U.S. and then hopefully the government in Taiwan would consider similar.
Yeah, I think Michelle hit it right on the spot. I think I completely agree that VCs, it is VC's responsibility and missions, right, to provide that added value. It's kind of to all entrepreneurs out there. I mean, we started FP Solutions kind of with that specific goals, specifically in hardware kind of startups, because historically, hardware startups don't really get a lot of love. Now, I came from SpaceX. I spent 7 years over at SpaceX. Worked with Elon, kind of to build the first rocket factories, and went through that 0 to 1, kind of on the crazy, out of this world journey. My partner came from Tesla. Now he was looped in by Elon, to turn around the whole Model 3 production in hells. So both of us have gone through that 0 to 1, hell, so to speak, and we completely sympathize kind of with all the early stage entrepreneurs, and especially hardware entrepreneurs out there. And that's why we started FP Solutions. So I 100% agree with Michelle that it is VC's responsibilities and I think missions to guide and support kind of their portfolio companies and provide the added value.
Thank you, Louis and Michelle. So one particular question for Michelle is that you have co-founded multiple companies and those are coming off of Berkeley's technology. Do you see Taiwanese university create a similar pipeline for hardware startups?
Sure. So minor correction, though, the second startup was technically not a Berkeley technology, but me and my co-founder were both, PhDs from UC Berkeley. So, so in a way, it is, we came up with the ideas. So it is based on our education. Absolutely, I think there's, just as I talked about this idea of female founders have equal, similar, same good ideas and capability as their male counterpart. Same thing, right? People in Taiwan can have as great ideas as what they have in the U.S. Even though it's perhaps true that in some areas there's less advanced, really cutting edge technology being developed outside of the U.S. But I definitely think that there's opportunity for innovation and for kind of hardware, science-based innovation startup coming out of academia in Taiwan. But no, so perhaps the environment there are some minuses, in terms of, we talk about government funding. I don't know if it's equally available there, and also risk capital. My experience with the VC industry in Taiwan is a little bit more conservative than in the US. And then maybe as a result, also less of an environment to help these founders, because again, founders and especially first-time founders, and in the hardware, hard tech space, have some unique challenges, and it's really helpful when you have like a peer group to help you to kind of learn and kind of discuss, bounce ideas off, etc. So there's a lot of programs here in the U.S. Kind of focusing on different type of spaces, or maybe like hard tech in general, a specific type of incubator. Looking for those type of programs in Taiwan, or if there isn't one, start one, like what Louis is trying to do. I think those are the things that can be helpful to a Taiwanese startup to build that innovation system, especially in the hard tech space. People in Taiwan do have some advantage. First of all, I feel like people are pretty entrepreneurial in general. Right? It's always like people super creative about solving problems, sometimes maybe in unconventional ways, but and people are really good at doing things quickly. And then the second last thing, maybe I mentioned that I talked about a lot of a company that we look at investing in the U.S. Start out making things here, but when they are scaling, they need to go to Asia. Oftentimes, lots of opportunity to do that in Taiwan, because it's just in terms of scaling up manufacturing hardware, there's just so much more knowledge in the complete supply chain there, and also cost is lower. So the U.S. startup had to like go from here over there, and in Taiwan, you're already there, right? So you do have advantage of just being where manufacturing technology and supply chain is really very strong there, and hopefully you can take advantage of that and promote it and get more hard tech startup out from Taiwan.
Thank you, Michelle. Kind of tying to what Michelle just said about Taiwan's very good at manufacturing and scaling up. Another question I have for Louis in particular is when do hardware companies generally fail? Is it during this product market fit period? Is it during scaling up, or is it other stages of startup?
Well, product market fit, certainly is, like I would say, one of the most important, if not the most important kind of thing that companies need to get right. Solving, like Michelle said, real problems. Really, and then I kind of emphasize understanding industry dynamic and making sure that the solution actually makes sense. I think it's the overall directions, right, for startups. Now, to go with it, scaling, at that super early stage is more or less an art. I think scaling, and software is already hard enough. When you factor in kind of the elements of supply chains, and the cost, it's just because hardware is so much more expensive. Your margin for error is significantly smaller. Okay, so not only do entrepreneurs need to plan out, kind of really thought out kind of that scaling strategies, but at the same time, it is very important to have, kind of the iterative product strategies rather than trying to get the product right the first time. I think Elon used to tell me, kind of like very importantly, like, don't imagine a problem that does not exist. Okay, don't try to create a perfect product because you don't know what a perfect product is. Okay, go out there, iterate, and learn, and then go from it again. I think it's very critical for hardware companies not to delay, for a perfect product only to miss the market, kind of shortly. And I think SpaceX is a perfect example of that. Here's the little secrets, for people that don't. There's inside secret for SpaceX. So no two Falcon 9 rockets are actually alike. Okay, I will bet my $100 even this day, no two Falcon 9 rockets with the design frozen for so long is exactly alike. At SpaceX, I call this dynamic manufacturing, okay, in which as soon as a launch takes place, The lessons are learned, incorporated, designed, and already injected in the middle, kind of manufacturing. I wouldn't call that's best practices, okay, but that's definitely kind of, like, as they call it, right, ready, shoot, aim, they definitely took that to the next levels. And I think that's very, that agility and that ability to respond and adapt, I think it's very, very critical, for hardware scaling at a early stage.
Thank you, Louis. Next, we'll present a prime example from innovation from lab to market, which is RISC-V architecture. And we will ask our expert here, Emerson, to tell us what RISC-V is and what its impact can be. Can we please switch to the next slide? Can we please switch to the next slide?
Okay, so it looks like we have another technical issues here, but I'll just go ahead and explain what RISC-V is. Okay, so it's a very popular buzzword these days, and then it also originated from Berkeley about 2010. It's a school project. It's a small project in the beginning, and I don't know if everybody's kind of aware of this terminology called RISC. RISC is basically a CPU instruction set, right? And then what started in 2010 in Berkeley is that they're looking for a new instruction set architecture, right? That has three basic primary characteristics. One is that very small and simple. Look at the Intel or AMD right now, or ARM right now, right? So the instruction set is very big, it's very complex, and they set out to design a new instruction set that is very small, and yet it's very modular, meaning that it has different modules, right? You can plug in, and then you can do all the things that you want. It has a lot of flexibility. And then on top of that, what they're looking for is something that everybody can use, which is a game changer in this case, because when we look at the existing instruction set right now, let's say from Intel or from ARM or AMD, you can buy product from them, but you cannot develop product that is comparable with them, right? That's one of the bigger issues. And then what they aim for is that, can we design an instruction set, right? So everybody, it's the same instruction set, and everybody has the right to use the basic idea of open source, right? So it's an open source instruction set that allow all the designers. Oh, there you go. So it's an instruction set, right? Allows all the designers, right, free to use that instruction set. So you can say, okay, I'm going to design a processor, right, that is compatible with RISC-V. And then because you're compatible with RISC-V, right, you also compare with everybody in the same community, right? So that's what they did in the beginning. But prior to that, there are a lot of instruction set. It's already existing in the market, and none of that actually succeeded. Okay, and you wonder why RISC-V will take off, right? And then I think the second factor happens 5 years later, not in 2010, right? Was an organization called RISC-V International. I don't know if anyone heard of that. It's an organization founded in 2005, and they're dedicated, it's an organization, nonprofit, dedicated to promote and manage RISC-V instruction set, right? And today we're in 2022 right now. It has more than 2,000 members in more than 70 countries, right? So it's just getting so popular that, so in fact, I would say that if, let's say 5 years ago, right, you say that you're going to join a processor company, right, a startup, right, or say you're probably out of your mind because there are only a few processor companies, and those are all very big, right? And because of RISC-V, right, it created a platform and opportunity for innovation. And right now, there are tons of companies that are working on RISC-V, the processor itself, the ecosystem itself, right, and all of that. It's coming to a time that will fundamentally change the semiconductor ecosystem. So imagine that how many processors you have in your pocket right now. Take a guess. There are many of them. At the minimum, you're talking about 50 to 100 processors running in your wallet right now, right? And then most of them are Intel or are ARM-based. And then And we're to a stage right now, we see that a lot of them, or maybe half of them, will go into RISC-V going forward. Okay, and that's kind of where we are today. Can we have next slide, please? And why it's so providing all the opportunities, right? So I'm just do a very simple comparison, right? And then I'm taking this slide out of the RISC-V International right now, right? So the complexity is that the legacy ISI has so many instructions. It's very difficult to implement to begin with, right? And then you don't have the legal right to use freely, right? So so when RISC-V started, it has only 47 instructions. It's very small. It's tiny, right? But it's modular, meaning you can always add more stuff into it. It's very tiny, but it's very flexible, right? And then, like I said, if you want to design a compatible process, you have to license, right? But RISC-V is open source. And then Berkeley, well, appreciate Berkeley. They really embrace the open source concept, right? Everything they do, they really open source it, right? So it's free, and you can do whatever you want. You can develop your process based on the instruction set, right? And you don't have to pay license or royalty, right, to use that instruction set, right? And then it's been 7 years right now. The ecosystem is growing really fast compared to the existing solutions. So of course, you guys, you have one-stop shopping. You got a very good solution, very robust, right? But the RISC-V also has a very fast-growing ecosystems, and then it gives you all the flexibility that you want, right? And so the same thing with the software ecosystem, right? So we don't see any servers or mobile phone that using RISC-V today, but I can imagine that that's 3 years, 5 years down the road. Down the road, you will see some servers or the mobile phone will be on RISC-V. And then we're in just the process of building that ecosystem right now. So that's a very short brief on the RISC-V.
Thank you, Emerson. Like you mentioned, CPUs are in our mobile devices, are in our laptops, are in server racks, are in IoT devices, and like automobiles. Given this wide application of CPUs and what RISC-V can potentially do, what are some of the business opportunities opened up by RISC-V?
Yeah, that's a good question. So CPU is not one product. CPU is many products. And what I meant is that when you say, I'm going to use a processor, right, you don't just use that processor hardware, piece of hardware, right? That's just very bare bones. And then you need software, you need a compiler, you need debuggers, you need the operating system, right? And then you need application software, all of that, right? So typically, a new instruction set architecture does not compete with existing products. Let's say, for example, right? Let's say a modern hardware, right? So it's very the cable modern hardware. It's very mature. It's very, it's been there. Everybody has it, right? It's 20 years, right? Has a lot of software running on there. Right? So that's not where the new instruction architecture can compete. Where this RISC-V provides that, like I said, a platform, right? It's very flexible and easy to innovate, right? And what happened in the past 5 years, right? There's AI, right? And there's 5G, right? So those are what we call key applications that happen alongside with RISC-V, right? So we talked about AI in the previous talk, right? So it's innovation everywhere right now, right? And then people are just trying to find all kind of ways to differentiate, right? And it happens that RISC-V provided differentiation to those emerging applications or market, so where they can really, I mean, it's not a right word, but really they can do whatever they want, right? To really differentiate, right? To really show that they can be better. Instead of, if everybody buy the same solution from the same company, right? And everybody would look the same, right? And that's not how AI works today, especially at this timing right now. People really want to differentiate, and RISC-V happens to provide that differentiation, and that's all the innovation is happening. Combination of AI and RISC-V right now, and also 5G too. 5G is in an area because it's also coming really fast, and then you need a lot of hardware and software platforms, and RISC-V happen to provide that capability. Yeah.
Thank you. Since we're at Taiwan Tech Summit, I want to ask something specific about Taiwan. What are some advantages and disadvantages of being a Taiwan-based company in CPU market, given that that market is mainly US-based?
Okay, that's a great question. Before I answer that question, I'll give you some history of my company. So my company is called Endless Technology. So we started in 2004. And then 2015, that's 11 years later, is the first time that we break even. That's 11 years, right? So when I say earlier that it posed a great challenge to the VC, that's exactly what I meant, right? So I mean, I'm not sure I state this correctly, but I would say that no VC in right mind will invest a company like Endless, right? If they know it's going to take 11 years to succeed, right? Okay, and then, so 2015, the first year we break even. 2017, we went public, and then now it's really a thriving company that has a very good success in RISC-V. And then go back to that question, right? So then earlier we also touched upon the government funding, right? And I would say that, initially the company is partially funded by the National Development Council, the National Development Fund, 国发会, okay? So, and then imagine that it took 11 years, right, to break even. So what happened during that period, right? And then how the company can survive. And it's a good reason. It's not excusing issues that it took 11 years to break even. It's just how takes to develop a CPU product, right? So, like I said, it's not one product, it's multiple products. You need to have the processor, you need to have all the software, right, in the OS, and then once you ship your product to your customer, right, and they take that product into their product, right, and then that's another 3-year cycle, right? So you have 5 years development, and then 3-4 years, right, another 3 years to really accumulate enough revenue so it can break even. It's just how long it takes, right? And it's very struggle in that 11 years, I would say. And luckily, we have the National Development Fund provide a steady support to the company, right? So we can survive and then later thrive, right? After 11 years. I think that's that's, if I look back right now, it's really a key factor. And I really appreciate, I don't know if the National Development Council has any people here, I really appreciate their help and support, right, during that struggling 11 years, right? That's kind of one biggest issues, right? And then we kind of overcome that. And then the second one is that I think we also kind of touch about that the hardware business, right? It's so expensive right now, right? And it's so prone to error, right? And then any mistake really take a long time. But in Taiwan, it has all the, it actually has all the advantage, right? So you have the talent pools, right? And you have the supply chain all clustered together, right? And then you have the government funding, right? Of course, they don't fund every company. I mean, I'm sure that's a very selective process that to select which company they fund. And also, these ingredients, right, provide a perfect environment for how our company to start to begin with. So those are the kind of the advantage, right, being a Taiwan-based company that in the hardware, particularly in the CPU business, right? And then, what about, is there any challenges? There are challenges. The other I want to mention is that the talent pool. Okay, so particularly, I know every scenario is different. If you're in a different type of hardware, you see different problems, but definitely talent pool is a very big one in our business, in our line of business. Processor, historically, Taiwan is not, doesn't really have a lot of processor experience in the past. There are only 2 or 3 occasions that there are people working on a processor, but it's all like 20 years ago, right? There's not really a lot of talent pool in Taiwan. So, and that's kind of the limitation that we have today, right? So in order to go global, right? So we are kind of doing really well right now, but in order to global, so we really have to step up, right? To increase our talent pool. And that's why, so I I'm very focused on expanding that talent pools in the U.S. right now because that's kind of the most critical challenge that we have, right? So to summarize that, it's the government funding, right? And it's, oh, that's not mine. Okay, there's a government funding that provide a steady hand. Okay, and then the talent pool is super important, and also Taiwan has this huge amount of resource in hardware business, right, where you cluster together. It's very effective. Yeah.
Thank you, Emerson. Thank you. We would like to turn to Louis for his space industry expertise. So Louis, you've been a manufacturing manager at SpaceX, and can you tell us the story of SpaceX going from 0 to 1?
Oh man. The story of SpaceX, I think, will someday be a movie. I don't know if it's going to be a good, happy ending or not. It remains to be seen, but yeah, I'm sure it's exciting enough to be made in a movie. I joined SpaceX, I think, back in 2012, when they actually just completed kind of their first successful launch. And you can imagine, I don't know how many of you have been down to LA, and see kind of the SpaceX headquarters, which is really close to LAX. But it used to be a Boeing 747 plant that I think SpaceX inherited. Now imagine 530,000 square feet of space, mostly empty, except with a few big kind of capital machines and a whole bunch of tents. You're like, tents? What is this? That people are sleeping there? No, each one of these tents is actually a work center kind of building a rocket parts. Okay, so I think space is now brand new. Okay, we have gone to the moon, like close to 60 years ago, but I think since then we have stagnated. I think SpaceX is the new kid in town that kind of leveraged and stood on the shoulders of the giants and kind of took it forward. Now, when I first joined, and that's exactly kind of what it's about, like we have a Lowe's right next door, so people literally are engineers owning a specific kind of rocket portions, and they're going to Lowe's next door, buy a beach tent, a few folding tables and some tools, and there you go. This is how you start kind of building a rocket factory from the ground up. So people that have visited SpaceX these days, and looking back kind of where SpaceX, kind of was, kind of starting out to like almost 20 years ago, manufacturing 10 years ago. I think there's a few key lessons I think that can be kind of taken away kind of for all entrepreneurs out there. One is that your culture and your talents are really kind of what's really going to drive your early stage startup, especially at that very, very early stage. Okay, there's a saying at SpaceX, okay, well, how do you sum up SpaceX culture? Is really just get stuff done. Okay, or you can imagine how Elon would say it, get beep done. Okay, so no matter what, no excuses, okay, figure it out. Now, with an extremely talented group of people that I'm blessed to work with, I think this is possible. So that's kind of a related note is that for startups, it is absolutely crucial, for you not to settle for talents. Talents, your company will rise and fall kind of with your talents. Okay, in that early stage, SpaceX was so focused on talent, even though you're strapped for like laborers all alone, but they refused to budge on talents. Every single person that comes to SpaceX is carefully vetted to the point where the final interview after 8 rounds needs to be conducted by Elon himself. So Elon interviewed and accepted every single employee kind of at SpaceX, including our coffee baristas. Okay. Now you might think coffee baristas, okay, what is the big deal? Our coffee barista, I would say, is the world's best coffee baristas. All right. They produce over 10,000 cups of coffee a day. Can you imagine any person beating that record? 10,000 cups of coffee a day. And that's what propelled SpaceX forward. Okay, so even during kind of the deep, dark days, anomalies, budget cuts, all that, I think the one thing that Gwen warns Elon is that you can take away anything, but don't take away the coffee stand. I think people is going to burn down the company without coffee. So that's very important, okay? Talent, get stuff done. And also, as Elon liked to said, okay, if it follows the laws of physics, it's possible. Okay, so follow first principle solutions. Don't set yourself any limitations on framework. Okay, focus on the essence of the problem itself. You know, when I was at SpaceX, I managed 7 departments and about 3,000, you know, rocket parts. One of my component was a super high pressure vessels. Okay, imagine this huge, giant kind of gas tank. Super high pressures, 10,000 PSI. Okay, so it's used to propel kind of the entire propulsion system and our rocket launch systems. Now we're trying, this is the highest volume components, you know, and so Elon had a mandate. It's like, okay, we're purchasing this, you know, at an X price, kind of, you know, from a vendor back then. Now this was way too expensive kind of for rockets. So we're tasked with the cost of, you know, kind of these cost reductions. So after we did work, you know, extensive, you know, improvements, we managed to reduce the cost down by 90%. We're all very proud of ourselves. You know, we go into Elon, and Elon, the first thing that Elon says, you know, after seeing our presentation, our reduction, is that, you know what? Coke can is a pressure vessel. Okay, go figure out, okay, how they pump out tens of millions of Coke cans at that price. Okay, and then come back, you know, and tell me kind of a better solution that you come up with. Okay, so we ultimately didn't meet that Elon challenge, unfortunately. Okay, I think Coke can, you know, from a 10,000 PSI pressure vessel is just a bit too difficult. But I think that goes to kind of show you kind of the Elon thinking, kind of in terms of and pushing kind of your start and challenging yourself.
Thank you, Louis. So far, we have discussed the opportunities and challenges for bringing hardware from lab to market today. We have also discussed RISC-V and space industry. So I'm wondering, what are the implications for Taiwan? And specifically for Louis, what are the opportunities in space industry and what can we do in Taiwan?
Okay, when everybody look at the space industries, you know, people like to talk about rockets, right? Rockets gets all the attentions, okay? Everyone wants the big, bad rockets, okay? But when you look at the entire space industry, launch is only 9%. 9% of the opportunities actually launch vehicles. The remaining 90%, it's actually in GPS, geospatial intelligence, you know, and obviously satellite communication, which has been, you know, the talk of the town these days. Now, the battlefield has also moved from GEO to LEO, you know, in which you need more smaller satellites, more inexpensive satellites that are essentially, you know, nothing more than, you know, kind of electronics that, you know, Taiwan builds today. And I think that the current Taiwan supply chains, you know, with its flexibility, agility, and quality, and also expertise kind of in electronics, I think will be very, very well positioned, you know, to capture that portions of the value chain.
Thank you. Emerson, what are the implications for the hardware industry in Taiwan?
Yeah, sure. So about 10 years ago, I had a very interesting dialogue with my colleague. We're talking about how come in the valley, and so I've been in the valley for a long time too, that how come in the valley we don't see any startup in the chip business? I mean, 10 years ago, not right now, right? It's very interesting question back then, right? And then, but you think about this, right? All the software, people go into software business, web business, right? And all the software running on hardware, but how come there's no innovation in the US for hardware? And then how, you know, so where does that software gonna run upon, right? And then the answer is that everybody goes to, I mean, back then, right, went back to Taiwan or China, right, for hardware business, I mean, a particular chip business, right? So, and then, today, there's a lot more innovation going on today, especially with the new CHIP Act, right? There's more government incentive funding coming to play. But, I mean, go back to Taiwan, we have built such a tremendous amount of resource and capability, right? And even though the threshold is really high today, I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat, right, the hardware business. It's hard. I mean, that's why it's called hardware business. Right? It's hard. But with this amount of resource and infrastructure we have built out, I mean, the opportunities are there, and then I'm sure that I'm Taiwanese, and then I think we can keep going, and then we can keep the success for a very foreseeable time frame. Yeah.
Thank you, Emerson. Finally, let's go to Michelle. Given what we have discussed today, what are the implications for the hardware industries in Taiwan?
Okay. Yeah, so I think echoing the other two panelists, I really believe that right now it's really like the best time ever, to start a hardware company, just with all these spending that both in the public and private sector, right? The CHIP Act, Infrastructure Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S., and then I'm sure in Taiwan some similar effort as well, and national development funds. There's just lots of capital that it's required, to bring these, hardware, hard tech innovation to market, and there's awareness and willingness to invest at earlier stage, in part driven by just, again, we talked earlier about like really climate change sustainability has really now become, generally acknowledged. Still not 100%, but people are aware and then understand that the clock is ticking. We have very little time. So I would say that this is the best time and also the critical time to start in this space. Lots of opportunities around, both in terms of resources and funding, both private and public. For Taiwanese startup, I would encourage you, going back to my earlier point, really think big, right? Really think about the large problem that's facing the world today, because we don't live in isolation, right? People living in Taiwan are affected by the climate change caused by people living elsewhere in the U.S. and whatnot, and vice versa. So we really want to look at the problem from a global scale, but act locally, thinking about what's my advantage in Taiwan. We have the manufacturing prowess, we have the supply chain, we have a lot of hardworking people willing to give it a try and bring technology to market. So just think about how to match the big problems with your capability, and try to bring build a team to bring that to reality. And that's the team members, as Louis mentioned, that's going to come in to help you to do your data operation, including the baristas, and as well as your investor, right? Looking for the right partner that will help you through thin and thick, and have the capability and understanding, and will really support you, like NDF did for Emerson's company. So that's that.
Thank you, Michelle. And I would like to thank all of our panelists for sharing their insights. Audience, please join me in thanking our panelists today.
Hello, everyone. I'm RC Lai. the current president of Bay Area Taiwanese Biotech Association. Today, it's my great honor to have our keynote speaker, Dr. Tin Liu, join us for the biotech sections. So let me briefly introduce Dr. Tin Liu. So Dr. Liu earned his MD from Harvard University and his PhD in electrical and biomedical engineering from MIT, and it's a joint program between MIT and Harvard program. And since 2010, Dr. Liu has been an MIT faculty member in the Department of Biological Engineering and Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. In addition, Dr. Liu has been a co-founder and a scientific advisory board member to a number of biotech, including the one he's going to present today, the Senti Bio. With his extensive experience and great work in synthetic biology, he already received numerous awards, including NIH New Innovator Award and US President Early Career Award for Scientists and Engineers. Without further ado, please join me to welcome Dr. Tin Liu.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here. It's really exciting to spend some time. This is, by the way, a great conference. I heard it was the first time you guys are doing such an integrated group meeting, so I think it's really exciting to be part of it. I was here for some of the previous sessions, and actually, as part of the introduction to what I'm going to talk about today, it's amazing to see sort of, especially today in the heart of Silicon Valley, all the advances that have been made in software, hardware, leading to the ability to do crazy things like shoot rockets into the sky, all sorts of new fancy ways of processing data. A lot of that is driven by something really fundamental, which is that we have exponentially greater computing power available to us so that we can crunch data, we can analyze patterns and understand that. And clearly we're using that to do, things that make us happy, like, watch TikTok or shoot things to the sky. But actually, I wanted to tell you today that something very similar is happening in the drug discovery space. And that really is going to, we believe, make a huge impact in the future of human society and the way we treat diseases. So what's happening is essentially we are gaining a much greater and deeper understanding as to the genetic basis of disease. And that's really coming from the fact that we can read DNA and write DNA much faster than we used to. So I started in this field about 20 years ago. This is when the first Human Genome Project was announced. A lot of investment went into that at the time to just read the DNA that's inside of our cells. But since then, that has led to really, in many cases, exponential improvements as well. We can read DNA and write DNA much faster than we used to be able to do. And that's allowed us to start gathering much, much more deeper insights into what causes disease and also how we can treat disease. And so what I hope to share with you today as a just very simple story is one of the outcomes of that is that it's going to allow us to start building hopefully better medicines. I think we're all familiar with certain types of drugs that we take as we're growing up. You think about aspirin or Tylenol, very simple chemical drugs that essentially were discovered through digging around the dirt or isolating a plant and seeing what it does, to slightly more advanced drugs, the drugs that companies like Genentech make, biologic drugs, protein drugs that can treat diseases in much more targeted ways. And now we have a whole new wave of medicines that are coming, right? We have cell therapies. I'm going to talk about that today, where we can take living cells out of a person. We can genetically modify those cells and then put them back into the patient and use that to hunt down disease. We have gene therapies, where you can take a virus and you can program that virus so that it goes into a patient and changes fundamentally, permanently their DNA to treat a disease in a sort of a permanent fashion. We have new vaccines. Obviously, we saw that through COVID. Within a few days of the sequence coming out, you could turn around and actually make a new sequence and make a new RNA vaccine. So these sorts of breakthroughs are, I think, just the tip of the iceberg, but really are enabled by our increasing ability to read and write DNA. That's at the heart of what we're trying to do. So I wanted to share with you today a bit of the work that we're doing at Senti. We are just one example of what's happening in this field. There's many other efforts going on. But if you can jump to slide 5, maybe I'll start there. So Senti, so I moved to the Bay Area, several years ago from Boston to start this company, Senti Bio. And really the idea was to really take advantage of some of those advancements we talked about earlier. So we're actually based out in South San Francisco, not too far from here. And what we wanted to do was actually bring the power of reading DNA and writing DNA to make smarter medicines. Right? We want medicines that are more accurate, that are more controllable, and ultimately medicines that are more effective. And so we started to look at what are the sort of like core problems in terms of treating disease. Right? So I use cancer here as an example, just because I think most people are familiar with that as a big health challenge. One of the big challenges in cancer is how do you tell the difference between a cancer cell and a healthy tissue, right? We all probably know people who've taken chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is very toxic. Your hair falls out. You have, GI symptoms, etc. And yes, you kill the tumor cell, but you also kill a lot of your healthy cells. And that's the challenge we talk about, up here, which is, you get in the treatment of cancer a lot of on-target but off-tumor toxicity. What that means is, you're trying to hit something, but it's actually not found on the tumor cell, it's found on some healthy tissue, and you're going to kill that healthy tissue. That's a big issue. Number 2 is the existing cancer drugs we have may be effective for a period of time, but cancer is really smart. Like cancer finds ways of evolving and getting around the treatment, and that leads to things like tumor relapse. There are some new drugs that have been developed to try to treat cancer using the immune system. But as a result of trying to activate your own body's immune system to attack cancer cells, you can generate systemic toxicity as well. And those are side effects that patients don't want. And lastly, I think I sort of talked about this imprecise tropism. Again, this targeting idea is a very difficult thing for oncology. A lot of this comes from the fact that our existing drugs are just not very smart. So the way I like to think about existing drugs is they're sort of like a railroad, right? You can have a car, you can have a train on a railroad. It goes in one direction and one direction only. It may go really fast in that direction. It may be great in going that direction, but you can't really change what it does after it's programmed to do what it does. I think what we want to try to create for the future are drugs that are more like self-driving cars. Drugs that can go in the body, can detect what's going on, can go to the right place, can be turned on or off, and can make a decision as to, do I kill this cell or do I spare this cell? And so to do that, we need to actually be able to program greater intelligence into these medicines. Just like we heard about, programming a chip or a rocket, we can do that in living cells today by changing the DNA and inserting new programs. We call these programs gene circuits. They're essentially made up of genes that we put together in such a way that they can do things like logic. It allows us to dial things up and down. For example, we can turn up how strong the drug is, or we can turn down how strong the drug is. We have gene circuits that act as sensors. They can detect, am I in the right tissue, or am I detecting the right signal? Or maybe I want to detect 2 signals or 3 signals at the same time before deciding what to do. And so that's really at the core of what we're trying to develop here at Senti. Next slide. To do this really requires an engineering approach. So the other thing that I think is quite interesting that's evolving in our field is that drug discovery is starting to move from essentially stochastic search process. In the past, we would screen billions of compounds, and hopefully we find one that did the thing we want. We don't necessarily know why it does the thing we want, but it did it, and so we took that forward and made drugs like aspirin out of it. I think where we're moving towards today is more of an engineering mindset. How do we actually forward design a medicine that actually has a certain function, has a certain design profile, a criteria, et cetera? And so to try to enable that, companies like ourselves, as well as others in the field, are trying to really leverage this engineering mindset. I think that's probably familiar to a lot of people here that we're doing in other fields, in mechanical and electrical engineering. But can we design, right? Leverage computational tools, leverage machine learning to actually study the data that we have today, come up with new designs that we think could be effective. Number 2 is build. We need to be able to build these in high throughput. So that's not just something that Senti is doing, but working together with other groups in the industry. I think my moderator is coming from Twist. They build large libraries of things so that we can actually test them in high throughput. So we want to be able to characterize a lot of data. We don't want to just test one thing at a time, but can we test billions of things at a time and collect quantitative information about how this design is working, how this is not working. And then the most important part is learning from this. The learning aspect is not just man-made, but it's also computational, building algorithms that can digest the data and come up with new designs automatically. So this is the process we use to try to create our genetic circuits. There's a bunch of biological details here, but I think what I would say in general is we have 4 classes of circuits I talked about earlier. I'm going to show you some examples of how they work. The great thing about these circuits is that we can actually plug and play them into different cells or different gene therapy vehicles. So this is not just limited to a T cell in your body, but we can also do this for other cell types, including stem cells, natural killer cells, etc. So this is really this idea that this is software inside of different cellular modalities of the future. So if you go to the next slide, this is a standard pipeline slide you might see if you look at any biotech companies. At the end of the day, our goal is to move these things into the clinic and to treat patients. We are targeting to file what we call IND next year for 2 of our programs. For those of you who are not in the field, an IND basically means you submit an application to the FDA, and if they basically allow you to go forward within 30 days, you basically know about that and you can move forward into human clinical studies. So we have a set of programs starting from Senti 202 all the way down to Senti 311, so the first half of this slide, all focused on cancer applications. And one of the reasons why we've chosen internally to focus on cancer is it's obviously a huge unmet need. One of the benefits of treating cancer patients is that you can actually go directly and try the drug in those patients directly. In other disease areas, you might have to test the drug in some healthy person first before you can actually treat the patient. So it allows us to actually hopefully speed up our cycle times in terms of doing this sort of testing. The other thing is below the sort of middle line here, we also have a couple collaborations with other large pharma companies. Spark is a subsidiary of Roche Pharmaceuticals. Blue Rock is a subsidiary of Bayer. I won't go into details because of time today, but just to say that we are developing this sort of gene circuit software for other companies as well. Companies that are developing gene therapies for rare disease or who are developing regenerative medicine applications. As a relatively small company ourselves, we aren't able to do those clinical studies all on our own. And so we want to work with some of the sort of the best and brightest out there to try to get this technology into clinical studies as soon as possible. Okay, so let's jump forward 2 slides, please. All right, so let me tell you a bit of details. Again, I'm going to try to give you, for those who are sort of not well steeped in this field, give you a bit of an overview of why we're so excited about where this field is going. We work on a specific type of cell called an NK cell. So an NK cell stands for a natural killer cell. Natural killer cells are a specific type of immune cell that can be found in everyone's body here. The job of a natural killer cell normally is to detect abnormal things that are happening. So for example, if you get infected by a virus, an NK cell typically will recognize that that cell got infected and will kill it. NK cells also provide one of the first lines of surveillance for cancer. So, we are always developing little pieces of cancer in our body all the time. Usually our immune system can recognize that something has gone wrong, get rid of it, and natural killer cells are part of that. One of the exciting things about natural killer cells, especially in the last few years, is that they've been used as a new type of medicine. So what you can do is you can take natural killer cells from a healthy person. I can just go donate blood. Someone can isolate my natural killer cells, and they can expand them. So they can make, from a small vial of my blood, many, many, many vials of NK cells that could be used to treat a patient. So number one, that allows us to create potentially a large supply of these cells for downstream drugs. Number two is that when people have now engineered NK cells, so you can basically change the genes inside of an NK cell, and there's a couple companies as well as MD Anderson have done recent clinical studies. When they put these NK cells back in the body, these cells tend to be pretty safe. You can use them potentially in an outpatient setting. And they also seem to have good effectiveness. They have this ability to kill tumor cells sort of endogenously. So if you look on the right-hand side here, some of the benefits of these off-the-shelf NK cells is good safety, your ability to manufacture them. But there's still some challenges that are sort of left. One is, how do we make the cells better, more powerful, right? We want these NK cells to expand and persist in the body and really be as good as possible as sort of like killers of tumors. Number two is, how do we get them to recognize more intelligently different tumor targets? And also I'll show you some examples of where this sort of synthetic biology can really try to make these NK cells better. So let's go for the next slide, please. All right. This is a little bit detailed, but maybe let's skip over. Let's go to the next slide, 11. So one of the things that we do with our NK cells is we actually put them into tests to see how well they can actually kill tumors. Right, so this is actually a picture on the right-hand side. Those 3 pictures are microscope images. The red cells are tumor cells, essentially. And so what we do is we actually monitor, over 196 hours, how many tumor cells are left. And so what we can do is actually genetically modify these NK cells with several different things. So we can put in what's known as a CAR. A CAR is basically a protein inside of the cell that tells the NK cell what they should be killing. Right? So that number 1 is it's a homing beacon for this is a tumor cell. Number 2 is we can engineer them with something called IL-15, CR-IL-15. CR-IL-15 is a protein that actually stimulates NK cells and sort of makes them really happy and gets them to be effective killers. We have designed our own version of IL-15, which makes it, we think, very, very potent as a way of stimulating the NK cells. And we've tested them in experiments. Perhaps I'll just direct you to the experiment on the right-hand side here. So the way this experiment works is over 196 hours, we actually inject fresh cancer cells into the population. Basically, what we're trying to test here is how good are the engineered cells at killing tumor cells. This is called a serial killing assay, and I'll show you why that's the case. So if you look at this graph, diagram here. So if you look at this graph here, in yellow, these are tumor cells alone. They just keep growing, right? In the black, in the green, and the pink are basically NK cells that are delivered into the culture. So you can see in this first round of killing between hour 0 and 96, basically all of these NK cells are good at killing the tumor cells. However, by the second round of killing, when we add fresh NK cells at hour 96, you can see that 2 out of 3 of those NK cells actually sort of lose their potency. They get tired, right? They're not set up to do the hard work of continuing to kill tumor cells. So one of those is the unengineered NK cells. So the natural NK cells sort of peter out over time. Also in the pink, which is a sort of a wild type control. But the senti NK cells in blue, basically due to the engineering we've done, sort of repeatedly are able to kill by that second round. And that persistence continues to the third round. So by basically introducing 2 genes into the cell, we were able to actually significantly boost the activity of these NK cells and their ability to kill cancer. So this is one example of the sort of genetic engineering that we can do with these products. Next slide. So let me give you now an example of how we turn this into a real product. Okay, this is probably the main example I'll focus on today. So Senti 202 is focused on a disease called acute myeloid leukemia, or AML. It's a blood cancer that unfortunately does not have a lot of great treatment options. So go to the next slide, please, and I'll show you how this works. So AML is a disease that is not well treated. Basically, patients with relapsed refractory AML probably have less than a year, half a year to survive, unfortunately. There's basically one major problem, or one significant problem in AML that people have not been able to solve, and we call that target heterogeneity. So again, I mentioned earlier, one of the key challenges in cancer is how do you tell the difference between a cancer cell and a healthy cell? It's actually not easy to do that. And the reason for that is cancer cells sort of oftentimes share signatures with healthy cells. They sort of look the same. And so as a result, it's been hard to find a very clean target for a lot of cancers, including AML. None of the current targets that people are going after are expressed on all of the AML cells. So think about it. If you kill 50% of the cancer cells, the other 50% will just keep growing. So that's a problem. The second problem is many of the targets in AML that people want to go after are also expressed on healthy cells. So that means as a doctor, when you start treating a patient, you might kill off 50% of those cancer cells, but you make the patient so sick that they don't want to continue with the therapy. And so that's another significant issue. This all results from the idea that there's not a clean target. And so one of the simple ideas we've had is, let's take a concept from electrical engineering. Why not design a product that can detect 2 things or 3 things and make a logic gate out of it, make a simple decision whether I should kill or not. That actually is pretty hard to do. But we've created essentially a logic gate that does this, that has an OR function and a NOT function. I'll show you in the next slide. So this is a picture of a cell. So this is our cartoon of what's going on. In reality, obviously, it's much more complex. But on the left-hand side, this is the engineered cell. Okay, so in blue, this is an NK cell. The NK cell has 2 major things that I want to point you to. It's got these 2 receptors, so the top receptor and the bottom receptor. Okay. The way I like to think about this is this top receptor is the gas pedal, and the bottom receptor is the brake. Right? So the top receptor is responsible for killing cancer cells. And so you can see here this top receptor actually binds to 2 different things. It has 2 different recognition elements. And it basically recognizes 2 different targets on the cancer cell. Okay, so number one, that's what we call the OR gate, very simple way of programming an NK cell to target cancer based on whether it has one of two antigens. Either one of those antigens will allow it to be killed. And that's our way to try to reduce the likelihood of tumor relapse, because imagine having a complex cancer, maybe 50% of the cells have target A, maybe 50% of the cells have target B. If you only went after one of them, you're going to miss a lot. But if you go after two, simple concept, you'll probably hit more of them. The right-hand side shows how the break works. So the second receptor, which is this thing in purple, recognizes what we call a protective antigen. And so a protective antigen is a protein. It's sort of a signature that's expressed on the healthy cell, but not expressed on the cancer cell. So it's sort of like the opposite of what we're looking for. And so if this NK cell, when it's floating around through the body, happens to encounter this protective antigen, it says, okay, I know this is a healthy cell. Even if it sort of looks like a tumor cell, I'm going to leave it alone. And so the way it works is this purple receptor is engineered to block the activating receptor. So it basically acts as a brake on the system. So on a cartoon, this looks really simple, but in reality, it takes a long time. It took us quite a while to actually optimize this technology. The original concept of this was sort of created by several of our scientific founders at MIT and BU, basically where they showed that they had, basically identified certain proteins that could either turn on or turn off the NK cell. And so what we did at Senti was take that concept and really industrialize it. We went through our design, build, test, learn cycle. We built hundreds of different variants of these proteins, characterized their function in a quantitative way, and that allowed us to repeatedly optimize and design to get to a candidate that we think has a lot of promise. So next slide. So we do a bunch of experiments in the biotech field to try to characterize the performance here. And this is oftentimes actually where the bottleneck, I think, ultimately is going to end up in our field. The ability for us to engineer and design large data sets is really accelerating. At the end of the day, though, we are still getting bottlenecked in our pathway to the clinic, right? So that's the next problem to solve in the future, and we can talk about that perhaps later. But assays like this, these are 5 different AML samples. They're sort of coded differently, and they have these different M subtypes to them. There's just a way of just describing where they come from. But this is basically trying to show a very heterogeneous set of tumors. And we can show that our CAR NK cells, which are shown in the green here, do have significant increased killing compared to the native NK cells on their own. Next slide. We can also show significant extension of lifespan in animal models, right? And this is obviously what we hope to be able to see in humans, and part of the experimentation that we need to do to be able to justify why we're ready to take this into the clinic. Just to show you here, on the top 3 rows here, or all 3 of these rows, these are pictures of mice. Anywhere you see them lighting up with different shades of colors, that's basically a signal of cancer that's growing. So less blue is better, less color is better. And so what you can see is with the Senti or CAR NK cells, we can significantly increase the number of mice that are responders and basically extend their lifespan and reduce the tumor burden there. Next slide. All right, so that was showing our ability to kill tumor cells, those 2 experiments, right? We can kill tumor cells. We can do this both inside of animal models. We can do them across different human samples. Now I want to show you that the brake works. Okay, so this is a little bit of a complex experiment, so I'm going to show you briefly just as an example of what I'm doing here. So in the middle, we have mice. So this is a mouse experiment. What we do is we inject 3 different populations of cells. Number 1, we inject our NK cells in blue. Number 2, we inject healthy cells. And number 3, we inject cancer cells, right? So if this gene circuit is actually working, what we wanted to do is actually tell the difference between a healthy cell and a cancer cell, right? So the way we do this is we can then take the blood out of these mice and we can characterize them and measure how many healthy cells are there, how many cancer cells are there. So the middle graph here is showing how this works. So we have 2 different populations here. We have our control cells, which don't have the NOT gate functioning, and we have our NOT gate cells. And then in green, we have our healthy cells, and then in gray, we have our cancer cells. So hopefully what you can see here is with the NOT gate, you actually see a pretty big separation. We can basically keep the healthy cells alive, but we can kill the cancer cells. Whereas with the controls, basically they're sort of indiscriminately killing everything. On the right-hand side is just a plot of this. This basically shows that we can enrich for the number of healthy cells in the downstream population. All right, so perhaps the last slide I'll show here is, next slide. So we've now shown that not only works in a mouse model, but we can also use this and actually try to protect human cells with this as well. Just as a detail, in AML, it's a blood cancer. And so one of the big challenges in treating blood cancers is you want to preserve the natural bone marrow, right? Your bone marrow produces all of the blood cells in your body. It's pretty important. A lot of the treatments, almost all the treatments we have today to treat, diseases like AML may have some effect on those normal blood cells, including a specific cell type called the HSC. So HSC means a hematopoietic stem cell. So this is the key cell type that we're trying to protect. So the data we've shown here is, again, repeating that similar experiment as I showed you earlier, but now with human cells. On the left-hand side here is showing that we can continue to kill AML cancer cells quite effectively with the NOT gate. But on the right-hand side, hopefully you can see that there is a reduction of our killing in the population of hematopoietic stem cells isolated from humans. Now you'll see that in this case, we've sort of calibrated this gene circuit to be about 50% protective. We think for biological reasons, that's a really good target. But we have basically design NOT gates that are stronger or weaker for any downstream application of interest. So this is an example of, I think, the types of engineering that we're really excited to try to implement into new medicines of the future. Hopefully what I wanted to share with you today is not necessarily the details of our products and sort of all the intricacies of what's going on there, but perhaps the broader picture, which is that the development of biotechnology has really accelerated over the last several decades. We started off with a large amount of our drugs being chemical drugs, and those are the ones that are frankly very cheap. We buy at the pharmacy. We use them to treat common illnesses. The next stage of those drugs became protein drugs, where we started to develop antibodies or other enzymes that could actually target specific biological pathways as our understanding of those diseases became clear. Today, we're in an era where we're starting to see an emergence of additional types of medicines, cells that we can use in the body, new types of vaccines, gene therapies, microbes. It's really been an explosion of new ways of trying to treat disease. And really at the heart of all of these new strategies is our ability to program what these things are doing. So I think why I'm excited to be sort of here, I think it feels like the early days actually of the semiconductor industry where we have this technology. The sort of logic gates we're building here are super simple, right? Like it's like a 2-input logic gate, 3-input logic gate. But we're able, I think, if this is successful, to tackle diseases in fundamentally new ways. And I think the opportunity for folks who are here, who are either in the biotech space or not, is that it's going to require really a concerted engineering effort to do this. There's opportunities for greater computational and data science people coming into this field to help us crank through all of this data that we're generating. There's opportunities for more traditional biologists to come in and really use those tools in much more powerful ways. And I think there's opportunities for investors or the folks who are trying to support this field going forward to really try to take these innovations and hopefully use these to try to treat diseases, important diseases that we all will suffer from one day in fundamentally new ways. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Looking forward to the panel discussion and chatting more in the future. Thanks a lot.
Can we have the next slide? Can we have the speaker slide? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Biotech Forum. I am the moderator of this session. I am Linya Wang. Let me briefly introduce myself. Now I'm working in Toys Bioscience, which is a synthetic biology company that print DNA into various DNA products. And in the biopharma team, we use these DNA libraries to make better therapeutic antibody drugs. So we will have better chance to get better drug. That is the principle. So today in the forum, we are happy to invite these great speakers, including the team, our keynote speaker, Michael and Hannah. So I'll let them introduce themselves, like including your background, what's your current role, and what's your mission. We can start from Hannah.
Yeah, happy to. Hello, everybody. My name is Hannah Shan. Right now, I'm the VP of Strategy for Octan. So Octan is also a tech bio company backed by A16Z, among others. We focus on trying to understand what are the way we can use our platform to developing drugs to target things that requires multi-targeting or targeting multiple signaling pathway or several genetic variants. And my role in there is to focus on both the corporate strategy as well as the R&D strategy, thinking about just like what diseases we should be targeting, and then given the disease which we are targeting, how do we think about our financing and so on. Before that, I was at BridgeBio Pharma. It's a company focused on genetic diseases and precision oncology. I focus on asset acquisition. So essentially, the term asset acquisition meaning that we acquire new programs into the company. And my team, overall, we together brought in about 16 different programs into the company when I led the team, and ranging from early discovery stage programs all the way to clinical stage trial, as well as from small molecule, gene therapy, antisense oligos, and across multiple therapeutic areas. And before then, I was at Benchling, a technology software company. And then before that, I was at Harvard doing a PhD in molecular biology and systems neuroscience, and grew up in Taiwan.
Okay, next will be Michael.
大家好，假爸爸。I'm Michael Liu. I'm the dean of the School of Public Health at UC Berkeley, and let me just say it's such a great honor to share this panel with Hannah, with Tim, with Leah. Just a couple things about myself. So first, even though I'm dean at Berkeley Public Health right now, I'm 100% MIT, made in Taiwan, Taiwan Xin, Taiwan Lang, and I'm proud to be the first Taiwanese American Dean of Public Health in this country. And the second thing is, I bet that I have spent more time in the University of California system than any of you here in the audience. I've actually spent about 26 years of my life on 4 different campuses. So I started undergrad at Stanford, and then I saw the light across the bay, right? Fiat Lux, let there be light. And so I got my master's at Berkeley, my MD at UCSF, did my residency in OBGYN at UC Irvine, and then joined the faculty at UCLA, where I was a professor of OBGYN and public health for about 15 years before I went to Washington, D.C. and led maternal and child health for the country for about 6 years, 5 years in the Obama administration and 1 year in the Trump administration, and I can tell you all sorts of crazy stories. Now, in terms of mission, listen, we got big problems in the world today, right? And when you think of some of the biggest problems facing the world today, when you think of some of the greatest existential threats to humanity in the 21st century, from climate change to pandemic outbreaks, from chronic diseases to social inequality, these are all problems that require public health to be front and center in driving solutions. And that's why I think I got the greatest job in the world, right? Because for most people, they just get to sit on the sideline and watch the house burn down. But I get to go to work every day and work with some of the most brilliant people, not only at my school, but across the Berkeley campus, across Silicon Valley, and across the entire Pacific Rim to try to innovate solutions to some of the biggest problems, biggest challenges of facing humanity in the 21st century. And that's a pretty awesome mission, and that's why I love my job.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And for Tim, although RC already introduced you, any fun fact you want to talk about yourself?
Fun fact, well, that's a little bit surprising. I don't think I can top sort of the mission statement we just heard, so I think that was really exciting. Maybe the only fun fact I'd mention is, I no longer work in the lab anymore, which is good. When I was a PhD student, I actually set the lab on fire twice. So I always joke with my PhD advisor, I was very grateful he let me graduate. I think it was a way for him to get me out of the lab, so.
All right, so the main topic of this forum today is actually the challenge during pandemic and post-pandemic new trends. So I wanted to ask the speakers about how does pandemic affect your field? What is the major challenge and changes before and after pandemic? So we can start with Tim, that we observed some huge investment in biotech industry during pandemic, but it seems like cooling down. Is that true? And what is the gain and loss?
Yeah, well, so maybe before I answer that, I think one thing I sort of alluded to this earlier. I think one of the things the pandemic actually taught us is we can actually move drugs really fast if we wanted to. but to do that, we need to actually invest in fundamental science from a very early date. So I was a faculty member at MIT for quite a long time, and one of the programs we were involved in was a DARPA program, US government funded. This was like 12 years ago. And the program manager had this crazy idea, which is how could we detect pandemics before they happen or right when they happen and turn them into vaccines or drugs super fast? And at the time, we submitted, we were part of that grant program, but Moderna was part of that program, and there were several other companies. And the crazy idea at the time was stop making vaccines inside of eggs, which is how we do make flu vaccines in some cases. But let's actually program vaccines using DNA and RNA, right? This is a bunch of like crazy academics or small companies at the time getting funding from the US government and doing really difficult work to try to prove that this capability was possible. And I think very few people even expected something like COVID would happen, right? So it was all on a bet. Frankly, I give a lot of credit to this one program manager and also DARPA for being able to fund crazy ideas at the time. And that stuff's hung around for like 10 years until the pandemic happened. And it was the right call, right? Because DNA synthesis, RNA, expression, all these technologies had to be developed to a point where we could actually, respond to the pandemic that quickly, right? And I think the world's very fortunate that those investments were made. So I think hopefully the bigger picture thing that teaches us is there's a role to be played here, not just on the financial side, because investors tend to be more short-minded, but there are important roles for the public, for the government to fund fundamental research, not because necessarily we know what we're going to do with that research, but likely if we go in the right direction, it'll be useful at some point, and we just can't predict when that's going to happen. So I think that's the big picture thing from the pandemic that taught me at least. In terms of the biotech space, look, I think the pandemic probably caused craziness in the financial markets that everyone is seeing right now. There was craziness in the biotech space. There was probably craziness in tech investments. Every single company out there that was pitching a crazy story. And so a lot of money came into the field. I think biotech has always been a long-term game. And I think for folks who want to work in this space, that the field has a high failure rate. Not everything is successful. And so you have to sort of have the guts to be able to go in and believe that if you do something and you're lucky and you might be able to take a drug, but most likely you're not going to be able to do that on your first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tries. Maybe if you keep trying, you'll get there. And so I think biotech is a field of passion. You got to believe that at some point you're going to do something that's useful, and we can't predict what's going to work well or not, and we just have to power through that.
How about the challenge and the investment money? How do you think about that?
Look, I think money comes in and out of the field. I think the fundamental belief that we have is like human health is always going to be an important part of the marketplace. Pharma companies are actually sitting on a ton of cash right now. So even though there's been a pullback in perhaps late-stage venture investments or certainly in the public markets, there's still a lot of cash sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what happens. Biotech has been through booms and busts before, and it's still continued. I think as long as we and I tell people within the company as well, as long as we're focused on the right problems, we'll weather through this. And as long as we're doing the right things ultimately for patients, somebody's going to be willing to take a shot, right? And so that's really all we can ask for, is that we get the opportunity to take a shot. If we take a shot, we're going to be successful, personally speaking, but also, career-wise, financially, et cetera. And if it's not successful, then, you probably shouldn't be making money anyways on that endeavor. So that's the way we view the world.
Okay. So for Michael, speaking of the challenge during pandemic, how does the public health affect like biotech or pharma or other fields? And how do you say the impact on disparity and equity?
Wow. All right, well, there's some people in my field that would say if we do our work in public health really well, and that we can keep people healthy until they're 120 years old, they wake up in the morning, they go play tennis, have sex in the afternoon, and drop dead from old age, then we can run big pharma out of business. But I don't think that's going to happen. In fact, I think in the coming decade, there's going to be increasingly important role that public health can play in terms of really advancing biotech, pharma, R&D. So for example, if most of you would probably like to see the ability to do clinical trials with fewer patients and half the time, right? And so this is kind of where public health could potentially help optimize clinical endpoints, optimize patient selection and site selection. I think some of you would probably like to be able to target your therapy more precisely to the right patient at the right dose at the right time. And again, this is where insights from public health, leveraging advances in epidemiology and biostatistics could potentially help improve your predictive analytics, causal inference, and precision health. And then finally, Tim was saying, how can we get medicine, how can we get potentially life-saving therapies faster into the market? And again, this is where public health can come in, working with regulators, really thinking about how do we improve the regulatory process so that we can really accelerate health innovations for social good. So I know most people, when you think about public health, you think about hand washing and sanitation, but in 21st century, there's definitely a lot more that we could be doing to partner with biotech to find cures, solutions to improve human health and save lives.
Thank you. And for Hannah, during this pandemic, can you talk about your strategy, your goals, your priority when you're making decision for asset acquisition or your current VP role? And does the strategy change before and after pandemic?
Yeah, happy to. I would say the biggest difference is that before pandemic, or actually even during pandemic, there was a huge wave of money coming to the biotech world. And then because of that, you saw a lot of crazy companies that got established during that time. There were so many things that didn't make any sense. And for anything that makes some sense, usually their evaluation is so high to the extent that nobody want to buy it. And including for us as well, just like we were not willing to do the investment for something that only shows proof of concept in vitro, and then all of a sudden they're like, we want $20 million upfront. And we're just like, sorry, this is not the type of money that we'll be willing to pay. So because of that, at that time, our transition actually starts more focusing on thinking internally, just like, are there things that we can build ourselves? Because to some extent, it could be cheaper, it could be much faster, and then also that we can control the process a lot more. And whereas after the pandemic, I think now people all of a sudden is like coming back a little bit and then be like, wait, a lot of the investment that we have done during that period of time were pretty crazy. So all of a sudden right now, just like people in the public market, or like, I think basically everything after Series C and so, people are a lot more conservative and then want to see a lot more data before they jump in. But still, like companies who are doing great sciences continue to get funded, and I think Tim's company is a great example of that. So then the question is always the same, just like how do we generate good data, asking the right question, and then continue following the science. I think what I learned, the biggest lesson during the pandemic is like, just like money will come and go, and the craziness in the field will come and go, but then just like the companies that continue will be staying will be the company that follow the science.
And do you think the focus gained more or lost more globally?
I think kind of both to some extent. I think in the sense that I think when people are worried about the funding situation, a lot of time they will kind of like get a little bit more kind of closer and then look at like, okay, so like within my immediate field, within my immediate network, who are the people I can trust? So to some extent, in terms of the funding situation, I think people's appetite gets kind of like closer and then a little bit narrower. But then on the other hand, when we're thinking about, for example, clinical trial, given that right now a lot of things are so competitive, so all of a sudden people look more globally and they're asking what are some of the ways that we can, for example, setting up like 200 clinical trial sites like across the globe, like using different government systems in order to standardize the processes. And I think this kind of like contrast and then basically this kind of like both looking broadly and then looking more narrowly will continue to happen. I think that would just be the tension that we'll continue to be dealing with. I think similar to the point that, for example, just like, should we go faster? A lot of time when people try to go faster, they might be like, tend to have some shortcuts that they want to make, but then making shortcuts can potentially kind of eventually make the trial not being successful. But then vice versa, if we're just like trying to like do like 10,000 different things, making sure our therapeutic hypothesis is correct, then we'll never bring anything to the clinic. And the question always is like, how much data do you need in order to be able to move forward? And how much risk are you willing to take? And then what are your strategies to come back a little bit and then asking what are your plan B and plan C?
That's a good point. And next will be an individual question for Michael. So there are more new pathogens, like emerging pathogens appearing. Like COVID, we already experienced like Alpha, Beta, Delta, Omicron until now. And not only for COVID, there's like monkeypox. So can you share your insight about the latest public health strategy in the US or maybe globally?
Yeah. First of all, let me just say something about emerging infection, just put it in the global context. So there are right now about almost 1 million viruses lurking in the wild worldwide that has the potential to jump from an animal host to a human host, what we call spillover. And there are all of these almost kind of perfect storm of forces that are bringing these animal hosts a lot closer to human hosts, right? So climate change, deforestation, urbanization, globalization. And so because of all of that, unfortunately, I don't think COVID is going to be the last or even the deadliest pandemic this decade, right? So what can we do about it? Well, in public health, we talked about primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. So primary prevention is about preventing pandemics from happening in the first place. So that has to start from preventing spillovers. And so that certainly we can require policy change, right? Decarbonization, reforestation, and stopping the relentless destruction of natural habitats and harvesting of wildlife. You all should know that the US and China are responsible for about 60% of the illegal wildlife trades, and that's got to stop. Secondary prevention is about early detection and response to an outbreak before it spreads into a pandemic. And that's the global early warning system that we've been talking about for about 20 years now. So we have an early warning system for tsunami. We have an early warning system for earthquakes. Why can we not build an early warning system for future pandemics? Well, we certainly tried in the last 20 years, right? But what that would require is for us to train up lab technicians and build all of these laboratories all over the world, especially in places where spillover, hotspots where spillovers are likely to occur, and that's just been really, really hard. But this is where the biotech industry can really help, right? Imagine if we could put PCR in a box, or CRISPR in a box, or a multiplex that help us detect COVID, flu, and other emerging pathogens in the box. And now we can take this box to the wet market. We can take this box to do wastewater surveillance. And that these boxes are actually linked to the cloud. We could actually build this whole network of an early global warning system that would help prevent future pandemics. And then lastly, the tertiary prevention, which is kind of basically preventing harms, toll, suffering, pain, deaths once the pandemic has occurred. And that just kind of means that we got to make sure that we have enough hospitals and enough health system capacity, that we really could think about our supply chain, our manufacturing, that we got to do something about fighting the misinformation and disinformation that's causing a lot of unnecessary harm right now. And I think most importantly, we just got to build a strong, robust public health system, both in this country and around the world, to make sure that we can do a better job in primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention before the next pandemic strikes.
Thank you. And the next question is for Hannah. So we checked your bio and find that you always prefer to join the early stage company. What's the major challenge and why you prefer to join it? What's the excitement?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I get bored easily. I think that's probably one of the side effects after doing grad school. Just like it's hard to pay attention to something for 5-6 years. So the benefit of joining a much earlier company is that a lot of time you just have to be able to wear a lot of different hats. And I like to be a generalist, and that's the way that I can see myself to function better. And I think that's why I really just I like to join early stage companies. And then the second thing is also that then you play a more important role in terms of shaping the company. Then you start seeing just how the thing that you set up a few years ago and then nowadays are still using by the company. And I think a good example can be for example, Benchling. So I joined Benchling about 6 years ago when they were only 17 employees. And they were quite a few of the taglines that we designed that day, literally just happy hour. And then we're just this is a great tagline, and basically decided what it was. And 6 years later, right now the company has more than 1,000 people, and then the tagline is still on the website. So it's kind of fun to see this kind of magic happens, and then it doesn't kind of get old over time. So I think that's probably the main thing that makes me feel earlier companies are better.
And also compare the previous working experience and current one. Can you tell us the advantage of the platform company versus the single asset company?
Oh, that's a question I think about every day. I think the biggest thing about the platform company is actually that it gives you a constraint when you are thinking about what are the right problem to solve, and can provide you the unique advantage in terms of what can you actually do differently. Because to some extent, just all the low-hanging fruits in the biotech field, I would argue that they are long gone. Just if you have a clear target and then you know the disease, and then if this thing is easy to drug, somebody else would have done it 20 years ago. So nowadays we're only left with really challenging diseases in oncology, those things that creates just so many different variants of resistance mechanisms, or maybe cardiovascular diseases that require super long trials, or neurodegenerative diseases that we just have no idea what is going on. So for a platform company, the benefit is then you can quickly narrow down your focus area, really asking just given all the things that we can be doing, what are we most uniquely positioned to do, and focusing on those. And whereas for a single asset company, I think the benefit again is that once you narrow down your question, then you can be okay, so this is this one shot that we want to take. So I think everybody has this focusing anxiety of if my bet is wrong, then just the whole company will be gone, so it's better to have it right. So that's the good thing about it. But of course then the bad thing is that from kind of asset acquisition perspective, then you essentially have this whole ocean that you can choose from. And then a lot of times then the question will be given this target, why are we going to be better at XYZ companies when they either have the platform to work on it, or compared to the big pharma when they have 10,000 scientists they can throw on the project. So that can be something challenging. And I think there are pros and cons to it. Again, I think the only thing to say is following the science and then really, really be focused once you're committed to something.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question will be for Tim. I think many people already ask you, as a multi-company co-founder, how do you prioritize your time and your strategy? Which company you want to start and what project you want to terminate? And when you have not enough time, how do you find helpers?
Well, I think this field is very people dependent. I think it's a complex. Drug development is hard, super hard, right? And it's prone to failure. You got to find unique people who are willing to number one, do that, face failure, occasional success. Two is people that have, that expertise that really comes with accumulated knowledge over time. It's not something that you learn in school and you automatically know how to do it. And so the companies I've been involved in have primarily been, number one, born out of a belief that we have some unique technology so that we can be differentiated, but two, that we have the right team available to really execute on these. And so for the vast majority of the companies I've been fortunate to be involved in, we've always been able to find great co-founders, management teams, investors that come together and believe that this is the problem we want to go after together. And so it's really a team-based sort of thing. I mean, some people might ask, why did I, move here from Boston to start Senti? This is, the first time I've taken that CEO role. And it came down to the same thing. I think, in other companies where we were doing development, we found a great management team to be able to execute. They understood the science. They had relevant expertise. It felt like I couldn't really necessarily add anything to that team, right? But for something like Senti, it's something I've been working on for 20 years. I know when this stuff works, when this stuff doesn't. We went out to look for is there a CEO or CSO that perhaps would bring in that expertise, and I would say that it was hard to find that. So who else is going to do this except for myself? And I decided to jump in. So it's some of that decision making, I think, that just comes about when you think about the practicalities of starting a new company and sort of needing to be able to bring the relevant expertise on board. In terms of time allocation, I don't think there's an on-off switch, at least for me. It's just, just keep going and deal with problems whenever they sort of occur. So it's not like it's, you only get 1 hour, you only get 5 hours is sort of approach that I take.
Okay, so this is a question for all the speakers. So from your field, what do you think the people after pandemic in your field need to have? That new mindset or new criteria, new skill set? Can you share about that? Maybe you can start from Hannah.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of the same. Again, just following the science, I really think that's the biggest thing that people should do in the field. As Tim said, the drug development process is so long, and there are so many ways that things can fail, and you better not to fail on science. The other thing I can think of is potentially about communication. I think one thing that really shows up during the pandemic is apparently we can actually work remotely for most of the time, and then actually can still run a company, and then we can still get drug approved. But the thing that people have to get better at is then being able to identify an effective channel for communication. And it's not only just communication in terms of getting your ideas across. Nowadays, we also start seeing more interdisciplinary approaches, including how to combine technology and the biotech together, such that we can invent new ways and to think about something or identify a unique perspective. And in order to do that, people from the biology background should be able to understand and appreciate where the technologies are, being able to ask the right questions, and then having enough understanding to be able to understand when somebody gives you a good answer, how is a good answer differentiated itself compared to a mediocre answer or a non-answer, and vice versa. For people in the technology field, let's say if you want to go into biology, also trying to think about what are the fundamental differences. There are some engineering principles potentially can be applied, but on the other hand, biology is also a lot more complicated and a lot less predictable given so little that we know. So how do we think about the underlying thing in these things such that everybody can communicate together, and then using the right concept and then to push things forward? I think that's I think something that we can continue thinking about.
How about Tim? Not everyone can be entrepreneur. Any suggestion?
Well, I think I agree with Hannah that one of the nice things about the pandemic happening in retrospect is that it actually opened up, I think, broader opportunities for creating teams that you don't necessarily have to be solely geographically focused. I think sort of people interaction obviously is important, but that doesn't have to be necessarily the only primary criteria you use when you build a team. And so I think biotech was always starting to move to a more virtualized model in many cases, but I think this has helped push that in the future. And I think the other aspect, I hope maybe talking to some people in the crowd here, is I think the pandemic has made everyone realize how important human health is in our daily lives. You take it for granted. And so even if you didn't grow up in the field of bio or whatever, I grew up as an ECS guy initially. I think there's a lot to contribute into this space now. Even if you're coming from a computer science perspective, a hardware perspective, et cetera, there are you can make better devices. We need people who know how to do machine learning in bio. We need people to, think about new approaches, even downstream of the discovery phase, how to execute clinical trials better, more efficiently, how to design clinical studies in that sense. Like that sort of interdisciplinary expertise is going to be even more in demand in the future. And so as a job career, I think that's number one, super exciting. But two is actually we do need people who have those sort of talents coming into the drug development space.
How about Michael?
Yeah, I think for the kind of public health problems that we're going to have to solve in the future, COVID kind of basically shown us that simply having technical skills is not enough, right? You really need what I call change-making skills: leadership, management, communication, collaboration, community organizing, strategic thinking, policy, advocacy, the ability to bring about change that you want to see in the world, and whether that's organizational change, systems change, community, societal, or global change. And that's why, as a dean of public health, one of my top goals is to make sure that by the time that my students graduate, that they're graduating with not only a world-class education in the core public health sciences, right? Environmental health science, epidemiology, biostatistics, but that they're actually graduating with the knowledge, the tools, and skills to really help change the world.
Okay, thank you. The next question is that we are here because we are connected with Taiwan in different ways. I'm also MIT, made in Taiwan. So, so can you share your insight about the difference between Taiwan or Asia compared with US in terms of research, business, funding, education, talent, in all different aspects? We can start from Tim.
That's a big question.
The big question.
I would say, as a faculty member at MIT, obviously talent comes from a lot of places, right? So I think, talent is certainly global. I think everyone here is in the U.S. right now. I think one of the nice things, pre-pandemic and hopefully continues post-pandemic is that, the U.S. continues to be a place where, the best and brightest come together, in big picture-wise. I think some of the things that have emerged in my mind over time is that there are pretty big differences in certainly, let's say Taiwan, but also other geographies in terms of how clinical studies are run, at least in our space. So I'll just give you one example, maybe two examples. In the US, you want to make a drug happen, you go to the FDA, you submit an IND. It's a pretty well-defined pathway. It's well-trodden, well understood. The US FDA has a lot of expertise in novel drugs, and so they tend to be working quite closely together with biotech companies to try to figure those things out. Not all countries are like that. Some countries have very conservative FDAs and very slow at reviewing new technologies, and you can run into a brick wall if you try to introduce something too crazy into those frameworks. Other countries are on the other extreme, which is even more open. So I'll take China as an example. In our space, we do cell therapy work. Probably the most cell therapy trials are being run actually in China, not in the US, and that's because there's this other pathway. You don't have to go to the Chinese FDA. You could actually, there's a separate pathway where you can work with an investigator at a hospital, convince them that they should do a relatively small patient trial, but you could actually move much faster into the clinic. And so one might argue, on one hand, the conservative person might argue that's a bad thing because maybe the quality's not as good, or are you missing certain things, or you're not manufacturing things to a certain standard. On the other hand, the benefit is you can actually test this thing a lot faster. The key bottleneck in the biotech space is we don't get to humans until much later on in the process. And so if you can actually treat a patient, who's likely, unfortunately, is probably in their last stages anyways, but you can actually learn about whether this product worked, it actually allows you to iterate your product a lot faster. So there's pros and cons to doing that. I think for Taiwan, perhaps, to think about where it can spend some time, as I mentioned, the development of new drugs is becoming increasingly an engineering-based process, not simply a screening process. And I think because of that, it's going to require a lot of fundamental investments in automation, machine learning approaches. And I think hopefully some of the talent that has really grown up building that sort of expertise could be applied actually into the biotech space. So I think that's one area to potentially think about.
And how about Michael? The policy difference or talent difference?
Yeah, I'll also comment on the Taiwanese talent. So I've been hosting a number of startups as part of a Taiwan Berkeley Health Innovation Accelerator program. And I'll kind of give you an example. This year, I was working with a company, a couple founders that's developing an instrument for Achilles tendon repair, soft tissue repair. And so at our first meeting, they showed me the prototype, and they were trying to show me how to use it and stuff. And as a surgeon, it just didn't feel right? That the instrument felt plasticky, it just wasn't very intuitive. And as a surgeon, you kind of want to be looking at the patient and not looking at your hand. So I just provide a few comments to them. And guess what? Usually if I do that here in the US, it would probably take months and months for somebody to re-prototype it, redesign it. But basically, they sent my comments back to their shop in Taiwan, and within 2 weeks, they came back with the new prototype, right? And it was so much better than the first prototype. And then we've gone through several iterative processes, and then I connected them with real orthopedic surgeons who also provide some comments back. And then a few months later, they went to Select USA, which is this big global competition that's put on by the US government, the Department of Commerce, and they won first place in that global competition, right? And that just kind of shows me the incredible talent, just absolutely amazing, creative, innovative, and just probably some of the hardest working innovators and entrepreneurs that I've ever met. I think what Taiwan needs, they could certainly use more help around business strategy, communication, marketing. They could get greater insights into the healthcare market, policy, regulation, financing. And I think they could also probably do a little more in terms of being more user-centric, more patient-centered kind of design, so that when they're inventing something, don't start with the technology, right? Start with the problem that you're trying to solve. But otherwise, I think there's incredible talent in Taiwan, which I think really position Taiwan as a potential to be a global giant in the biotech and health innovation industry.
And Hannah? I think I'm lucky to go with the last one for this question. This is really hard. I think the Taiwanese people, we are very scrappy. We're very efficient. We're super hardworking. And I also think, especially just right now for people in Taiwan, people are also very hungry of doing something different, something innovative, and then something that can really help Taiwan to be at the global stage. So I think we have a lot of the right ingredients from the talent side. So just if you think about, for example, I think right now the most mature industry for biotech, more specifically in Taiwan, would be kind of doing clinical trials or doing kind of some of the reagent prepping. Just some of the quality that I've seen so far is one of the just some of the best that I've seen just across the world. And the question, I think, as Michael pointed out, is then how do we use this drive to not only do things for other people, but then also for ourselves, and then finding our own unique angle. And that requires people to really think about, because I think limitation is really the way to get to a creative solution. Taiwan is more limited in funding for sure, especially for biotech, which to some extent one could argue that, oh, this is such a significant limitation because for all the drug development, it just really requires tons and tons of money. But then on the other hand, I also could argue that just that can really create a space for us to think about what exactly is the unique area that Taiwan can be focusing on. Just maybe our space is not going to be let's try to find this target where you just in theory you can treat 1 million people, but then just everybody is thinking about those type of diseases and targets too. Just maybe just the thing that we'll be good at is more focusing on precision oncology, because we have people who are really, really great at engineering. We have one of the best healthcare systems and EMRs available. So how do we use this information to find things that other people won't be able to find because they don't have those type of systems in place and the talents in place. And I think that's the direction I think we can consider more. And also similarly, just like trying to look globally in terms of like what are other people good at versus bad at, such that then we can figure out for ourselves like what are the things that we can uniquely be good at, and then using our strength to fight against other people's weakness. Just like life is too hard, just like don't try to just like fight other people with like whatever they are good at, just like fight with like their weaknesses. Life is much better that way.
Yeah, and next question, actually you already touched some of this question. So what do you see Taiwan's role in the global stage in this bio field from your point of view? And what do you think we can combine the strength from Taiwan and US? Hannah, you want to go last one? Okay. So we can maybe start from Tim, because for Taiwan, the computational science, AI, that field is also strong. And you talk about like AI. So do you think you can cut in from this angle?
Yeah, I think that's a huge opportunity. Honestly, I think one of the things during COVID that I did personally was spend a lot of time in Taiwan because my kids' school is closed here, so we sent them back. And actually during that time, actually got to know a lot of people who are working in that space over there. I think that's a huge opportunity. I mean, obviously machine learning talent here is great, amazing, right? But I think there is actually a lot of computational know-how, expertise in Taiwan that I think if you combine that together with folks who are in the drug development space who can point them in the right direction, you could actually make a very, very, perhaps much more capital efficient way of doing that sort of research. I think maybe building a little bit on what Hannah was saying earlier is, I think for better or for worse, the US is still the biggest market for drugs. And so as a result, most of the capital is here. Most of the interactions with pharma is here. You have to deal with the US FDA if you want to generate the most value for your company. And so I think there is necessarily like, a Taiwanese biotech company can't just focus on the Taiwan market, and probably increasingly shouldn't focus on the China market. It's got to focus on solving problems in the US healthcare system in many cases. But as a result, like entrepreneurs or companies or people who work in the space need to like understand what the actual problems are in the US healthcare system, and that bridge is actually pretty important and not always easy to do.
Yeah, and for Michael, because there are some new disease that is not popular in Taiwan, but it's in US or on the other way. So what do you think like Taiwan's role, like in Asia or in the world?
Yeah, I think pretty much like what Tim just said. I do think that Taiwan has the potential to be an industry giant in the world. Talked about AI and data science. Taiwan has one of the best healthcare systems in the world. It's got incredible manufacturing capabilities, and like Hannah said, Taiwan has some of the most scrappy, hardest working innovators and entrepreneurs. I think what Taiwan really lacks right now is the internationalization of R&D, of capitalization, of market. And that's where I think those of us who love Taiwan here in the Bay Area, we can help, right? And I'm kind of reminded by some of my colleagues who helped start the semiconductor industry in Taiwan 34 years ago, that it was this Taiwan Silicon Valley connection that really helped spur Taiwan's dominance in the semiconductor industry over the last 30, 40 years. I'm really hoping that it's this Taiwan Silicon Valley connection that would really help promote Taiwan's success in this next industry, building that next TSMC of biotech in Taiwan for generations to come.
Are you ready?
Maybe. So the same question. Yeah. So I think from my standpoint, I think similar to what Tim and Michael have already said as well, just I do think that the thing that we can be better at is to think about how we can bring our current perspective in the Bay Area and then back to Taiwan, but then in a way that not necessarily saying that just like everything that happens in the US is amazing, because we all know that there's a lot of problems. But then just like then thinking about then how do you first globalize yourself, and then going back and then using the learnings and then create a local version that actually makes sense for what Taiwan can be focusing on, and then continue to leverage that and then continue to build a network. The thing I find to be interesting / challenging a lot of time for people, I think especially for people who have been in the States for a while, is that all of a sudden all your network is actually in the States, and then when you go back to Taiwan, you're like, oh, actually, like I don't know a ton of people, and then it actually becomes like hard for people to know where to get started, how to get the right network, and then getting climated again into a different ecosystem and society. So the thing I think we can, but then however, I think a lot of people actually decide to do that, and then just like we all know quite a few of our friends who actually decide to take the step and then going back to Taiwan and then trying to find different ways to contribute. And I think the question we can always ask ourselves is that then how do we learn both sides of the world such that when we are start thinking about strategy, thinking about like what can be our competitive advantage, we can think both globally on like what is needed in the entire world, but then also thinking about like what is like unique for Taiwan so that we can continue building on it. And I do think that the angle would either be like manufacturing because we're super efficient, very crappy, or thinking about the engineering side of things and then trying to see how we can combine together.
That's a great answer. So I think due to time, we'll have the last question. So I know the biotech people in this audience is minority. So I think today is a good chance to let our speakers to promote biotech to the audience. So the last question will be like, can we summarize the new trend or new direction after a pandemic in your field? Who want to go first?
Should I pay my due now? I think for me, the biggest one is to think about your own unique competitive advantage and then continue following the science. Because I think regardless whether your background is coming from tech or coming from biotech, just like we're all the same. Just like we believe in like how to find the right question, how to identify the right methodologies to solve the question, and then how to interpret the data such that we can take the next step. And then just like now we also need a very interdisciplinary approach in order to continue solving these problems and then bringing in innovative solutions. And I think this is like an amazing time for anybody to really jump into the biotech world, regardless whether the background is in tech or like in businesses or in biology. Because frankly, even for people like whose background in biology, just like most of us, we didn't really study drug development in the first place. So there are a lot of different ways that we can work together and then really drive into a solution. And I think one of the greatest things that I found about the drug development industry is really about people's passion to make an impact for patients. And I think that's one of the blessings I think I have, just like being able to like be in those like privileged position and then thinking about these questions day in, day out. I think it's, and then working with like some of the smartest people in the world, I think it's really, yeah, I also really love my job.
Thank you.
I'll make a really simple pitch, right? If you could actually be at the beginning of when Silicon Valley got started or when the first transistor was discovered, would you have made that jump or not? Think about that versus today. I think biotech is at a similar inflection point. You know, it is actually, I feel like there's a fundamental shift in how people are approaching the understanding of disease today. We actually understand more and more the molecular basis of disease. We can actually read, you know, not just DNA, we can read RNA, we can read proteins inside of the cells in much more powerful ways. That's like an insight into a fundamentally, you know, super important system that, you know, previously has been really hard to do. And so we're right at the beginning of that. Like the stuff we're talking about today is, I think 50 years from now, it's gonna be like light years ahead of, you know, the really simple stuff I just threw up on a slide. So do you want to be part of that? That's the main question. I think for me, you know, the answer was yes. That's why I made the jump. It probably psychologically is a lot easier not to be in biotech because biotech is composed of a lot of failures with, you know, very little successes. But I think the ability to perhaps contribute to that, I think beyond just who you are as a person, but to the general health of society is really why people who are in the biotech field are really passionate about it. So that's what I would say to the audience here.
All right, well, let me talk about a couple trends that I see post-pandemic. One is certainly greater use of telehealth. I know that pre-pandemic, only about 50% of doctors' offices are equipped for telehealth. Now it's over 90%, and I think there's just going to be greater and greater use of telehealth. I think something that Tim mentioned earlier around precision health, the right therapy for the right patient at the right dose at the right time, the right place. I think that's going to be increasingly important. Can I just say one more thing? I'm not going to plug biotech, but I'm going to plug public health. Okay. And I know this is a little bit of heresy in a tech conference, but as much as we like to think that we can solve all human problems, human health problems with science and technology, I think COVID has shown us that we need to do a lot more, right? That so much of health is driven not just by access to good drugs and healthcare and so forth, but it's driven by what we call social determinants: the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the social and physical environments in which we live and work and grow and age. And that's where, if we really want to improve population health, certainly very, very important to leverage science and technology, but we got to also make sure that we roll up our sleeves and we go out there and fight for health equity, for social justice, fight for clean air and water, fight for healthcare as a right, and healthcare and health for all. I think only with that are we going to truly be able to achieve health equity for all. And honestly, that's the work of public health.
Thank you. Due to time, we cannot ask more questions, so let's thank our speakers today.
Hello, Clara.
Hey.
Blockchain week? Yep. Right? Yeah. Of course. All right. Just the two? Oh, yeah. Only the two of us.
One, two, three. Hey, everyone. Hey. Nice to see all of you. Thank you all for coming today. Today we're going to be talking about the exciting topic of Web3. But before I get further, I'd like to thank the event host as well as all the sponsors that you see on the screen for making this event happen. As you can imagine, this event required a lot of coordination, and so to make this happen, the host and sponsors did a lot of work here. So thanks to everyone, thanks to all the speakers who come, and thanks to all of you for joining us today. So without further ado, my name is Richard. As some of you know, I am a co-founder of Iterative Ventures, and we are a Web3 investor. We have a preference for infrastructure as well as service layer technologies. But that's it from my side. Today we're going to have 3 other folks on the panel. As you can see, we have Wang, Tobias, and Clara. Just to get started, Wang, I'll let you, do your intro. But Wang is a founder.
Hey guys, thank you for coming. Thank you for having me. So my name is Wayne, Taiwanese. I wear 2 hats now. I'm co-founder and CEO to XREX, which is a fully regulated, compliant Web3 fiat to crypto exchange and digital bank focused on serving users and small medium businesses in emerging markets, especially India, Africa, and parts of Latin America. I'm also co-founder to a DeFi stablecoin protocol called Unitas that will be launching in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Wang. And then next up, we have Tobias, who is an investor. Tobias, would you mind doing your self-introduction?
Yes, absolutely. So thanks for having me. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm calling out of Singapore at the moment. So we run a venture capital fund called Blockchain Founders Fund based out of Singapore. We've done over 100 investments in the Web3 space. And we invest typically in early stage projects across DeFi, gaming, infrastructure, anything up to 5 million US. And then we try to work with our companies and help them scale. And our focus is definitely Asia. And we're also looking at Taiwan and other countries in the area. So yeah, thanks for having me and excited to share insights on the topic.
Thank you, Tobias. And next up, we have Clara, who has been in the space, I think, the longest of all of us. Clara, would you mind taking it away?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started exploring blockchain back in 2011, 2012, and left for a few years, and then came back to this space in around 2020 to start the Filecoin Foundation. And we are working on decentralized file storage. And so if you think about large monopolies that control most of the data on the internet, it's just in a handful of 4 companies. And we are trying to give people an alternative to data storage. We're around 1/100th the cost of Amazon Web Services. And we're really trying to also be the storage backbone for most of Web3 technology. So if you own an NFT, if you are exploring and building something in the metaverse, you're already probably using Filecoin and IPFS as that storage layer. So I'm so thrilled to be here today. We also invest in a number of companies in our Filecoin ecosystem. And so there's also accelerators that we partner with, like a ton of hackathons. So we're constantly trying to make sure that we can get the smartest, best, and most talented people really thinking about decentralized storage.
Thank you, Clara, and thank you all the speakers for joining us today. So Web3 is a very nascent space, as many of you know. Right now, the penetration is around 5% globally in terms of usage, wallets, etc. So I want to get started just by asking our panel speakers today, what do you guys see as unique in this space, right? Because all of you are here and you guys are here for the long term. What is it that has drawn you guys into the space? What's so unique? I guess we can start with Wang, sharing from your founder's perspective.
Yeah, sure. So I've been before doing this, I was a cybersecurity professional. I did cybersecurity all the way until I completed my PhD. So when we first heard about Satoshi's Bitcoin white paper, end of 2008, immediately looked at it, understood all the algorithms, but just couldn't understand what's special about it, because it was like everything, nothing's really new. But then eventually, through talking to early adopters and especially small, medium businesses in emerging markets, I really then started to understand the value of Bitcoin and how it's being used as a store of value, medium of exchange, especially in the regions of the world where the central banks are, not as strong as the central bank, the Fed. and where they really need, after their sweat and tears, after they've spent so much time selling their lives to make some money and after tax, that they can really have a good way to park that value. And if they want to leave these countries for a better country like the US, that they can actually have some financial sovereignty and some way to carry that value with them that they created. So then I started to really appreciate what this decentralization movement has to offer in terms of giving all of us financial sovereignty, sovereignty also to our digital identity, and also to data.
That's such an interesting perspective because right now as inflation is rampant, right? And so what I've been seeing also is that a lot of countries like Turkey, et cetera, that is having a lot of adoption for stable coins, et cetera, just to protect their assets and value, just like you mentioned. So it's a really interesting perspective. I'd like to shift to also Clara, since you've been in this space the longest out of all of us, there must be a reason why you stayed here. So, and what is that?
Yeah, so I truly fell in love with blockchain early on because I love security. I actually spent some years in cybersecurity. And there's really two types of people really in the early blockchain space. There were people who really were security enthusiasts, and then there were people who were very much thinking about the way blockchain can innovate for things like decentralized finance. And then there are obviously other kinds of people that use it early on for drugs, not so great use cases. But over time, what's been really fascinating is a lot of people who are building the core of what people are coining Web3, the next version of the internet. We're using much more of the security of the blockchain to be able to think about new incentive models that allow two parties to interact in new ways, right? And so for us, for example, in file storage, instead of servers being stored in one centralized location, we have over 4,200 storage providers running their own servers all around the world, including Taiwan. And this gives people an option to not necessarily have all their eggs in one basket. There's multiple places where you can back up something so important like data. And for us, at least, data is the most important currency of our time. If I were to just throw your phone into the pool, probably 20 years ago, you wouldn't care. 10 years ago, you wouldn't care. Today, you would care. You might lose all your photos, right? And there is so much value in not just photos, emails, everything else. I was also talking with the former CEO of the South China Morning Post a few months ago. And he said the most important thing that they have at the South China Morning Post is their archival storage. All the data for all the previous newsletters and newspapers that they had, that is their most important asset. And that is a lot of what people are thinking about, is using the security of blockchain to be able to think about affordable ways to keep data accessible to everyone. So that is my why. I also spent several years in the US government, actually focused on homegrown extremism and election security, specifically working on issues like information operations. And there's a lot of use cases in blockchain technology I'll talk about later that helps with information integrity. You can prove that a photo was taken at a particular location. You can prove that something came from a particular source. So for me, this is so important for us to continue to innovate and push the boundaries of making sure that the web is open and a place where everyone can access credible information.
That's amazing that you mentioned that because as we are entering this age, a lot of people are very afraid about what any organization can use their data, or if it can be leaked or hacked, like what happened, let's say, at Facebook, et cetera. So this tamper-resistant way of storing your file is absolutely very important in this day and age. I want to shift our attention to Tobias as well. Just coming as an investor, what is keeping you in this space? What do you see and what do you invest in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think besides all the sort of obvious benefits the technology is doing, which has been described already, for me, what is a big factor of keeping me in a space is actually the people, right? So I do think that especially everyone who's got into the space early, is really convinced of the benefit of what the technology can do in terms of financial services. We talked about data, we talked about storage. I mean, this whole decentralization space is really going back to the people and giving back what essentially should be theirs, and giving everybody essentially a way to participate. And you have a lot of very, very strong early innovators in the space. I mean, for the most part, obviously there are some who are just there for the money, but if you look at it from a developer perspective, if you look from people's conviction, especially everybody who's been in the space for longer, they're really in here because they want to use this technology to bring innovation into something which should be disrupted or should have been disrupted a long time ago, because it obviously has challenges as in the current form. And as an investor, especially if you do early stage investments, founders is a very, very big part of how we analyze a business, right? Because there's only so much data we can look at or put our hands on. So a lot of the convictions we're going to have is about, can a founder execute? Are the founder really the ones who are going to bring this business to new levels? And we see amazing founders in the space, people who are here with very, very strong conviction that this is going to be the next technology, this is going to be the next wave which will solve challenges we have. At the same time, we as a fund, we look at the space very diversified, right? I mean, of course, in the end, we have to make a return for the fund. So that's why we try to look at all sorts of angles which needs to develop to actually, make this space a new innovation wave, right? And there's a lot of challenges, right, from an infrastructure perspective, from UI UX, because at the same time, with having so many early adopters and it's driven by so many developers, it makes the space sometimes not as user-friendly as we wanted to have it. So that's why we as a fund, we're looking for the next businesses who can bring the billion people into crypto, right? And that's obviously a lot of different sub-pieces around it. But I think once we hit that stage of making it friendly, of making it interesting for everyone, then I think we're going to be in a very, very interesting track of making this technology changing everybody's life, not just from what you've heard, but most people are actually going to be using it on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's where it's interesting, right? Because a lot of people talking about blockchain and crypto, and they heard about the benefits, but they've never really experienced it, right? Because only so many people right now are using this technology. And I think it's our aim and our need as an investor in order to change that. And I think with so many great developers and founders in the space, capital needs to come in now, and we need to focus on what's there for the user, and we need to make it as user-friendly as possible in order to bring in the next, billion people into the space and really, really grow it from an intrinsic perspective. And that's really what keeps me in the space of being part of that journey, being part of this development, and of being as supportive and helpful as possible.
Thank you so much, Tobias. And you mentioned a very interesting perspective where not everybody realizes the benefit of using blockchain. And I want to shift our attention a little bit, and also, as well as bringing in the Taiwan perspective, especially for Clara, because Filecoin Foundation is currently doing some work with Taiwanese government, I believe. And so, Clara, could you speak to how Taiwan is using blockchain, how you guys are helping out?
Yeah, I will say we're not officially working with Taiwan, but our technology is open and available for anyone to use. And so this was actually a really amazing story, because I did not even catch this until this was announced in the news. But on August 27th, Taiwan actually announced a new digital affairs ministry. And they Audrey Tang, she's the head of the ministry. I actually met with her around a year and a half ago when I went to Taiwan. And she apparently is using our technology, IPFS, to prevent denial of service attacks. And so today, cybersecurity, you can imagine, if it's too centralized, it makes it more vulnerable. Right now, Taiwan is also in an information war with China, and there's a lot of tension there. And so it was really, really amazing that the Ministry of Digital Affairs, they started to just adopt IPFS technology to really think about fostering and boosting the cybersecurity practices there. So those are just one example. Another really great company based in Taiwan that is using our technology is called Numbers Protocol. They actually have a service that allows what I mentioned earlier, you to take photos and verify the source of the photo. And the photos automatically get stored using our technology. But we've used that technology in instances like when journalists need to prove that a photo wasn't something that was altered over time. There's been a lot of use cases that have been incredible, like I said, from the information integrity front.
Thank you so much for sharing. And as you can imagine, that blockchain is very centered in terms of cybersecurity and Taiwan's overall defense strategy. I also want to shift attention a little bit to also Taiwanese industries in general. And also wanted to shift the voice to Wang. Since you're a founder, what are some of the benefits that blockchain can bring, and how could Taiwanese industry collaborate and join this trend?
Yeah, for Taiwanese industries, I think for many of you, maybe Web3 is still foreign to you, and you're thinking, what's in it for Taiwan and what's Taiwan's advantage. So, but this topic is very close to me because we're a Taiwanese company and we have now about 80 people in Taipei. And I really feel that Taiwan has a lot to offer in this Web3 movement. When we started 4 years ago, we wanted to build a regulated, compliant cryptocurrency exchange to help small and medium businesses in emerging markets access US dollar liquidity, which is really difficult for them. And we saw the opportunity that's introduced by stablecoins such as USDC and USDT. And we also saw that Taiwan had a really strong banking industry, and we could together form teams and offer great US dollar liquidity through our Taiwanese banks with the support of the Taiwanese Central Bank to these SMBs in India and in Africa, right? But then we needed endorsement because we knew that we were going to have to work with regulators and central banks in these emerging markets. So during our seed round, we went to the Taiwanese government and we said, well, this is what we want to do. It's a new technology, and it's going to be great for our Taiwanese banking industry because we're going to help them, work with them to bring their services to emerging markets. And it's also going to be great for the Taiwanese brand, right? Because they're going to know that we're a Taiwanese company and we're going to become their most important digital bank. So the Taiwanese government ended up participating in our seed round, knowing that we're building this type of exchange and also taking an observer board seat, right? And 4 years ago, I don't think, we're probably one of the very few startups that's doing this type of topic, knowing that there's going to be regulatory issues, but that's directly invested by a government. And this really gave us a very strong endorsement. So fast forward today, we've received multiple licenses in Canada, in Europe, about to receive a major license in Singapore. We're working great with regulators, and it all came from the Taiwanese government's strong support. Our pre-A round last year, again, was led by Taiwan's largest banking group, also one of the largest public companies, Zhonghua Kaifa, right? So, and when they invested in us and took on a board seat, they told us, look, guys, if you get into regulatory trouble, the regulators are not going to find you guys, but also find us big time, right? Because we own a bank, we own a security firm. So let's all work this out well together. And their endorsements really helped us as well. And now, this time, like with Ethereum merge, and we had to be down for 2 hours, and we hear all these small medium businesses in India reach out to us and say, can you guys just not be down, because you cannot be down, right? We need you guys to do business. And it was a great feeling. And they also know now they're very aware that come February is going to be Chinese New Year, and we're going to be closing down for a few days, and that's going to impact their business, right? It's very rewarding to feel that you can build a company from Taiwan doing blockchain-related technology and working with Taiwanese banks and introduce something that's this type of financial service that is so critical to small and medium businesses, emerging markets that would otherwise has always had, past 100 years, so much difficulty accessing the US dollar, which is critical for them to be on the equal playing field when doing commerce, when importing masks, mass manufacturing machines. We've helped so many of these businesses fight for masks early on during COVID and got so many masks and machinery imported into India because of our services. I feel that coming back to the Taiwanese advantage, I feel that the Taiwanese regulators are actually in practice extremely friendly to this industry. And I also feel that now, I think partially because of the government's open-mindedness and initiatives to support this industry, now we see large enterprises, and I know a lot of you here are also falling into this category. We have major Taiwanese public companies and brands right now trying to figure out their Web3 strategy. And I'll give you another example. Together with Taiwan's largest business media, 天下杂志, 天下学习, we have just created the world's first online masterclass that itself was produced and will be operated and sold entirely in a Web3 manner. Okay, and that's the first in the world, I'm pretty sure. So let me explain. Today, you can buy this class directly online from 天下杂志 or 天下学习. But come October end, they cannot sell this class anymore. From then on, for the next 12 months, whoever wants access, who wants to purchase this class, can only go to people that have previously purchased this class, all of whom will receive an airdrop, an NFT called Nebula 22, that will allow them to mint out NFT tickets that's redeemable to this class. So what happens is then you'd have to go, for anybody who's interested in this class, come November, you'll have to go to somebody who's already purchased, who's already gone through this class, who's received that NFT, and ask them to mint out a class ticket for you to then use that NFT and go to Tianxia's online platform to redeem your class. It also features a complete white paper that's already published on Gitbook. So can you believe that 天下杂志 has published their NFT tokenomics white paper on Gitbook, right? So for you guys to learn about the tokenomics. And I also know that other than 天下, there's many other major Taiwanese brands that are looking at the Web3 opportunity as a way for them to build international global brand and for them to create community-led growth and to really engage with their communities. So all of these are advantages that Taiwan has to offer for the Web3 community and for the industry.
Thank you, Wayne. You touched upon so many strong strategic benefits of Taiwan for catching on to this new trend. I do want to shift attention a little bit to Tobias, since Tobias is an investor. He's in Singapore, so he gets to have this purview of what's going on in Asia, et cetera. I want to ask you, Tobias, what do you see as the strategic benefit in Asia? What's the unique position for Taiwan to capture onto this trend?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So we came to Asia for a very specific reason with the fund, and didn't go to the US, or didn't go to any other jurisdiction. And that's because Asia is, in our opinion, in a pretty good spot, right? So first of all, Asia has a lot of really great talent in the Web3 space, a lot of great developers, which are very scarce and also getting really, really expensive at the moment. It is across, or basically surrounded by, countries who have a very positive stance, or for the most part, a very positive stance towards crypto and Web3. And it's it has a lot of capital, right? And especially countries like Singapore, Hong Kong before have positioned themselves as a hub for family offices, for asset managers, and of course also venture capital funds. And with now the shift coming from not copying technical solutions anymore, but actually driving true innovations across a lot of different countries, be it Taiwan, be it Vietnam, be it Singapore, it becomes a really, really interesting target for US funds coming now towards Asia and setting up their headquarters or setting up their subsidiaries here. A lot of angel investors, a lot of service companies use this region for setting up their hub or their entity. And I think Taiwan is in a very, very good spot of having a lot of talent in the space, right? So we monitor our deal flow very, very closely. For example, every company we ever look at, we fill in a very quick form, which gives us some understanding of where they're coming from, where they set up the business, if it's what kind of background the founders have, what solution they're building. And if we look at this, and I just looked at the data a couple weeks back, our deal flow from Taiwan, especially with very, very strong CTOs across DeFi, gaming, and the whole Web3 space, has increased by 8% in Taiwan over the last 3 months, right? Which is the biggest increase across any country you have seen. And I think that's really beautiful to see, right? I think now with Hong Kong being a bit more troubled in that sense, and Taiwan carves out to be a really good spot, but I do think that this is still unknown to the world in a sense, right? Most of the people who think about blockchain talent, who think about crypto hub, they think about Miami, Dubai, and Singapore, where I do think that Taiwan needs to get a lot more attention, because really, really strong founders and great projects are coming out of Taiwan right now. But they just haven't reached that stage yet of being accepted or being heard. And like I said, with that increase in terms of deal flow, with that increase in terms of projects, with the number of talent in the market, and with still being seen as a very solid hub for funds, I think Taiwan really has to capitalize on that and just bring more branding and image into the world of really being a tech fostering nation. And I think then Taiwan is already in a really, really good spot from a geopolitical, from a geographical, and from a governance perspective of how they look at the space, of how innovative. You just mentioned, the examples in the private market, but there's a lot of examples in the public market as well, especially also from a governance perspective of how they utilize and are going to utilize this technology moving forward. So we are very, very bullish on Taiwan in terms of investing and seeing future companies and great founders coming from there. And that's why we also came to Asia, and we carved out a specific portion for Taiwan and Taiwan related projects. We were just really excited about seeing this grow, and we really hope that the government will use that and use this opportunity in order to capitalize and push Taiwan forward, because I do think that probably like in 5 years from now, we're going to see Taiwan emerging as a hub very, very similar to Singapore, for example, or maybe even Dubai, in terms of how favorable it is for projects in the Web3 space. And they have really all the right nutrients in place, so to say, as a nation. And I think it just needs to be seen, right? And capital needs to be coming to the space. And I think that's kind of like what we are very excited about, and hope that this is going to happen, or increasingly going to happen moving forward.
And I just want to add that I had heard many months ago that Vitalik is actually thinking about setting up the Ethereum Foundation headquarters in Taipei as well. So there's a lot of movement around there. I do want to shift gear a little bit now that I hope I've convinced all of you that Taiwanese government is supportive. We have a strong labor force. There's a lot of industries that can benefit from jumping onto this trend. But then the question is, what makes a successful Web3 project or blockchain project, et cetera? And I actually want to ask Clara, because you've been in the space for the longest time. So, and Filecoin is a really successful project. So I wanted to ask you first to, for you to shed your perspective.
Yeah, I think the most important success factor for any Web3 company or ecosystem is absolutely the community. For us, we're actually having a huge conference just in less than a week in Singapore to bring together all of our Asia ecosystem. We have a lot of people from Taiwan, we have a lot of people from China, from Korea, and ultimately the ecosystem is as strong as the people that you're able to engage. I think what you've said earlier is exactly right. There is so much talent potential that is coming out of the Taiwan workforce. When I went to Taiwan a year and a half ago, I met so many incredible people pushing the envelope of Web3 that I think a lot of people don't realize. They were doing it from Taiwan. People Pleaser, who's an NFT artist based in Taiwan at the time. Kevin Lin, who was the co-founder of Twitch, he was also in Taiwan. He started a company called MetaTheory that, full disclosure, I invested in, but it is also in the Web3 space, right? And so you see a lot of leadership as well for amazing startups that have really been leveraging the talent pool. Alex Liu, who is the founder of MyCoin, which is the largest crypto exchange in Taiwan. One thing that was really great in sitting down with him was how passionate he was about the environmental movement, and not only just doing things at the minimum, but he wanted to go above and beyond, right? And that's something that we also care deeply about at Filecoin, is thinking about how we can do things with environmental impact at the same time, making sure that we're thinking headstrong with how we can not only follow, but also lead the way for solutions around climate change. And so, for example, all of our data centers, you can see all the energy use at any point in time. Instead of ESG reports being an afterthought, we very much are tracking our environmental footprint one by one. We have also given grants out to people who have set up entire data centers using solar panels. So there's so much that I think is so exciting, not only in Taiwan, but just I personally think just in terms of innovation, in terms of talent pool, in terms of how smart and hardworking the current talent is. The other factor that is really important is right now there is obviously heavy crypto lockdown in China, and Mandarin is such an important language skill to have. And unfortunately, it's really hard to recruit for people with Mandarin backgrounds. And there's a whole set of really smart engineers who know Mandarin that I think all crypto projects right now are all looking for to be able to touch the Asia market. There were also a number of investment funds. When I was in Taiwan, I also met with someone who works at Dragonfly, and he loves staying in Taiwan. Dragonfly Capital is a VC in the Asia region, but he was telling me there was a number of people on his team based in Taiwan just because of the lifestyle and also the location to China without necessarily some of the restrictions that are based there was also very optimal. So there's so much exciting things happening. And I think ultimately it comes down to talent and community. We want to have the smartest people working on the hardest problems. As Tobias was saying, blockchain is not easy. User experience is not easy. The shipping of new blockchain protocols, projects, implementations is constant. Crypto is always on, and we need the smartest and best people fully engaged to participate.
Now, Wang, as a founder, what do you see as what a successful founder should possess in order to start in this space?
I think starting something new in this space, you don't necessarily, I mean, not only for founders, entrepreneurs, but also for many of the big businesses present today. If you're trying to create something new, I think what's difficult and what you really have to get right is you have to understand the ethos, right? The philosophy. And to understand that, if you're a Taiwanese entrepreneur, or if you're creating something new, and you're a big Taiwanese brand or you're a big company, I think it's very important that you come out here. I think the only way for you to really understand the ethos is to know the community and to know the people. And a lot of these people are either here or in New York in a few hubs, right? So you want to really spend a lot of time here. You want to also bring out your top level manager out here, because otherwise you're going to have a much more difficult time to try to sell them what Web3 is and why it is the major opportunity for Taiwanese brands, especially in a post-COVID world. And I also like to shout out to, the many of, Taiwanese Americans working here. I really think that you guys can make a difference if you spend some time to look at, Taiwanese companies that are having their Web3 initiatives or Taiwanese Web3 startups. You don't need to just always be very frustrated about SEC, about Gary Gensler, Elizabeth Warren, because you have other options, right? Taiwan is a country that's just very open-minded and very supportive of Web3. I'll give another example. A few weeks ago, we had our last board meeting, and on the board meeting, we had the Taiwanese government, the National Development Fund, which is directly operated by the government. It's a government-run VC fund. And also Zhonghua Kaifa, right, as our board members. And on the board, we said, okay, it is time. We've completed our white paper. We're going to be launching this DeFi stablecoin protocol, and we're going to be minting stablecoins pegged to emerging market currencies. And we're going to be minting stablecoins pegged to the Indian rupees and Turkish lira and the Argentina peso. And these central banks are going to be very alerted, and we're going to have to work with them, right? And the board said, okay, go do it, right? That versus what you have here with the SEC, I really think that you'll be creating so much value and impact, and you will be writing Taiwanese history if you take another path.
Thank you, Wang. And for Tobias, this is my last question before we open up to the floor for questions. But the question is, as an investor like yourself, what differentiates between successful Web3 project versus the not as successful ones?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of points which make that successful recipe in a sense, right? So the number one point, as I mentioned before already, is the team, right? And I think there's differences within the team. So sometimes, we want to see that those people are long-term committed to the project, right? If the first conversation we're having on the call is, what are the lockup periods, it's another token and all these kind of things, then that's already a big red flag for me, right? Because in the end, I'm a strong believer that this business still needs to solve a problem, right? This business still needs to be beneficial to your users. Because in this previous bull market, we had a lot of projects getting investment just because people were speculating on a token getting viral, right? I don't think that's the mindset we should have in the space when investing in projects in the Web3 space. I don't think there should be a difference to Web2 in that sense, right? I mean, we're still looking for great businesses with great founders. So the founders being committed, the founders being, 100% of understanding that this is a long-term journey is one of the most important factors to me. And the second part, it is the community, right? I think especially as we are still in the early adopter phase, the community is very, very important because crypto has or is known to have a very strong community, right? So if you have a good project, the community will be helpful. It's not, the community shouldn't be seen as just your early adopters. They're really shaping the product with you because they they're getting extremely engaged and they're loving the product and they're trying it out, and you should listen to the community as a founder. But the community needs to be genuine. A lot of people are buying followers. A lot of people are just telling us, okay, we have 100,000 Twitter followers, we have 50,000 Discord followers, but it doesn't really say much about the engagement. And a community is only good if they're really engaged, if there's a lot of activity happening, right? If people are reaching out on behalf without receiving anything because they're just really excited about the project. This might change over time as we hit mass adoption and a lot more people coming into space, but especially now as we're developing solutions for, something which is still in early phases, community is a big driver for value and a big driver for improvement and feedback, right? So it's about building this community, and this isn't done overnight, right? A community takes time to build, it takes time to be engaged, and they need to see a clear value add. As a third part, I think you as a founder really need to ask yourself, is my solution requiring a blockchain or a token, right? Because a lot of projects we're seeing, they could also work as a Web2 company. There's nothing wrong about it, right? Not everything needs to be blockchain and crypto, in my opinion. Sometimes it just adds an additional layer of complexity. So that's why it goes back to actually understanding of what kind of problem are you solving and why is this technology relevant for you, right? Because I think we passed that stage now, or hopefully past that stage now, that the pure name dropping of that technology increases valuation of businesses. I think now investors got a bit more careful in understanding, okay, is it actually necessary? Is that, where's the value add, where's the utility of that aspect, right? A lot of tokens which have been launched previously didn't have a lot of utility, and that's why they've seen strong downturn over that sort of bear market in the last month. So I think asking yourself really about what problem am I solving, what technology is the best, and if you think that Web3 or blockchain or crypto is the best technology for you to solve that, then I think yes, absolutely go for it, right? And I sort of the fourth part is always the market. As an investor, we need to have return our invested capital, so we need to understand that the market is large enough for that solution to work. And that could either be focusing completely on a niche market, which might be slightly smaller, but at least to capture a larger part of it, or you're going to go after a larger market and get a smaller part of it, but that might still be relevant. And especially as larger the venture capital fund gets, market becomes a more and more important topic. But summarizing, it's really one, the founders, right? It's really second, the community. Third, it's about the solution and the actual need for the technology. And fourth, it's about the market and the market you're moving in. Of course, that could expand over time, but putting a number towards that and making it sort of tangible for any investors looking at your company is a very, very important part of it. And I think that's sort of the magic formula. And sometimes one of these 4 points might be stronger or weaker, but overall, I think if you're able to bring this to the table, I think you have a really good success factor, and then it's all about execution, right? How well are these 4 factors moving together into making this business a reality? Yeah, that's kind of like the 4 points I would highlight if I would describe your questions in a short paragraph.
Thank you, Tobias. It's really interesting that I think all 3 of the panel speakers today talked about how community is one of the central tenets to make a Web3 project successful. So that's really interesting. I think you all can agree on that. That's a core aspect of Web3 projects. Now, we have 5 minutes left, and so I do want to open up to the floor and see if anyone has questions. Feel free to ask any of us. Yes.
Go.
Got it. Very good question. Thank you. So the question is regarding the regulatory challenges of this industry, especially given what happened to the OFAC sanctioning of Tornado, the protocol, and so what is the future of this industry? Are we going to have a short legal arbitrage window, which is going to eventually close, and then everything has to be very strictly regulated? So our experience has been, it's been a journey for me. We've hired a really senior compliance officer out of a major bank. We've also hired someone directly out of the Fed, Michael Shing, joining us. Prior to that, he spent 11 years at the Fed. So my learning so far has been dealing with regulators and being compliant is a skill set, right? And I feel that the majority of this industry is not equipped with that skill set. For example, the highest level of challenge is with sanctions, right? And the US government cares mostly about sanctions, right? So when you're operating a Web3 protocol or application, then there's going to be securities issues, investor protection, there's going to be tax issues, there are going to be Forex stability issues, there's also going to be sanction, terrorists, this type of financial crime compliance issues. And what we saw with Tornado is really that too much money has been too much North Korean illegal money has been laundered through Tornado, right? So it falls under the category of international sanctions. And that is the most difficult issue to deal with. So I personally, I still see that the nature of DeFi and why I like DeFi and why we're launching the DeFi protocol is because DeFi today still offers plenty of room for innovators to not be limited by sophisticated regulation. There's still plenty of room. Of course, when it comes to sanctions, it is really hard not to comply, especially when really what the Treasury is trying to say, we have an issue with the North Koreans, not with Tornado, but with the North Koreans, really, right? So there are ways for you. Do I agree that USDC Circle just immediately did what they did? I don't think it was necessary. So there is many ways for Web3 teams to work with regulators, and you don't have to, shut everybody down. You can still have a lot of censorship resistance without running into issues. You just have to understand. You have to have professionals that help you do this, that really understand how to work with regulators and when to be compliant and when to decide, well, we're going to be stepping on the line. So I personally feel that there's going to be plenty of room. I also feel that when it comes to prosecution and actually getting teams sentenced, especially DeFi teams, I personally feel it would not be so easy. Yeah, but you have to be equipped with the skill set.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Wei. Yes, go ahead.
I can also jump in very quickly. I spent several years working in US government. I did also look at blockchain policy, but I will say that unfortunately, the US government and many governments around the world are not necessarily the most tech literate when they think about creating tech policy. And so I just think it's so important that we get experts in the room that can really think about, we obviously don't want bad things to happen, but in the case of Tornado Cash, I think it was not necessarily the most well thought through or implemented policy out there, and obviously had a huge backlash on, the Coinbase and a few others are obviously suing the U.S. Department of Treasury over the sanctions. So one of the efforts that we recently announced this past year is we are supporting an initiative called Tech Congress that brings technologists, entrepreneurs into Congress to actually work on tech policy. We're also one of the biggest supporters of the Blockchain Association to really make sure that there's sensible policy that is being pushed. Actually, earlier this week, we also announced something called the Public Data Commons, which is just basic information for the public that we should always make affordable and accessible to people, starting with open data. And so we've been working with mayors and a number of city officials just to not only educate them on what decentralized storage and crypto and blockchain is, but also helping them interact with it in a way that they really think is great from a civic tech standpoint. So I think it takes different kinds of education, different kind of voices for nonsensical policy to not necessarily continue to persist. And we still need to educate because there are so many different kinds of blockchain projects that do very different things. It's one thing to mix up some Web3 infrastructure project with some DeFi transactions, and sometimes people who don't keep up or are not that well read into it, they blur the lines on assuming one thing is the other. We've obviously also seen even the lack of Congress understanding a lot of basic Web2 tech with during the Mark Zuckerberg testimony a few years ago, there was just so much limited information about how the internet works. And so for me, I think it's more than just thinking about how we do it right. We have to start with education, and everyone has to play a part in raising and helping our politicians understand these issues better.
I think centralized organizations, I think, take confidence by looking at teams such as FTX, right? You'd say, oh my God, all these services that FTX as a centralized organization, having a physical office, how can this be legal? But they are legal. They just spend a lot of effort to figure out how and in which jurisdictions to operate from to make everything legal.
I believe Tobias has something to say. We do have to wrap it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add to Clara's point because I couldn't agree more. I think the problem right now that is all the government taking is just reactive, right? Something happens and then people try to avoid that. But I think it needs to be proactive in a sense that we actually try to understand what the benefits and what the challenges are, and then make a decision together with the people who are actually in the space, like Clara, for example, and Filecoin and all, because they really understand of what's happening. And if you look at, there are a lot of legitimate organizations out there, right? FTX might be one of them, and many others. And I think it's about understanding the space together with them to make proactive decisions that something like this doesn't happen. But I think that's I think the key point of moving forward. And as an investor, I do think that more regulatory certainty is long-term bullish for the space. It might be short-term or medium-term, a bit more challenging, but if everybody knows the lanes to navigate, and if these lanes are created with entrepreneurs and investors and ecosystem builders together, then I think it's going to be long-term very, very positive for the space.
Thank you, Tobias. And thanks for the question, and thanks for all the attendees. As mentioned, we will wrap it up today, but we'll be around here, so feel free to approach us and ask us any questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doing? Woo! Hey. Yeah, it's good to see a lot of familiar faces today.
I'll sit on the side. That means I have to talk last.
他们应该会放下一个 speaker slide。
第一张有没注意看，就已经划掉。
没关系，那等一下不要按那个开关。Don't touch the button. Hey, how you guys doing? It's a long day, huh? So today we have 3 amazing speakers. All of them are former founders and successful investors. So I like to do a very quick high-level introductions for them, and then we can dive deeper into the questions. So let's start with Rech on the far right. So Rech is the venture capitalist at AME Cloud Ventures, and previously he started the very first blog website company in Taiwan, which got acquired by Yahoo. And in the middle, we have Kai, who's currently a managing partner at 886 Studio, and previously he was a founder of Blue Goji, and also Red Octane, which is famous for the Guitar Hero game, and it got acquired by Activision. And finally, we have Wu Fu. I had a hard time trying to summarize his achievements, so I would say he's a startup founding machine. So he started dozens of companies, including very successful VC funds and so many different semiconductor companies, which got IPO'd around the world, basically in the US, in Taiwan, also in China. So without further ado, let's get started. So the first question to all the panelists, tell us about yourself more, and how did you guys get into startup investing from a founder? Let's start with Rech.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for having me, and thanks for joining. So like Austin just mentioned, I basically started a company by accident because before founding my company, I didn't have any work experience. I started a career basically as an entrepreneur. So, and again, becoming an investor is also an accident because my company was acquired by Yahoo, and because of that, I got relocated to the Silicon Valley. I get to know Jerry, and I didn't plan for that, but when I got to here, basically it's an eye-opening event for me, right? Because in Taiwan back then, like 10 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago already, the early stage funding wasn't as active as in here, but now it's definitely improving. So I have this hypothesis in order for me to figure out why there are so many startups, so many companies here. I have to get deep, right, in the water. So I have to get to understand how VC works here. So I bring this hypothesis and then and quit Yahoo and went to Stanford for this business degree. And while at the same time, Jerry was also starting a VC firm. So I basically working for him after I finished my business degree, and it's been about 8 years now. So pretty much it's all by accident.
Okay.
I guess a lot of things have been by accident as well, and it's a privilege to be here with all of you guys on this panel. And all of you, thank you guys in the audience. I would consider myself an entrepreneur at heart. Like, that's what I love to do. I love to start companies. I'm an operator. I've done that a lot. I've started 5 companies in the last 20 years, and that's really my passion. So I love to operate. I love to build. It's hard. It's hard as crap. You know, it's never easy. You would think that after a handful of times, Wu Fu is perhaps one of the greatest entrepreneurs that has ever existed in the world, and how many companies that you've started. But it never gets easy. I don't know if it gets easier for you, but it never gets easier for me. But that's what I love to do. And so I guess I'm stupid in that way. I keep doing those things that are hard. I
came across into investing sort of very accidentally as well, right? It's mostly just kind of a passion. And I say as an investor, and I don't classify myself as an investor because Wu-Fu and Rich, like they're real investors. I'm just an angel investor, and I enjoy investing in companies. But the reason I do it is I really, as an entrepreneur myself, I really love giving back to the ecosystem. You know, I always say that, you know, when I was young and naive and a lot less experienced than I am now, someone invested in me. And so now it's my turn to kind of give back and invest in the ecosystem. And I do feel like that is one of the super unique things about Silicon Valley, and what makes Silicon Valley such a different place than I think almost anywhere else in the world. That there's a lot of entrepreneurs, and you know, at some point, if they've been lucky and they've exited and they were successful and all of that, they really give back into the ecosystem. And it's not just about like money, but it's also about time. And so one thing I always say is, if you know, the super smart, I don't care, almost Silicon Valley, I don't care how big you've gotten, and you know, you could be a billionaire, 100 billionaire, like whatever, 10 billionaire, 100 billionaire, right? I think almost everyone that I've met, at least, if you figured out a way to reach them, they'll give you 15 minutes, right? It's not always easy to reach them, right? But if you figure out a way to reach them, they'll give you time. And then that capital also is another thing that it is kind of recycles back into the ecosystem, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna, as an angel investor, you know, I'm gonna recycle that capital back into the ecosystem. And so again, for me, that's how I think about investing. It's, you know, somebody invested in me, I'm investing back into the ecosystem. I think that's really one of the things that makes Silicon Valley just completely almost unique from everywhere else in the world, right? And that's what makes it so successful.
Yeah. Thank you, Kai. And Wu-Fu?
Okay, well, today I'm the only one with gray hair. But these days, having gray hair doesn't help. So I'm here to share and also to learn. I guess how do I get into, actually my career is going through the startup, you know, entrepreneur, and moving to become what I call EVC, or in Chinese I call it 头创 instead of 创投. Of course, nobody wants 创投, right? Anyway, so the way I become an entrepreneur is also by accident. Everything's by accident or by fate, I guess. Well, I actually failed my PhD exam in Berkeley. And then the first time I failed, I decided I left, and then I want to go out and learn my English better, which I still couldn't learn it well. and then I was planning to go back to get my PhD, but probably too late now. Anyway, so the job I find actually is a job in marketing support. The reason that I want a chance to talk, even though to make sure they will understand me someday. Right? But in that job, and I actually, one of nine was an experienced salesperson, and he told me, which changed my life from that point on. He said, well, you are a young guy, and the company hired you to sit in the back office to keep you alive, but you really will make much more money than that. He told me just it's called money string theory. The closer you are to the money, the easier you could get it. And I went back that night and think hard, how do I get closer to the money? In fact, I was marketing support. My company actually is doing the banking terminal for bank. My supporting office right next to a bank. So I'm really close to the money. But I still couldn't figure out a good way to get it. And after a while, finally I give up, saying, well, then what do I do? And to go into a big company, to move up to closer to money with my cultural and language barrier, it takes a long time. It's not impossible, it takes a long time. And then finally I figure out, well, getting into a startup is the easiest way. Once I have started a company, doesn't matter what I speak. I could speak Taiwanese or Mandarin. They will try to learn, try to understand me, right? If I'm the boss. But the issue though is, even though that I have no money to start a company, and I have no experience to start a company. So what do I do next? And so back then, I think about what the only thing I have is my youth, or 青春. Okay, but as a man, 青春 it doesn't worth much money at all. So I think some other way. So I think if I could start a company myself, and I would prepare for that. So I end up investing. I decided it's really the day I'm going to invest 10 years my time to get ready for startup. And so I went through that process. I don't want to go through too long, but in fact, I end up starting my first company after 8 years. So which is ahead of my schedule already. So that's what I wanted to get into entrepreneurship, and I enjoyed it. So I started more than a dozen companies over years. And after that, in year around 2000, which is my 50th birthday, I said, well, that's enough for me. And I kind of switched to try to becoming a coach instead of what I call instead of entrepreneur, I would become the Viagra for entrepreneur. So to help them desire performance and satisfaction, I guess. Right. So that's what I did. And so what I call, I'm not a VC. I'm still today, I don't consider my major interest is investment. It's really helping entrepreneurs. And probably like Kai or whatever. So it really, that's what I do. And I think this is the area where I help to any startup and wants to help, I will try to help. And this is called, I call it EVC, entrepreneur VC or 投创. Another way I classify VC and EVC, and maybe that is new, even earlier stage like Kai is doing, is called venture building. So in Chinese, we could call separate into VC 是穿皮鞋, EVC 是穿布鞋. This venture creation 穿草鞋. So that's how how close to entrepreneurship. Okay, okay, that's it for now.
I'll also add, Wu-Fu is so modest, but I think you've started literally like probably dozens of companies too, right? Just one real quick question, but what's most impressive is your batting average. Like my batting average is horrible, like at startups, right? I've started a bunch, but like my batting average is not that great. But your batting average is like 90%. Like you've sold or made public like 75% of the companies you've started. So what's the secret? Sorry. I just have to ask him. I have to ask him. The man's amazing.
That's a good question.
You are not in the audience, are you?
Just stay on it.
Okay. Well, I think
that's a good question.
I approve.
Yeah.
All right. I think, first of all, I mentioned already, I didn't have time to go through. I spent my 10 years to get ready. I did not go out and start a company right out of college or out of my school. And also, I guess really the timing is one way. Today, the people talk about paradigm shift. I really encounter the paradigm shift in technology, which is from circuit switching to packet switching. But later on, we'll talk about other things. And now, I'm seeing that technology paradigm shift moving become business model paradigm shift, which is what I'm building was building highway and just basic infrastructure, networking infrastructure. Then the business paradigm shift, it happened in Yahoo or those Google and those, it changed the business model. But right now, we will talk about later, maybe now we are seeing a paradigm shift, even greater, which is called lifestyle paradigm shift.
Yep, thank you, Wu-Fu. Yeah, so I can really resonate with the giving back to the community and coaching startup founders, because before Fujitsu, I was actually a founder myself in the AI space, and I consulted Kai a few times about how to operate my business, and also Rich about the investment criteria and how they evaluate startup deals as a VC, and of course, Wu-Fu, just his experience on starting different businesses and exits. So going back through your own history, what's the one thing that you wished that you knew when you first started your company? Maybe we can start with Wu-Fu.
Well, there are too many of them. I don't know which one, but I think that if sitting today now, or probably 10 years ago, I would see the biggest thing I see happening now, rather than which is globally, is those pandemic, of course, is 天灾, but right now the deglobalization is really the biggest issue now, and this thing could create a major impact to a new whoever starting a business should pay attention to that. But for myself, though, the thing that the first mistake I probably make is I wish I knew better is that I actually was an engineer in training, and even though I went through 10-year preparation, but the first company I started, we have a technical team, and I was a VP of engineering, and I leading a technical team to start a company. So what I didn't realize that much is that right now we focus on technology-driven. In the startup, it's more important. I won't say. I think it's not more important, or as important is knowing the marketing, or knowing not just how to do it, but you have to know what to do. But without knowing what to do it, well, how you do it, how well, it doesn't matter.
Thank you. And Kai?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. I mean, I've like countless lessons that I could share with you guys because I've made so many mistakes in my lifetime. But I will say, sort of looking at the venture capital landscape and the funding landscape, the one lesson in like terrible failure was I was really too naive at the time to understand like venture capital. Like I just thought, hey, I'm doing cool stuff. Like we're making money. Shouldn't people invest in us, right? And we went up and down Sand Hill Road. And tried to raise money. I mean, I talked to literally hundreds of investors, and they all turned us down, right? So with Red Octane, which is, the Guitar Hero company, which is probably the biggest success that I had, we went up and down Sand Hill Road and tried to get investors to invest in our company, and nobody would. We actually never raised institutional money over the life of the company, which...
You did not talk to me,
which was good and bad. Good and bad. But it was painful at the time. But I think now that I've been on the investing side a little bit, and now that I have a lot of friends, right, who are investors, who, I talk to and kind of understand a little bit, there's like so many nuances to the investor ecosystem that you have to understand, right? First of all, we were doing, at that time, we were in games. Okay, investors don't like the game industry. Why? It's a hits-driven business, right? It's how do you model a hits-driven business? It's just gonna be like this or like 1 or 0, right? It's very difficult to model a hits-driven business. I can model a SaaS business. You got X number of customers, X number of dollars, but rewind the clock to when we started the company. It's very hard to model a hits-driven business. And then we were doing music games. Oh, what is that? Never heard of it back then, right? Is that a category? Does anybody, what is that even? And then we did hardware in Silicon Valley. Oh God, no. Nobody touches hardware, right? We don't touch hardware. We don't invest in hardware companies, consumer hardware. And so we hit on all these things, but I was a little bit too naive at the time to quite understand all of those things. So that was a tremendous failure on my part because I spent a lot of time trying to raise money, but also just trying to understand, like, why won't they invest in us, right? Why won't they invest in this company? But now, a little bit more experienced, being on the other side, okay, I get like, okay, this is the criteria, this is what you're doing. You can't just like spray across every investor, right, around and hope that they're gonna invest. You have to understand, okay, what's the investor profile? What are they looking for? What are the things that are interesting? What are the things that they'll do? And then you get into even nuances of like, if you want to get into like, okay, there's a lifetime of the fund, and are you at the beginning or are you at the end, right? Because 3 years into the fund, they're not investing in new companies anymore. They're right? They're only supporting existing companies. There's all kinds of little nuances, which I didn't understand when I was younger in trying to raise money. But I think I've gotten a little bit smarter now. And so when I talk to people now, of course, okay, who are you looking at? What's the profile? What is interesting? Understand the actual fund and the life of the fund and where they are and the VC and all of those things. But back then it was just like scratching my head. Why won't they invest in us? It was a challenging time.
Thank you. And Rich?
Yeah, so I really like what Kai just said. I was once also very young and naive and didn't know what I was doing and make a lot of mistakes. So sometimes I would joke with Jerry, like if we look ourselves back in the time, will we invest in ourselves? The answer is definitely no, right? We were investing in others, but not ourselves because we were too naive. And we know ourselves, we made a lot of mistakes. Maybe our investor didn't know, and we wouldn't tell them, right? So, but I mean, seriously, when I look at it, and I look at a lot of founders right now, when they come to me, right, they didn't have we have looked at a lot of different things, and we know a lot of mistakes, and we will try to share with them. That's how we give to the community so that they can avoid, they can save some time, they can focus on things that really matters. And one key strength I feel like you cannot, like when you age, you start to lose is being naive. It's actually now I recognize as strength, and I keep reminding myself. It's actually being naive allow you, like enable you to not afraid of making mistakes. It's like how I watch my kids learn any sports, right? Skateboarding, they fail, they just stand up again and try to skate again. They are not afraid. Like I remember myself, I made a lot of mistakes and I was not embarrassed, right? Now I feel embarrassed for the mistake I made before, but I wasn't embarrassed. So I can learn quickly. So nowadays I still keep reminding myself when I face founders, if they didn't know like some other business practice or best practice, whatever, I can share with them my mistakes. And the key strengths they have is keep being naive. So you can learn very quickly, right? You can learn other things, other people mistake from others. But being naive is actually, I would think it's a very good gift for any entrepreneur so that they can stand out quickly, they can learn fast. That's a key differentiation founders have from other people, right? Not afraid of making mistakes.
Yeah, I actually say that a lot as well. Like, if you want to be evolutionary, you can, and if you've been in the space, and I've been in the gaming space for a long time in other spaces, and I can be evolutionary. But if you want to be revolutionary, you got to really start with a blank slate, right? It's like you're going to change the game, and you have no idea what the game is. Because if you already know the game, like me, I'm so jaded in this space, I'm just like, oh, this is going to work, this is not going to work. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, right? But I have a preconceived notion of what's going on. Yeah. But if you want to be that's evolutionary. But if you want to be revolutionary, you really start with a blank slate. I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but then somehow you do it and it changes the game. Yeah. Right. And I think it's the same kind of sentiment that you're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you. Can't agree more. So putting on your investor's hat, because you guys obviously are successful entrepreneurs, and when you look at startups, what qualities do you look for them in the startup founding team? Maybe we can start with Rich.
Yeah, so, I get asked this question a lot of times, right? Oh, is there a checklist or is there a criteria? So what I tell them is like, there are a lot of reasons could be successful, and even so there's actually no checklist, right? Because everyone has their own different characteristics, different background, right? And also even timing, right? The same person can be successful at this time, but not tomorrow, right? So, but one thing I see that's shared across all the successful entrepreneurs is that they're authentic, right? They're true to themselves, right? So, for example, you cannot just copy whatever Elon Musk is doing and expect yourself to be successful. Like talking about 220 all the time on Twitter, right? Because that's his background, that's his characteristic. He has to be this kind of influencer, right? And you look at another entrepreneur, like when we invest in Eric of Zoom, right? He's a totally different person. Like he's very down to earth and and even he's still engineering by heart, and he still code everything himself, and like to talk directly to the customers. Totally different personality from Elon Musk, and they are both very successful and build very good products, right? So, but one thing that share across them is that they are authentic to themselves. They are not faking themselves to say, oh, if I can fake myself to be like Elon Musk, then I'll get this money from VC. So this is one story one advice I keep giving my portfolio companies, right? You don't have to be liked by every VC. You just have to be loved by one VC, right? Because for Series A and beyond, you just need one lead investor, right? So whoever that really love true yourself is gonna be following you, and also no matter good time or bad times, and you need that kind of investor. So in order to attract that, it's actually harder than marriage, right? Because being an investor, you last longer than marriage. Average marriage, I think, is 7 years, but investment these days takes longer than 7 years. So it's actually worse than marriage, right? So when we invest in a company, I actually take a higher standard than choosing a wife, right? Don't tell my wife, she's not here, yeah. But your wife is here. Okay, so anyway, I'm sure you have a higher standard. But anyway, go back to the topic. So there's no one standard, everyone is different, but you have to be true to yourself, tell the true story, right? Tell your life story. And if you keep telling yourself and also others your true story, one day you'll find your true love, right? Your true investor. And he or she gonna be supporting you no matter good time or bad time. Especially now, like beer markets, no company can raise money. But this time can really test if you really find a true love investor, right? Because you tell true story, they really believe in you. Even if you have hard time, they have dry powder. They can support you through this bear market.
Thank you, Raj. And Kai?
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, of course, there are a lot of qualities that you look for in entrepreneur, right? Got to be scrappy, got to be a cockroach, got to be super smart, all of those things. But I would say almost the one thing, the theme that you could pull, right, as Rich was saying, from a lot of these great entrepreneurs that I've ever met, they're amazing storytellers. They can just tell amazing stories, right? Like, well, how do you get an investor to put money into your company? You got to tell a great story, right? If you can't tell a great story, an honest story, and a great story, you're not going to get money. And I think it goes beyond investors, right? You have to tell the investors a story, but you need people to work with you, right? And so if you can't tell a great story to the people that are working with you, then it's hard to hire the best people. And you have to tell a great story to customers, because your crap product nobody really wants to buy, but you have to sell that story to them, right? Like, why should I be buying your crap product? This is why you want to be buying this, right? And so that idea of storytelling to me has been very consistent as an investor now. And I look at some of the best founders that I've come across. It's like, wow, they just raised another round of funding. I thought they were dead, right? Like, there's no way. They're like almost out of money. Like, whoa, you pulled off, like somehow you raised another round of funding. That's storytelling, right? I've met founders who are like, we're kind of on the verge of like dying or out of money, and then all of a sudden they sell the company. And you're like, whoa, how did you pull that off, right? It's just amazing storytelling. And I don't mean storytelling in a bad way, honest, but in a good way, right? When you can convince investors to invest in your company, when you can convince employees or people to work with you, when you can convince customers to buy into your product or service, there's amazing storytelling there. And for me, that's the theme that I've seen in like just super great entrepreneurs. Like, I'll be like, whoa, I'll buy your product. Like, you'll give me 5 minutes, you'll tell me about your story, and I'll be like, oh man, that's amazing. Can I invest? Here's a check, right? And so think about, you have to be a great storyteller. If you want to be an entrepreneur, You have to be a great storyteller. You have to convince people about it and how to be honest and genuine about it. But you have to tell a great story. And that's, to me, one of the strongest skills that an entrepreneur founder should have.
Yeah, thank you, Kai. And Wu-Fu.
Okay, I don't have to repeat what I already talked about. In a very high level, we are looking for someone, an entrepreneur with passion and integrity. That's a very high level. And I hope they will enjoy, or they will own, but not enjoy. Enjoy, not 3P, 3Q. So enjoy. 3Q is IQ, EQ, and SQ. And those in a high level. But then with those then we go into the more specific area, because it's knowing the business concept, as I mentioned earlier, that what to build, or the marketing side aspect, as well as engineering and how to build it. And it's really important. You have to become a team leader. A startup is not a one-person game. So being able to build a team is critical. I see, especially in Eastern culture in Taiwan, even though I'm Taiwan, there's a lot of companies that build. It's kind of, you see the company just seeing one person. I think you really have to expand to a team to be really, see it really successful.
Okay, thank you, Wu-Fu. Yeah, so if it's okay with you guys, are you able to share one particular investments that you are very proud of and why? We can start with Wu-Fu.
Well, I think most of the company I can start up, but as far as for investment, as I said, my history is so long now. I'm migrating from investor from kind of GP to become LP. So most of the investment are late. I don't have a lot of recent investment to talk about. But in earlier days, I guess the investment, I would say, talking about one example, I mean, investment, there's only small percentage are really successful. So luck is certainly part of investment. But so from investment, you seeing going after a portfolio. You ideally in early stage, you cannot investing too wide. I mean, you have to investing in an area you are familiar with, and with the portfolio, you're good. The hit ratio is what's important, rather than just, you will get one successful or get all successful is almost impossible. Because in early stage, you really don't know a lot of things to talk about other than believe that the entrepreneur could do the job, and believe in the market direction, and believe the execution of the entrepreneur. So, that's really more important rather than talk about a specific one success. Because usually one success, I think it's good. People you talk about it, but that's not really. It's a big part is really luck. And what you like to see is seeing that a portfolio, what percentage of company are successful, and that's a good investment skill.
Thank you, Wu. And Kai?
Yes, so I think, I would echo that sentiment. And from an investment standpoint, I would say, my God, I'm a horrible investor. I'm an angel investor. And, I've invested in a fair number of companies at this point. And even after, all this time of investing, I will admit I still have literally no idea what I'm doing, right? At the earliest stages, it's so hard. The companies that, you invest in a founder and you invest in a space, but they're going to pivot and founders are going to change and all. There's just so much going on when you're an angel stage investor, right? Series A investor, Series B, Series C investor, very different criteria, very different outcomes that they're looking for. But at the angel stage, it's just, here's an idea on the back of a napkin. And to Wu-Fu's point earlier, it's really hard to, in my opinion, from my experience at least, same thing. It's really hard to pick out what exactly is going to be great. But I'm usually looking for those certain qualities. Super smart founders, obviously, right? Cockroaches, scrappy, passionate about what they're doing, can tell a great story. But I'll admit that picking winners is outrageously hard, and it is a power law. in the VC game, you do only need like 1 or 2 winners. I just got to get my Google. I just got to get the Google, and then we're all set. But just one, right? But it is so hard. Man, it's hard in the early stages. So I don't have any great advice, but it's so hard.
Yeah. Talk about it. I didn't give our example because he already mentioned. I happened to invest in Google in the first round. But of course, it's not the right investment. I say it's through the fund. I'm investing in that fund. And in fact, I did not want to be an investor. Actually, I was invited to join Sequoia as an investor. But I turned down because I didn't want to do investment. So, but I did put money in Sequoia, which invests in Google. I got sold it a long time ago. It's by 3,000 return, 3,000 times return.
You just need the one, just one.
And Brecht?
Yeah, I wish I could talk about Bitcoin, but I wasn't into Web3, which just happened. And I also didn't know. Well, it was also against all we just talked about, being how to identify a good founder, right? I wish I knew, Satoshi in person. Unfortunately, those are all against what we just talked about. So I'll pick the second best one, right? So it's a company called Vicarious Surgical. It confirmed all my hypotheses, like coming to a VC space and being humble, being naive, and trying to learn as much as I can. So it built a top. In terms of return on capital, it's not the most rewarding one, but in terms of learning, it maximized my learning and confirmed all my past journey as a venture capitalist, right? So if you think Vicarious Surgical, basically it's a surgical robot, went IPO last year, and I've been investing since 2016, right? So it took 5 years. It's not too long, shorter than my marriage, so it's better. But I'm still with him, right? Even after IPO, I truly believe they still have a lot of potential. But basically, if you think about it, I wasn't a CHEM medical professional. I didn't know robotics. I didn't know gears. I didn't know FDA. I didn't know any of them. But I still invested in this company because along the way, I learned everything through the journey, right? When we started the company, we named it Ame Cloud because we came from internet. We know maybe one thing or two things about cloud. And we kind of evolved from there. We started to learn AI, how AI can be applied in robotics. So we started to invest in autonomous driving. That got us into cruise. And then we got into, robotics can not only can be used in autonomous driving or warehouse, but can also be used in medical space. So that's how we got into other like diagnostics, AI in diagnostics, other surgical robots. And then we got to firsthand know the difficulty of handling like Web3. They just talk about regulatory pathway, like how to handle with the government, that kind of. We totally have a first-hand frustration with FDA, but we overcome that. We learn how to communicate with them. I totally agree with what they say. It's a skill set you have to learn. So we build on top of that. So we basically we learn, we make mistakes throughout a lot of failure. We combine all the learning we have and put it into Vicarious Surgical. So the founder, even though he's very young, he started his career by starting the company as well. But through our failure, he doesn't have to repeat our mistakes. He can build on top of us. Then we feel like we add value as a VC. It's not just free rider. That makes us feel very good, right? At least we contribute, right? Now we can claim we are value add investor.
So back to that question and like how bad an investor I am, right? One of my investments, it's earlier investments, been about 10 years, it's been a while, was in a company called Hammer and Chisel. And so they were doing, at that time, their whole theory was mid-core games. In mid-core games, it's not hardcore games, right? It's not like I'm logging on every night like Call of Duty and I'm gonna play like 2 hours. And it's not casual games, right? Like a Candy Crush, but it's kind of right in the middle. It's like, okay, you have 30 minutes to spend, but you don't want like a silly little game, but you also don't want to invest in like all this time into a game. And so I was like, okay, that's a good idea, right? Like people could play, mid-core games on a tablet, maybe on a phone, You know, there's probably PC gamers who aren't going to play, you know, WoW, World of Warcraft, or LOL, or, you know, Fortnite now, you know, a whole bunch of different games, Roblox even, but who just want kind of a lighter experience. So they started one game, and then like a year, literally almost a year and a half later, they burned through like way too much money. You can imagine a game company, software developers, right? A year and a half just trying to develop a game, and they were like, "This game's not really working. We're abandoning the game." I'm like, "Whoa, okay, it's a lot of money to be spent to abandon the game." And they're like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna try this other game. Okay, cool." And it took them another year and a half to build that second game. And then they built the game, launched it, and it was actually a pretty cool game. It was a, you know, decent mid-core game. If you guys are familiar with League of Legends, it was essentially a LOL clone, right? A MOBA that you could play on a tablet rather than having to play on a PC. And then they launched it, and then it was good, but it wasn't good enough to be a company builder. You know, it wasn't the kind of thing where it was like, okay, we can build a company on this. And then, so the founder, super smart guy, started a company before, OpenFaint, and sold it to Gree for $100 million. Before, it was his first company. It was like, okay, we're shrinking this company down to like 8 people, and we have to pivot and figure out what's next, right? Because startups have to pivot all the time. And then they pivoted, and then they went into like communications tools. I was like, communications tools? What is that? Like from gaming. And then they ended up going into communications tools, and they turned their basically company from hammer and chisel into, which is now Discord, right? And it was just one of those things where it's like I had, you know, when you talk about it, going back to investor, I was like, I don't know anything about communications tools. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. And I'm a horrible investor. I never would have guessed that they would have gone there. But great founders are going to pivot, and they're going to, you know, look at different areas and look at different markets. And somehow they went from 3 years of trying to launch, you know, mid-core games eventually into, by their 5th year, they launched a communication tool, which, you know, now is, you know, doing pretty well. So it's just crazy, the startup journey. And as a seed stage investor, it's just really hard to pick like ideas, but you look for qualities and people that you can invest in that can pivot, as you were talking about, and can do different things and are smart about what business opportunities I, you know, need to look at, right? And survive.
Yeah.
Survive.
Thank you, Kai. Yeah, so moving forward into the post-COVID era, what technologies or areas do you think is going to explode in the next 5 years? We can start with Wu-Fu.
Well, I think they probably in the really high level, there are probably 2 drivers. What I could see is one is the global warming. That is one driver, and which also creating the need that creating a lot of application that to address this issue. The other area is this deglobalization, as I mentioned earlier. And that one will create huge impact in next, I think this thing will not stop. So it will continue on for a few years. So that create all the supply chain where it gets divided into 2 pieces. And in order to solve the issue or address the issue, they require a lot of technology and effort into increase the efficiency and the supply chain. And the global warming, of course, they need technology to in area about people use the ESG and to in the area to using green energy and also to try to address those social issues. So those in the high level. But in terms of specific technology, there's many technology are actually involved. Because the area I'm more familiar with the networking technology. And in the networking technology is a fundamental piece that's required. It's more in the infrastructure for many applications. For example, even going through from the real to virtual is a trend, which developing into the metaverse. So networking infrastructure has the opportunity from the hardware IoT And all the way up is the cloud. The cloud is the newest one. Cloud piece, where important technology will develop really fast. And networking used to be doing the connectivity only, but right now networking is really addressing the application to application, the resource requirement, the interconnect and resource issue. So I think the application environment, or people call the cloud native application, which create a big, good, really opportunity in the next couple of years.
Thank you. And Kai?
Yeah, I would say I don't know if it's the next couple of years, and most of you will probably roll your eyes and be like, oh God, he's talking about it again. But I do think like VR is potentially going to have its time in the next, maybe within the next 5. I don't know if it's the next 2 to 3 years. It's been talked about for a long time, and I feel like the technology, wasn't quite there, and it takes a lot of these situations. It's like the technology doesn't quite catch up to the consumer side, the mass market consumer side. And I do feel like, there's probably going to be a tipping point. And I guess the big talk is Apple, right? They're going to release something, and maybe in the AR space versus VR. But I do feel like, and I have no insight into that, but it feels like at some point the technology is starting to catch up to the consumer mass market, and where it's really sort of poised to grow, in my opinion, is gaming. I mean, that's been my background, so I'm going to be a little bit biased in that. But when you look at a lot of different gaming companies, they're all talking about, right, metaverse, XR, VR, whatever it is, right? And it takes content. In my opinion, I'm a content guy. I'm not an infrastructure guy like Wu Fu, who knows everything about the infrastructure. I'm more of a content guy, and it takes, in my experience, it takes content to really drive adoption of different technologies, right? You have to have great content. And I feel like the content's kind of waiting out in the wings right now. It's already kind of there, and it just takes a couple of like technology advances, and then it's all of a sudden VR is just going to go boom, and it's going to be Ready Player One, and then we're all going to be living with headsets on like 18 hours a day, and just living in whatever verse you want to call it, right? But I do feel like I don't know if that's 2 or 3 years, but I feel like that's getting really, really close, maybe 5.
Thank you, Kai. And Rich?
So maybe in the next few years, we're going to have this summit in Metaverse.
Probably.
Yeah, so everyone is wearing it.
You'll look real to me, but you won't be here in person.
I might look better. Yeah. That's what I hope. But looking forward, I think I'm still interested in digital health, mainly because it built on top of what I've learned in the past, and also given my personal experience in the past 3 years, I feel there's still a lot of problems to be solved, right? You would think about, like before COVID, you would think about, probably all the health problems were already solved, right? We know the genomics, we can do like develop any antibody drugs, or we can do precision medicine, right? But COVID just exposed a lot of things we haven't really bring equality to, right? Especially in the United States. You think of how advanced this country, but how broken and how vulnerable the healthcare system is, especially to some vulnerable population, right? It totally explodes this weakness. And this is what we have seen in internet, right? Internet brings equality to, different population, like information right to different population. And I'll talk about Web3. We try to bring the equality to our financial service to different kind of people, right? I feel this should be done the same in healthcare, right? And not only like physical diseases, but also mental, right? I personally have very good experience with mental problem because, before I thought I love my kids to death, right? But having them 24/7 in the house while I'm trying to do my work totally drive me crazy, right? So I was about to go crazy, and I decided to fly back to Taiwan and spend a couple months there. That's where I hang out with Wu Fu and Kai. Yeah, not because I want part of it that Kai probably want to have a better education, better experience for kids. But for me, it's just prevent myself being crazy and driven by my kids, right? So now, when you think about it's virus driving the physical diseases, but actually also expose ourselves to how fragile our mental status or how this is basically modern diseases, right? Mental problem. And it's all new, right? We create a lot of technology. Those technology create a new problem for us. So I think there's still a lot of opportunity and also inequality in health. And I think digital, just like how we did the internet, this could be, again, how we bring equality through digital health experience.
Yeah, I think relative to my time at startups, which actually right now the opportunities, so many of them. I think it's almost everyone just you have the opportunity to do what you are good at and what you like to do. Really, you don't have to focus this one area people think is hard. It's really this opportunities all over the place, and that was a good thing. And that's why I think also in my old days, it's kind of shifting from the sense to sensibility. And the sense is more talking about infrastructure, more logical, more scientific or engineering oriented. The sensibility is what Kai is talking about, the content, or the NFT, or those are lifestyle. And those are the sensitivity parts, harder to invest, because it's harder to a yardstick to measure how much the value of that. But on the other hand, that's happening, the NFT and those things, and the gaming or whatever, starting a new trend, which opens up to people with sensitivity or emotional, motion type activities. But otherwise, my background is engineering. I'm not good at doing that. But still, I do seeing the shifting. Well, still, engineering part is still important. It's building an infrastructure, a solid infrastructure for those more creative in terms of insensitivity people, creating those value content.
Thank you. Yeah, so our time is up. So thank you, Kai and Reg and Wufu for such insightful and interactive session. And please give a round of applause to our wonderful speakers today. Thank you.
We need a lesson first.
It's my first time. This is literally my first time.
All right, good story. All right, got it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was fun.
Thanks.
Thank you.
谢谢。哦，这边你们有那个
没有哪里。
我也。
Are you water?
好，谢谢。
Thank you everybody for coming. We really appreciate today's summit. I want to give thanks to the Silicon Valley Influence Foundation, who's the main host for today. And also, I know a lot of us are in the process of leaving, but we have people in the live stream. So I also want to thank a lot of volunteers today. We have a lot of volunteers coming from Stanford students as well as Berkeley students. So if we can give a round of applause for these volunteers, we really appreciate that. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for coming, and also for friends that are coming from other cities and the friends in Taiwan who are online for listening to our live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Okay. Thank you. I'll hand over to Katie right now.
Okay. Thank you. So every organization, please come to the stage, and then we will have a group photo. Thank you for everyone's great help today. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.